Drafting 5 teams in 4 hours. That's what we're doing today on Stealing Bananas. I'm Ben Gretch. You can find the Stealing Signals newsletter at bengretch.substack.com. With me, as always, is Shawn Siegele. Find all of his great work at RotoViz. We're starting right now at I'm getting the audio from our stream in my ear because I have it open somewhere, the YouTube page. There it is. Close that down. We are starting right now with a Big Gorilla draft. You're on the clock.
You're on the clock
at
105.
Yeah, I'm going to pull this up. I mean, this is the Brock Bowers pick, is it not? Or did you want to try a CeeDee Lamb team? We're going to get weird in some of these. What do you think?
Let's go Bowers. We got to get Bowers to start. He's our guy. You can do anything you want with a Brock Bowers selection right there.
Yes. So we start with Brock Bowers. This is our first Big Gorilla here at 11 Eastern. There are 3 more potentially on the docket. Shawn, you mentioned to me the noon Eastern, 9 Pacific one has not filled. It may not. If anybody wants to draft against us, come jump in. Because of that, you also threw us in a best ball tournament draft as well that we're going to try to overlap these other ones in, or you mentioned the possibility of that. We may throw a 5th best ball team in here just to make sure that everything's going. If the other one fills, we'll do all 5. We're going to do our best not to auto draft anything, but we are not Pete Overzet with the nimble fingers. There may be some shenanigans, some nonsense as we start picking things up. We'll start slowly here in this first hour as we talk through this build. We talk through some different things that we're doing. Normally we do these shows with just one draft, so it's not going to be boring by any means. But yeah, how are you doing, Shawn, this morning?
Good. That draft I had ticketed for us, you and I were both working on trying to get articles out before we started. I'm like 4 minutes away from having an article out. So it may now wait for 5 hours. The next thing on my list was to get us into that BBT. It looks like it has filled, which is one of the reasons I was going to get us in it, is it was going to fill. I do think some more drafts are going to fill today, but as Ben said, I mean, this draft in an hour. Jump in with us. We're going to do crazy picks. You're going to have great opportunities. You also might benefit from the 7 Bananas Challenge, Ben. This is Stealing Bananas. The FFPC has their Bananas Challenge in the Big Gorilla, where if you get the 7th pick over and over and over, you get increasingly big prizes. I have bad news for us, though. In our 3 drafts that have filled, we don't have the 7th pick once. You can see the little banana next to the drafter who has it in each draft. We are 5th, 2nd.
We don't get to have that cute little banana there that you can see on screen on YouTube here. That's a bummer.
So I don't care for that. And we're not really on pace to win the big bananas prizes since we haven't gotten that 7th pick yet. The 2 p.m. Eastern draft. Yeah, we're also the 2nd pick. We're going to get some early selections in the marathon today.
Nice. Those are fun. We did one from the 101 last night. I'm not sure if that's posted yet, but it will be on the Stealing Bananas feed. We drafted from the 101 in the main event, did a chase team. We do have plenty of Bowers teams. I think for both of us, Bowers is in the conversation from 101, but we haven't built any chase teams yet. I'm kind of bummed. I don't know that we have a Gibbs team either, but we didn't get an opportunity here. Maybe we will later today in one of these drafts get an opportunity to go with Jahmyr Gibbs, a guy that you and I have both ranked as the RB1 this year. It's tough in the FFPC because when you're thinking Gibbs versus Bowers, I mean, again, Bowers should probably just be the 101. So it's pretty tough, but we've gotten enough exposure to Bowers there. In this draft so far, Derrick Henry has been rising up. We were talking about that. It's a little bit interesting that we're seeing that, as Keaton Mitchell had a very good preseason. They do really like Justice Hill. I don't know why there's a lot of reason. I mean, apparently Derrick Henry's in incredible shape and some of those things, but I don't
When
know
has
that
Derrick Henry not been in incredible shape?
Yeah, exactly. Why would that have been, that's not new information. It's not something that plays into the risk or the understanding of Henry. The scoring profile is part of it. And then there's just elements of, at his age, whether they do use they used Justice Hill a ton last year. If you understand the offense and the ways that they use them, I mean, Derrick Henry only plays like 50% of the snaps half the time, 50 to 60%. He's not like one of these workhorse backs, even though he gets massive volume. But when you think about like the high value touches, he gets all the goal line work. He can score a ton of touchdowns. Certainly not criticizing the Derrick Henry pick. You can be right there, absolutely, at the 201. It's just fascinating that he's been rising and ahead of some guys like Malik Neighbors, who falls to 202 here. Brian Thomas goes 204. We see Nakua at 206. I'm not in the draft room, Sean, but okay, Achane was a name I was thinking of. Is there someone else I'm missing? Is it Drake London here?
Yeah, I mean, our guy who we claim is the end of the first round, Drake London, is still there. He's been falling a little bit. I assume that's your pick. And then, I mean, do you have any explanation for that?
I don't have an explanation for it. These big gorilla drafts sometimes a little bit looser is part of it. I'm excited to see that we're able to get a little bit of a different texture on this draft in this big gorilla. It's fun to have a Bowers London team. That's not a combination that we have been able to get. We really like London. There's not a ton of guys that went ahead of him that are like bad picks. I don't think the Henry pick is. The Kittle pick, if you want to get exposure to George Kittle, you got to pay prices for him for sure. And then that's a McCaffrey Kittle build. That's obviously a bet on the Niners and probably a bet against what they've had at wide receiver, some of the injuries, obviously the Jennings holdout. And so, yeah, I could see where McCaffrey Kittle could wind up being two guys who absolutely benefit from sort of the August trends in that offense if they're still really productive. And Sean, I'm starting to think that McCaffrey's going to get all the work early and be really, really interesting. And we talked recently about, man, we should probably try to get a McCaffrey team. So maybe we'll wind up one of those today as well. Chase Brown has really, really steamed up. Achane's been sliding. They both go ahead of London, probably take London ahead of both of them. But, this is the week before the season. We're 6 days away. It's get your guys season. Gives us an advantage or, an opportunity to get London, who is our guy, at a price that he usually isn't available at. So that's nice.
Yeah. And you look at the guys who went ahead of him that we don't have in that group. Chase Brown, we don't have him in that group, but we absolutely love him. George Kittle, we don't have him in that group. Tactically, it gives you a lot of advantages. Derrick Henry, we don't have in that group, but it's Derrick Henry. So again, you can't criticize any of those picks, and you do love to see drafters go off of ADP a little bit and just get their players. Since we selected, this was also a little bit of a Bucky Irving faller draft. He gets back to the 212. So we get a Jamar Chase, Bucky Irving draft. And again, all of these are reasons to get in big gorilla drafts. That drafter then goes with JSN, which I really like. He was going to be one of the picks I floated to you at 305. We've taken JSN sort of in this range previously. The fallers recently have been AJ Brown and Ladd McConkey. They both go to the Saquon Barkley drafter. So they are betting against that fall. We are back up. Jaden Daniels goes one pick ahead of us.
QB1.
Yeah, which we love to see.
Yeah.
Amari and Hampton here. Lamar Jackson. We usually pick Travion. James Cook is here. Tyreek Hill is here. Supposedly he's going to be ready for the season.
I'm fine with. I think Omari and Jackson and then just doing more Travion are the things that I would zero in on. I don't think we have to do Travion in every single draft. We have him in all the mains, but I'm definitely. I think he would be the pick in a vacuum. We took Lamar with Travion at the 2-3 turn out of the 101 last night. I don't mind getting some Omari and Hampton. I do have Travion ranked ahead of him straight up at this point, which you have had, I think, since before the draft. So
I tried to force myself to click that.
To click something else.
I tried. Like if it's gonna be Henderson, then we want to go, with the double, right? You win the main event, you win the big gorilla. I mean, if we clicked Hampton and didn't win the big gorilla as a result, we would never forgive ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. You got the Bowers London start. Get the favorite guy on there. I love that philosophy. That's been your philosophy always and throughout. Lamar, as I said, somebody we took at the 2-3 would have been very interesting there as well. Our buddy Curtis Patrick in the chat. Good to see you, Curtis. He mentions that he loves Lamar, their outside chance to get the overall number 1 at 3 positions. I do love that take on it as well. Our guy, Calm Kelly, is in the chat. That's the emoji, I guess, pulls up. He was chatting as well. We got Bindles in here. We got a lot of people watching. Silas has been a long time watcher and subscriber. Good to see all you guys in here hanging out. This is going to be fun. This is the first draft here in a little while. We will pop into another one, assuming it fills. I just tweeted it out. If you want to draft against us, it is the noon Eastern draft. The other ones after that at 1 Eastern and 2 Eastern are already filled. You can get in. Joel also saying, I'm here. Thanks, Joel. Good to see you. You can jump in the 1 Eastern the 1 Eastern and 2 Eastern are filled. We did miss the best ball draft you mentioned, Sean. I wasn't sure if you'd gotten in. I said 5 drafts in 4 hours with the big question mark at the beginning. Looks like we're still aiming for 4 is the max. I was excited to mix in a BBT there on the half hour. That would have been fun.
It would. We can see what happens as we go along. If any of those drafts get close to filling, I've got good news though. So if people do want to get in, they should go ahead and do it. We're now 6 of 12 on that noon Eastern draft. I'm now very optimistic it's going to fill. We're going to have all 4. This is going to be perfect.
That's awesome to hear. Moving favorably there. So the ones that are listed at 1 p.m. and 2 p.m., they're 11 of 12, 10 of 12 open. Those are not ours, just to be entirely sure. And I'm actually asking you this, Sean. Ours are filled there, right?
Ours are filled. Yeah, if you sign up for a 1 and 2, you'll be in drafts parallel to us, but not our draft.
Yeah, which would also be a lot of fun. Consider doing that. But the one for us is number 93070, the 12 p.m. That one starts in 48 minutes now. We will be there. We will be here, still drafting this one. And then at 1 Eastern, we'll be drafting another. Maybe this one will be done. Maybe it won't. Who knows what will happen? Sometimes we did this last year. I think there was a point where we had 3 drafts going at once. I can't remember if we did it on the half hour every time last year, Sean, or how we managed that. But as you said, maybe
we did have a best ball going overlapping 2 of the big gorillas. And it was only during like a 17th round pick, I think, when we had 3 open that we did auto 1. Then we're not going to auto any today.
No, we're going to be on top of this. Famous last words.
I don't mean 1 draft. I mean 1 pick. We missed 1 pick. We're not going to miss any today. That is the goal.
There is a sit and go. 10 of 12 open teams, 30-second timer. Once that gets close, maybe we'll talk about that. There are some BBTs that have been posted on the hour at noon and 1 Eastern. Don't have anyone in them. We'll keep an eye on some of that. Maybe we'll get a little weird and throw in a best ball contest if those get close to filling. If you join one or something or watching those, let us know in the chat. Let us know if we should jump in. It's about to fill, and we will see where we're at. Sean, quickly barreling toward this
Eastern there. The one at 3 Eastern is going to fill for folks who are looking to get in a draft. That's probably going to be too late for us. We're going to be exhausted at that point, but make sure you're not missing your chance at the BBT. BBT only has 464 teams left, so if you think you're going to be able to draft it, next Tuesday, Wednesday. I don't know exactly how they plan that, but it's going to fill very soon. You want to get in there before it does. Lamar Jackson was a faller in this draft. He goes 402. That team has Ashton Genty, Malik Neighbors. That's the reverse of how we did it in our main event the other night, Ben, but I really love it either way. And then James Cook, Lamar Jackson. The 11th slot is off to a very fast start.
We get both Xavier Worthy and Tetroa McMillan here in the 4th. Haven't seen like Alvin Kamara yet. He goes at the 401. Maybe a little bit of stealing bananas vibe in this room. Always like when you're drafting with people that draft a little bit like you. It gives you a little bit of freedom to be even more absurd. We are sort of to that range now at wide receiver where there are a lot of these like formerly round 3 guys are starting to slide. Tyreek Hill has gone. We see DK Metcalf go pretty high there. Devontae Adams is sitting there. Terry McLaurin's back in this range now that he has signed. Garrett Wilson has not gone yet deep into the 4th round. That was a group that was typically sitting in the 3rd round as guys like Travion Henderson have risen and displaced them. Kenneth Walker, now a 3rd round pick, for a long time was a 4th round pick when we were earlier doing our mains. It has pushed some of these dudes down. Marvin Harrison did go in the 3rd there, but it's that group that used to be 3rd round receivers. I see Marvin Harrison in the 4th a decent amount. Would you consider any of those guys at this price? I think maybe even haven't been really into Garrett Wilson, but he starts to get interesting at this price. Or do we just jump to, George Pickens or somebody like that? What are you thinking?
It's probably Pickens in terms of that being the guy that we really like. And he's not going to come back to us at the 505. He's been going a little bit earlier. You have the big defensive trade. I mean, the Cowboys are going to throw a ton. We passed on CeeDee Lamb. In part, that actually sets you up to take George Pickens here. And then I think to top it all off, Garrett Wilson did go with the pick right before us. This seems like a Pickens selection.
Yeah, let's grab George Pickens here, a guy that we are both very into this year. Devontae Adams, I think, does get interesting in this range, is another guy to be interested in. The chat's talking about the Parsons trade. We got Trevor asking, do we read the Parsons trade as hurting Golden's value? Recently seeing Gibbs and Schneier, those are CBS analysts, debating whether or not Golden should be ahead of Ibuka before the trade. I disagreed, but now. And then Blake here says the Parsons trade has to give Pickens a little bit more juice. I like this take. I mean, I certainly think that the Cowboys are going to be trailing more now. I think there's a little bit of concern about the Cowboys' whole season going awry, but their defense is probably going to give up points, and I think they'll be aggressive. I think you have to feel better about scenarios where both Lamb and Pickens are getting a ton of targets after they went ahead and traded the best, one of the very best defensive players in the entire NFL. So he's, I think a fun one to take there. As far as the Golden thing, I'm not really following why it would hurt Golden's value. The stuff on Reed, I think far more impactful for Golden. I did move Golden up. I think I moved him ahead of Ibuka in my rankings. I thought through this one. I did. I moved him ahead of Ibuka. I even moved him ahead of Chris Olave. He's the one that I think you want to be really getting after right now with all the latest with the Packers. And the Packers are going to be good now. They're going to be one of the best teams in the NFC. Maybe that leads to more of one of the things I'm concerned about with the Packers, Sean, is we may be trending toward that pass rate that was very low last year. We're expecting a regression. We're expecting it to rise. Jordan Love has a broken hand in camp, offhand, obviously. Jaden Reed's injury impacts things. Maybe we are trending a little bit toward that run rate being higher than we want as far as how much it will come back. And Josh Jacobs just getting a ton of carries again. We are on the clock here before I get your thoughts on Golden. What are you seeing here? RJ Harvey.
It's RJ Harvey coming back to us. The only other name, and someone I was going to even mention in the previous round, I think Calvin Ridley is probably undervalued by a round. He's not someone we've been taking. He's not someone I think you have to take, but I mean, some of the people covering them were saying we're looking up to see what the NFL target record is. Calvin Ridley is not going to break the NFL target record. But
I want to take him. I think it's fascinating you brought him up because we don't talk about guys like him often. Sean, I've been asked on a couple of recent podcasts, guys I might be wrong on and things like that. And Ridley's always the first one that comes to my mind. And he's somebody that when I went through the projections process last year, he actually got a lot of volume. His ball and hand stuff rebounded incredibly well over his, first season back from the suspension in 2023. And it was even better than his prime in Atlanta. So he started to show some of the sort of efficiency you would hope for in a player that, for some people has been a top caliber player at times in his career. but the volume was massive in this Brian Callahan offense. Very vertical, a lot of targets, but Will Levis was terrible. And what we've seen from Cam Ward so far in the preseason is a distributor who can get the ball to a lot of different guys, get it vertically. I'm glad we get an exposure to Ridley. We have a ton of Henderson and Harvey teams. Arguably, Harvey, the better pick at this cost. I actually think maybe not even that arguably. It's probably pretty clear. Harvey's the one that isn't getting steamed up right now. It's, we got to pay these prices for Henderson, and we do like Henderson more. But the fact that you can still get a Harvey in the 5th round feels like a cheat code to me at this point. We take him in every single draft. Getting some exposure to Ridley here, I really like, because he's the veteran receiver of all the guys that I get asked about him and DJ Moore and DK Metcalf and Cortland Sutton and all those guys a lot. My argument is often you have to pay full price for these types of veterans. We're looking for guys that are going to return value that's multiple rounds in advance. I wrote that 4 quarters article and, trying to get guys in quarter 2 that can have quarter 1 production for people who've read that one. The other way we've talked about it is, just guys that could have a round 2 ADP or a round 1 ADP the next year. Obviously, we did our recent shows predicting next year's 1st and 2nd rounds. Most veterans in this range, even if they have great years, aren't going to rise. And there's a difference between production in year end versus, expectation in year end plus 1. And obviously those things are important as well. But one of the things with the veterans is they aren't these guys that massively outproduce because the market just doesn't know who they are yet. That's the rookies. That's the young guys. That's Brian Thomas last year. He goes way higher this year because he had an awesome season. You wanted Brian Thomas in every league. Ladd McConkey. Those guys are great picks. We tend to target those types of players, not just at receiver, at all positions. And the veterans are the ones that, you're paying full price. The market knows who they are. But sometimes the veterans do have meaningfully different situations and can meaningfully outproduce. And when I get asked this question about Ridley and Sutton and all of those dudes, the one that always stands out to me that I say that I may be wrong, that he may have real ceiling, it's what you just said about all those targets. And I had not heard this take from you on Ridley, but he's been in the back of my mind for a while now. Glad that we took him. Glad you said it. He's the one that seems like with Cam Ward now and with how dominant his target share was last year. And I'm into the Alec A.O. Manor pick a little bit, maybe playing Chigo Okonkwo because Tyler Lockett's advanced metrics were cratered last year. When I went through the projections process, the number 2 target share there was wide open. I actually projected a ton of Tyjae Spears targets. And I just wrote up team high value touches the other day, and I got a question about how high I had the Titans. And I was like, oh yeah, I probably should have noted that was in that write-up for anyone who's read it. That was because I projected a ton of target volume to Tyjae Spears because it looked like with the wide open number 2 targets, he may be a big part of the pass game with how much they've been talking him up in the offseason, obviously spending the first 4 weeks on IR now. So that changes things. There's just not a lot of target competition there. Ridley can still separate, probably be the clear number 1. That comment you just made that beat reporters are talking about him leading the league in targets, I mean, it wouldn't be crazy if Cam Ward is this drop back distributor, high pass rate type of guy. They're going to trail probably. This offense may be a little bit more fun than we're thinking. Anyway, Ridley's a guy I've been giving a lot of thought to. We have not talked a lot about. I'm glad you brought him up.
Yeah, and the exact numbers are going to depend a little bit on your source, but he led the NFL last year in air yards by a country mile, did so with a 24% target share. That's probably around where Calvin Ridley is, but the way they're talking about it, jumps to 27, 28. He's still very fast. He looked good in the preseason with Ward. If the offense flourishes, he's going to absolutely destroy ADP.
Good question here from Trevor, and a lot of what I was saying. When you're saying we are paying full price with older vets, aren't we paying the full price discounted at age cliff, e.g. CMC, we are clearly not playing full price for? I do think there are unique circumstances, and CMC to me is more of an outlier in this regard because he missed so much of last season. I think when you're talking about the wide receivers in this range, you're talking about Cortland Sutton and those guys, Terry McLaurin. I think you're talking about guys who had peak seasons last year. I think this even applies to T. Higgins, who was 3 points per game in PPR better than any other season of his career last year. And people keep referencing the 2024 stats and 2024 stats. And when he was on the field with Jamar Chase, he had more targets than Jamar Chase. It's a contract year. And I do think there was an element with the contract year where like Chase and Burrow and those, they're all buddies. They wanted T to do really well and be happy and be back with the team. And he only played X amount of games last year. It was 11 or whatever it was. I don't know why I'm going into the T. Higgins point, but it is clearly 2024 was an outlier season for him relative to the rest of his career. And that's the main point. I think you see that with McLaurin and Sutton and some of these guys where people then want to project like another step forward, and they're pretty much priced where they went. McLaurin's fallen because of the holdout, but he was at one point priced at wide receiver 17 or 18, and he was wide receiver 16 in PPR points per game last year, despite being second in the NFL in receiving touchdowns, because that's what his profile is. He's never been a 1,200-yard receiver. His catches and yards were kind of in line with everything else. Spikes the TDs, and then everyone's like, well, he's got Jayden Daniels. I got to take him as a breakout. He had Jayden Daniels playing at arguably at an MVP level last year, has more target competition this year. So those are the guys I'm talking about when I talk about the paying full price. It doesn't apply to every single player, but if you're in like the prime years, I don't think you're talking about an age cliff discount. You're not talking about an age cliff discount with McLaurin relative to how he actually scores. I don't think you're talking about an age cliff discount to any degree, talking about Cortland Sutton and how he actually scores. Sutton's a guy who, if Nix takes a huge step forward, could outproduce. But I don't think that applies. What's that?
If the other guys fail.
If all the other guys fail. It's a crowded room. People don't talk about that with Sutton. Absolutely. There's a lot of talent. And those guys aren't going to run enough routes to really have the same volume as Sutton probably, but they're going to be really good per route in a way that in the aggregate, the guys Sutton's running routes against are going to steal a lot of production. It's going to be like he has a meaningful number two. And that's in part because of the way that Peyton designs plays. That's why Marvin Mims had huge per route numbers, right? Like when he's on the field, they're doing a really good job of getting the ball in his hands. That detracts from Sutton's ability to really dominate as a number one. Anyway, we're off on a bunch of tangents already. Might as well be, because we only have one draft going, Shawn. It's going to get crazy later. We are almost up in the 6th round. I feel like, do you want to double tap tight end this early? Why is TJ Hawkinson still hanging out?
He would be the pick. Hopefully he makes it through one more. We don't really have any of these double elite tight end teams that we really like, in part because it's pricey to do that, and you usually have pretty significant opportunity cost. The other guys that we would be looking at in this range have mostly been wiped out. You get Devontae Smith and Zay Flowers at the 4-5 turn.
I think the other
pick you get Devontae.
Go ahead.
Yeah, at the 5-6 turn. Sorry. And Smith and Flowers often are potential fallers. Pearsall goes right after that. Travis Hunter has often gotten back to late 6. He is long gone. So the other names we would be looking at, Ben, are gone. We can always take our guy here, but the Hawkinson detour is fun.
Our guy or the rookie we were talking about, you can pull up. Let's be aggressive, probably. I like the Hawkinson play. Let's do Hawkinson. So we do a double elite tight end. This is a fun little texture. Gives you a little bit of a unique element when you talk about the sprint. You get there and the big prize is on the line. You're putting these guys both in the lineup. As a reminder for anyone, FFPC is a tight end premium format. You also have 2 flex positions, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, 2 flexes. So you can play 4 running backs. You can play 4 receivers. You can also play 3 tight ends. And so one of the things when you do this, you are sort of thinking, okay, we're going to be playing 2 tight ends most weeks. We still have the flexibility to add another tight end late in the draft and be playing him. And then when you get to the sprint, there's not a lot of teams that are playing multiple tight ends. If you do get the reception upside that tight end premium allows, if Bowers has 2 8-10 catch games in the 3-week sprint, and Hawkinson also has a couple of those games, you're probably going to be one of the only teams that has both Bowers and Hawkinson. It does help a lot. I had a team back in 2020, I think it was, that did really, really well in the sprint. And we were starting 3 tight ends. I think we were starting Gronk on the Bucks, Logan Thomas in his big year for Washington, and had some early tight end. Those were both later round picks. And you get into the sprint and you're flexing 2 tight ends. But it worked out pretty well. The team finished in the top 50 or so.
And following Hawkinson, we get a big tight end run. David Njoku, the very next pick. Mark Andrews, Evan Ingram. They have gone in the next 6. We have DJ Moore, Isaiah Pacheco, and Tyrone Tracy also coming off here. Yeah, most of the teams that we had last year that did really well were either Trey McBride or George Kittle up top, and then Brock Bowers coming back behind them. So that 1-2 punch of having 2 of the top 3 tight ends on most teams. It was hard to fail with that. You had to make a lot of other mistakes. And thankfully, most of those teams did pretty well.
Golden was the rookie I alluded to a moment ago, potentially taking at the 608. Didn't want to say his name just in case some of the other drafters are listening. Wanted to make sure to mention him after he went, though. He does go 703, almost makes it back to us. His ADP right at our pick at 705 in the last couple of days, but rising, obviously, and somebody that you could jump there. The guy that we said was our guy, I assume, Sean, you're talking about Jerry Jeudy. He does come back around to us at 705.
Yeah, and we want to do some different things for variety, but we also want to win.
Yeah, we're not going to pass Jerry Jeudy here. He's already multiple rounds discounted. I've had some conversations about Jerry Jeudy recently. Guys, this one is absolutely crazy to me. I don't understand how he's still available in the 7th round. I don't understand the negativity around him. The funny thing, I get asked about AI in fantasy football a lot, and I was joking with you, Sean. I think maybe we talked about this on a recent show, or maybe it was off the air. Can't remember. Apologies if it's a redundant point, but I had a friend during a home league auction recently grab Jerry Jeudy and then comment on what the AI had told him, which was that Jerry Jeudy is about to, go into his last chance at a breakout season in 2025. And it's just hilarious. Did we talk about this on last night's stream? We've done so much streaming. I don't remember. Maybe I already made this point recently, but this guy was 6th in the NFL in receiving yards last year. I just can't get over this point. 145 targets, 90 receptions, and people are still just pretending that Jerry Jeudy isn't what he's been. It's just sort of been that way throughout. You've made the point multiple times that the quarterbacks he's played with have not been good throughout his whole career. I had a list of them in the offseason stealing signals write-up where I covered the Browns. It's terrible. I'm gonna go find it and read it. But
as you're doing that, I want to mention that as you look at the team that we're building here, we do actually have veterans at receiver. We're not completely out on them. We did a main event the other night where we drafted basically all rookies, and it was maybe my most fun draft ever. But that's obviously not the only way to do it. One of the things that we're saying with Drake London, George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, and Jerry Jeudy is that, London, Ridley, Jeudy probably going to be among the league leaders and targets, and certainly at their prices, all of those targets are not priced in. And then with George Pickens, you're also making that bet on the potential. It's certainly not a guarantee, but the potential that the offense is extremely high-powered, runs a ton of passing plays. And so the volume there, even with CeeDee Lamb being the number one guy, you're leaning into all of this passing volume. And with Pickens, it's going to be vertical volume as well. The combination of targets and air yards that you get with this quartet that we currently have, it should position us very nicely with the breakout running back and the 2 tight ends that we already have on the roster.
Love that breakdown. On Jerry Jeudy, the QBs Jeudy has seen 25 plus targets from in his career, 25 plus in his career in order of targets. Russell Wilson, during his really tough years in Denver, was not a great fit there, obviously. Drew Lock is the second highest targeted, player he's been targeted by, quarterback he's been targeted by. Jameis Winston is 3rd. We'll talk about him in a second. Teddy Bridgewater, Deshaun Watson was literally 32nd in the NFL among quarterbacks in many metrics when he got hurt last year. Brett Rippon and Dorian Thompson-Robinson are the other guys that he's seen 25 plus targets from, which is, it's a small number. It's also a meaningful number. He's seen more than 25 targets from Brett Rippon and Dorian Thompson-Robinson. These guys obviously have not thrown that many passes in NFL games at all. Drew Lock is terrible. His second most targets he's ever seen. Trevor here has had some good comments, and I've enjoyed them as far as how they've instigated some discussion. He said, I would generally think the market is fairly efficient at pricing what it targets, but our target is different, i.e. market wants expected points. We want probability to be top 10 weeks, 10 plus or so. I think that's like a vague way of describing it. But one of the things we talk about, Sean, is the market sometimes doesn't know what it's pricing. One of the things it just doesn't price is just fantasy points. That's why I'm emphasizing the very simple element of, hey, Jerry Jeudy was 6th in the NFL in receiving yards last year. And for a chunk of that season, he was playing with the worst quarterback in the NFL. And he wasn't just playing with Jameis after that. They played Dorian Thompson-Robinson for a stretch last year. Yes, the Jameis games were very strong for Jeudy. That's not a bad thing. One of the things you said to me earlier when I brought this point up to you, that everyone's discounting him because of Jameis, and to pull up another Trevor comment that I was going to get to. He says, Jerry Jeudy, I have to apply the Jameis discount. Jameis is not a great NFL QB, but he's good for his wide receivers. If I remember correctly, he is. Everyone is doing this with Jerry Jeudy. It is massively overcounted. It's double, triple, quadruple counted. Well, he only did that because of Jameis. No. And also, he was 6th in the NFL in receiving yards when he had bad quarterback for the rest of the year. Just because he played a stretch with a quarterback that was decent for him. When I brought that counter argument up to you earlier this offseason about Jameis, you're like, why is it a bad thing that he went absolutely nuts when he had a decent quarterback for wide receiver production? He had that game in Denver, and people are like, that doesn't count because he had Jameis? Like, guy had like 200 and something yards in a game when he finally got a good quarterback. What are we thinking about? Like, how is that not the thing that you want? Like, I don't understand. I really, the Jameis discounts, like, we have to pretend that the good production didn't count. And also, we can't comment on the fact that half the year he was playing with really bad quarterbacks. I mean, how do you finish 6th in the league in NFL when you played so much time with Deshaun Watson? In weeks 5, 6, and 7 of Jerry Jeudy's season last year, the last 3 games that Deshaun Watson played, Jerry Jeudy caught 1 pass in all 3 games each. 1 catch for 16 yards, 1 catch for 35 yards, 1 catch for 18 yards. Because his quarterback was playing terribly. They didn't score more than 20 points until week 8 in a single game all year. It was atrocious. And then Jeudy goes on to be 6th in the NFL in receiving yards because as soon as he gets a competent quarterback in there, he has a 235-yard game in Denver. He has 142 in New Orleans. He has 108 against Kansas City on 11 catches. And then people are like, well, we have to discount all of that. That's all the stuff that we don't actually get to, like that didn't happen. All we can talk about is the times that he was playing with quarterbacks that are never going to play in the NFL again. I mean, like these guys were so bad.
Jameis Winston himself was so bad that he got benched for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And in week 17, DTR scored 7 fantasy points, but Jerry Jeudy scored 21.
Trevor says, what's the probability that 2 later day QBs and Flacco are roughly equal for Jeudy than Jameis? That's not the question, man. He finished top 10 in receiving yards with just a part season from Jameis and a part season from terrible QB. We took him wide receiver 36. He was 6th in the league in receiving yards last year. We took him wide receiver 36. What I wrote after this long list was Flacco in these rookies might actually in some ways be an improvement over a lot of that list. That's the question. Can the quarterback play this year be like slightly better than his average QB? And I think it's probably going to be the case. Flacco is going to be better for wide receiver scoring than most of the QBs that Jerry Jeudy's played with in his career. The Jameis production, if you're talking about them being anywhere close to Jameis production, Jerry Jeudy should be going in the 3rd round. Full stop. No debate. He had 145 targets last year. If they're anywhere close to what Jameis was, why would he not be going in the 3rd round? He should be going in the 2nd round probably. Let's not be crazy.
So we've got full-blown live Ben Gretch going here. Ben, we're not trying to move Jerry Jeudy's ADP up. I think you want to be like, those are all very good points. We want to make sure that, get him at a good price, let him fall to you. We're 1 pick away. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is still there. Then he went in the 4th round of our main event last night. Some other interesting names, Jordan Mason, J.K. Dobbins, Colston Loveland. We could go with the 3 tight ends. You got a little bit of a luxury pick with the 3rd in Loveland. And then Michael Pittman, another one of these guys who, I mean, his targets are going to crush the price. So I moved Michael Pittman actually to a priority target in the article coming out today, which it was shocking to me as it happened. But as we continue to work through it and continue to take him in mains, I'm like, this is just very, very clear cut.
I'm into it. I'm definitely into continuing to jam him. We've talked about him since, early in the off season. I never really understood Downs or his price. You've been pointing out to me that the fact that Pittman's going to run all the routes and Downs does come off on some of those 2 wide receiver sets. And then also just the fact that now there's a huge gap between Pittman and Downs. I've stubbornly said that I'm still stubbornly ranking Downs ahead of Pittman, but you take Pittman here, you can get Downs later in some formats. We're not getting a lot of Downs because we keep taking Pittman in everyone, and you don't necessarily want to take them both. But he's a strong pick here. Our 5th wide receiver. The wide receiver's looking really good at this point. Drake London, George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, Jerry Jeudy, Michael Pittman. We have Travion Henderson. We have both Brock Bowers and TJ Hawkinson. Yeah, I mean, this is a fun team. We're going to be good at the flex. We don't necessarily need quite as much wide receiver depth when we've already hit 2 tight ends. I was thinking maybe we would dip into the running backs there, but I mean, JCM already went. Zach
We could go one
Charbonnet.
spot ahead of us.
Yeah, Zach Charbonnet goes. We could have considered like a Jordan Mason who goes a couple picks after us. I think he's definitely draftable on this type of a build. Bo Nix goes a little bit after us. He's another pick that maybe would have been in consideration, although we've been getting better prices than this. I think it made a lot of sense to get another wide receiver that we really like before they start to dry up. And these late wide receiver window picks are starting to get tougher. I mean, Juwan Jennings, you can play it as a contract holdout and then he'll sign, and maybe that works out. The Godwin stuff has gotten a lot worse. He's one of the fallers. The Reed stuff has gotten a lot worse. He's one of the fallers. Those are not guys you necessarily want to take as fallers. Downs makes no sense. He's gotten a lot cheaper because of a preseason injury that they've already said he's going to be ready for week 1, or they fully expect that. Khalil Shakir was a guy that used to go in these ranges to help push other guys down. Had the high ankle sprain. I think that's really tough for a guy so dependent on yak ability. It's made this range tougher. And so I like that we get another really clear, stable, healthy, strong wide receiver in the wide receiver window in Michael Pittman. And again, the reason we keep talking about Pittman and Downs, I think they've been priced all offseason like Richardson was really going to hurt their value. Daniel Jones winning the job is a lot better for those guys than the market's response.
Yeah, they haven't moved much. And I mean, you look at Michael Pittman, even last year, for a guy who's not a vertical guy, like 20th in air yards, look at 2023, and his 30% target share is the same as guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, A.J. Brown. I don't think that he's going to do that with the receiver group that they have built out at this point, but you have a massive buffer of targets to price when you're looking at Pittman. And the thing that we feel is that Daniel Jones is not a great reality QB, obviously below average starter, but they're going to move the ball. And that is the thing that is key for Tyler Warren, who is being priced as though Daniel Jones is going to be the starter, and then Pittman and obviously Josh Downs there. Then we're right back to that same decision we've had a number of times recently, where probably whoever we pass between Scatterboo and Tootin doesn't come back. We could also take J.K. Dobbins here since we do not have R.J. Harvey.
That's the one I was going to float to you is where are you at on a Dobbins pick? 809. You're in on it. There's 30 seconds on the clock and Dobbins pops up on the screen. This is what happens when I draft for Shawn. Sometimes I got to be really delicate because he'll just click the guy that I say. 809 in ADP. We didn't get Harvey. If we do want to mix things up, this is the build to add him. Get him at 905, 9 picks behind where he typically has been going. Shawn, I really like Dobbins still. I mean, I think he's going to play a lot, and I think there's going to be a ton of overall high-value touches for the backs. This is an offense that didn't have a lot of rushing TDs last year, I think 12 on the team level, and Nick's had a few of those. That's not been the case with most of Sean Payton's offenses in the past. There's a lot of years where he's had multiple backs with solid rush TD figures like in Ingram and Kamara more recently. But if you go even further back, that's happened throughout his history. I think it's possible Dobbins, I mean, who still had that first step quickness and some of those things. I know that success rate stuff wasn't actually good for him. It's more of a, I guess, a film take, but he looked fine on that quickness element. They're behind a great offensive line. I think he's going to be fine as a red zone rusher. And I think he was good as a red zone rusher last year, even though, some of his success rate numbers for the full season weren't great necessarily. Harvey's going to look better. But when I was giving this take to somebody, I can't remember who, on one of the shows I was on recently, they came back with the point that Harvey's gotten criticized a little bit for bouncing runs outside in the preseason. And that's like fine because he's done it and gained a bunch of yardage, but it may impact the early season red zone rushing stuff more, really the inside the 5 stuff, if they're worried about Harvey bouncing.
He's so good at finding that seam and scoring touchdowns. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying.
You've said this to me before. In his profile in college, he had a ton of rushing TDs. He's actually, that's not a major concern in his profile.
And when he bounces and he beats everybody, you're like, yeah, I mean, you have a Tyreek Hill type of, beat the guys to the outside. Anyway, love both
Harvey's
guys.
incredible.
One of the things that I continue to say is that SIS had J.K. Dobbins as one of the best backs in the NFL, top 5 against heavy boxes last year. He can make guys miss in the small areas. He can get those tough yards. He
They're
gets
both
40
going to
yards
run
down
for.
the field because he's so good in the first 20. And then, the speed is gone. So he gets caught from behind in a way that Harvey probably won't be. But once you've got a 40-yard run, you're not going to just be like, oh, well, you know what? I wish I could have all these guys who have a bunch of 2-yard runs. J.K. Dobbins is still a very, very good player. And this is going to be such a great offense. I'm so high on Harvey that even coming back at the great price and getting Dobbins doesn't appeal to me as much, especially with some other guys, who probably don't come back. But I mean, J.K. Dobbins is good.
They're both going to score, I would say, at least 7+, 8+ touchdowns, assuming health. Obviously, the Dobbins health element is one of the things that does make it tough to go completely in on him. But the other side of it is the receptions. They're going to throw to Harvey a bunch on the early downs, and they throw to the backs with intent. It doesn't matter that Harvey's not a great pass blocker, but that's been a huge note in his prospect profile that he was graded really poorly in that. And then it's been discussed in camp that he is still working on that stuff. J.K. Dobbins is going to be their obvious pass down back. And they played him that way in the preseason, even when they weren't really playing Dobbins a bunch, because I think they didn't want to. I mean, J.K. Dobbins had a career-altering injury in the preseason I think it was 2021, a few years back, maybe 2022. This is a veteran who, going to save the reps for the actual season. I don't think it was weird that he didn't do a lot in the preseason and that they did want to get some reps for the rookie. We've talked through that a little. I do think some of the stuff that they showed was that Dobbins is going to play on those key pass downs. As the pass protector. You've pointed out that a lot of times that doesn't mean actually getting the ball, it just means pass blocking. Javonte Williams having that role and more, and some of what Javonte did is gonna port over to Harvey. But that led to 70 targets for Javonte Williams last year. Another situation where I don't think the market understands the actual raw stats. Everyone likes to look at the advanced stuff and this and that. Javonte Williams had 70 targets. He was the clear number 2 in Denver in targets last year behind Cortland Sutton. Nobody else on the team had more than 55. I mean, J.K. Dobbins is the upgraded Javonte Williams. He's going to have similar usage. It was maddening for a lot of people that Javonte played as much as he did. Dobbins is going to play a lot of snaps. He's going to catch passes. He's going to score some touchdowns. He's going to be a high-value touch guy. The explosiveness, the long runs probably aren't going to be there, as you said. As time goes on, RJ Harvey's going to be so inevitable that he's going to take more and more work away from Dobbins. Dobbins may get hurt as well. There's a lot of things that are like, okay, what I'm saying is the upside to Dobbins. It's more of an early season play and things just work away from that. It's a bit fragile. I understand that element of it and that concern. I still think at 905 it's priced in and he's a really fun pick on a team where he's our RB2 and we're going to be playing him early. And I think we're going to get plenty of points. And that's a key consideration. We're almost back up here in 10. Sean, the drafter here, one spot before us took Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt last time through. Does not take Scadaboo that time through. You mentioned that maybe both Scadaboo and Tootin wouldn't make it. Part of the reason I like Dobbins there was to send both the rookies down and see if one came back. Jaden Blue did go. Ollie Gordon went. Scadaboo comes all the way back. I was going to pass it over to you and ask if you wanted to take him. You had started to chime in there to maybe ask me if I wanted to take him. He's already on our team. You've already picked him. What do you like?
Well, I always love to mention that I think Arizona State did a great job with his bio, where, I mean, they really talk him up. They remind us that he was the first running back with 150 plus yards and 2 touchdowns in the Big 12 championship game since Adrian Peterson in 2004, the first FBS player with 1,500 rushing yards and 500 receiving yards since Christian McCaffrey, that his 4 games with 200 plus scrimmage yards are tied with Chuba Hubbard for the most in the Big 12 in the last 20 years. Ben, outside of Christian McCaffrey, who's also smaller and has better long speed, there has never been a back so completely and totally geared to high value touches as Cam Scadaboo.
Yeah, he's a really, really fun play on that front. And I was just talking about the value of it with J.K. Dobbins. We got now the guy that can take over if Dobbins does fall. As the season goes along, we can play Scatterboo and fill that. I really like the Dobbins Scatterboo tandem here as well. So glad that he came back. That was a big part of my hope with taking Dobbins there, that we may get one of him or Tootin, who's another guy who could be a really fun high value touch guy if he jumps into a big role. Luther Burton there at 1102. A little bit of a reach on him by recent ADP. He's been going at 1108. Obviously, we think that's still a good price there. Jaden
So the draft Reddit 2 has done some interesting things where they got the Barkley, Hall, Kamara, and then Tyrone Tracy in 7. Tyrone Tracy in 7 might be a little bit aggressive, but certainly there's a path to him scoring a bunch of points. Any re-injury for Scatterboo is going to cause some trouble. And then some stash guys in Chris Godwin, Jaden Reed, and Luther Burden. So they're kind of playing the starting lineup and then playing these receivers who might have a lot more value late in the season. That's risky, but it is one thing that I like to do in our own drafts. Ben Dylan Sampson has come back to us here. This will be our third consecutive sort of RB target who gets to us below ADP.
Yeah, love that. He's going at the 10-10 now. We'll go ahead and smash him. I had mentioned Jaden Higgins' name briefly there. He came off the board right after I said his name. Both Burden and Higgins go in the early part of the 11th there. There wasn't a wide receiver to take. I was trying to figure out whether it was flat enough to start considering QB. I had missed Sampson as I'm looking around. Love that. Love that note. Obviously, you're the one tracking the guys here. I'm going to have to start doing some tracking because the other draft has filled. In 8 minutes, we start draft 2. I was trying to grab a note for... I was trying to figure out where we are on that draft board. We're at the 104. It's going to be a similar build to this one. You said the other ones are also, when you do a stream like this, you're hoping to get a few different, spots in the draft, but we'll do some unique things with the builds. That's why we're doing Big Gorillas today. It's fun to branch out, try some different things. The noon.
Well, we got Calvin Ridley into this one. He's going to be the guy who wins the whole thing for us.
Ridley and our first Dobbins share as well. So nice to get a little bit. The noon one that's about to start, we really promoted to help get it finished, to get it filled up. I'll be curious to see if that leads to a little less of our guys falling and a little bit more of having to take some of those kinds of Calvin Ridley picks. We'll see how that
getting to take some. I mean, Ben, if we get good values on those guys, at a certain point, we're not necessarily saying that all of these players are vastly overvalued. You start to push some of those guys down, you get a unique lineup that way. I wanted to say that I was disappointed it wasn't pick 7 because the 7 bananas promo, which Ben, we like bananas everywhere. If you get 2 consecutive 7th picks, so 2 bananas is a free best ball tourney entry, 3 bananas, so again, 3 consecutive pick number 7, a free main event. 4 is a free high society league entry. That's a $10,000 value. And then Ben, if you can pull it off 5 times, that's a jungle safari or $50,000. So, I thought we might be 1 bananas away from the jungle safari by the end of the day.
If we just got all 7s today, that would have been nice.
So we know that there's no conspiracy with the FFPC because we didn't get any. So
yeah,
you can trust the integrity of the contest from that perspective. But yeah, if we were 1 away from the safari, we would certainly have had to do a 15.
Sure, we can trust the integrity and everything, but it would have been a lot better if we could have just got our jungle safari and not been trusting the integrity. Who's running this place? No, I'm kidding. Of course, I just changed the view because I'm trying to put it into a different tab so that I can. I'm going to share this differently here on StreamYard so I can click between the different tabs a little bit easier. Moving all sorts of things around. This is, I don't know why this is so difficult for me at the current moment, but this is what happens when you're a boomer. All right, let me go like this, and I'm going to share the window. And now we have 2 draft boards, one where we are 4 picks away, one where we are moving. I can click back easily. Sweet. That draft begins in 3 minutes and 36 seconds. What are we looking at in round 12 here in a few minutes in the first draft?
This is the range where we tend to start bringing up some of our 0 RB guys in order to fill out these rosters. You look at where we are on this team. We don't have a quarterback. Kyler Murray had been a faller. We've seen Kyler Murray fall in a lot of our drafts. He's a late round 10 by ADP. We had a chance at him in the 12 the other day, but we had already gotten a huge discount on Bo Nix, and so we didn't need to take that discount. I was kind of hoping he would come back to us here at the 12:08, but quarterback's something to keep an eye on. With the Dobbins, Scadaboo, and Sampson nice values, 3 players in a row, this team is nicely balanced. I think we can go any direction that we want. We often go Keaton Mitchell here. Caleb Williams does go off there as well. He would have been another interesting pick.
Caleb Williams went off. I'm not seeing it on the stream board. Oh, there we go. It did update a little slow. I don't know if there's going to be a little bit of lag because of having 2 drafts in here. Our guy, Joshua McAtee, says he's in the noon draft in the 6th spot. McAtee is a longtime RotoViz reader, Bananas listener. He's a member of the Signals Gold over at my newsletter. I'll tell you something, Sean. I do not expect any of our big draft sliders. We're picking at the 4. He's at the 6 to come back around to us in this draft. Joshua will be likely scooping a lot of those guys. Good to know in advance. Woody Marks goes after Caleb there. Once I switch to tabs, the clock isn't updating as... There's something... Oh, now it's updating. Again, production value here at the elite level. That's what we're known for around here.
Then Ray Davis is in a tiny little slide. He's not somebody that I know you care for. Keaton Mitchell did get to us. He's got that sort of early 13 ADP. It gives us a chance to do something like get both Mitchell and Shipley or pull someone else up in 13. He was our final pick in the Going Deep League with Mike Clay. Not as good a fit for Going Deep, but it was round 18 at that point. We've got 30 seconds here. There are no obvious picks jumping out. The top QBs are Brock Purdy, Justin Fields, Jared Goff. And running back is still probably the area that it makes sense to keep hammering.
Yeah, I'm fine with running back. I mean, I could go with one of those QBs as well. I think those were the 2 that like you could take Fields. We do grab Mitchell there. I think at this price, Fields is a fine pick. I've not been out on him, but I've been kind of harping on the fact that his pass volume is probably not going to make him, a massive hit or anything to that effect. Our other draft, Sean, has started. The draft on the 101 clock is going 50 seconds to pick there. But yeah, we grabbed Mitchell. So our team in the first draft, before we get too deep into the second, it is Brock Bowers, Drake London, Travion Henderson, George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, TJ Hawkinson, Jerry Jeudy, Michael Pittman, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Scatterboot, Dylan Sampson, Keaton Mitchell. Love the way we've been able to build out the running backs after the 2 tight ends and the 5 receivers early gave us a lot of flex depth, right? You go and win the flex and you build out the running backs. That looks really fun. In our other draft, Jahmyr Gibbs, the 101. I was going to float to you, Sean. Jahmyr Gibbs in this one, since we already have a Bowers team today. We won't be able to do that. We will not be able to take Jahmyr Gibbs at the 104. Herbert goes here at the 12-11. Your guy Shipley goes as we start to work back in the 13th. Bowers goes 103 in the other one. So Gibbs, Chase, Bowers, it gives us a chance to build either a CeeDee Lamb or a Bijan Robinson team, it feels. You have made the case recently. Somebody in the chat was saying a little bit ago, you sold him on a 400-point CeeDee Lamb season. Is that the direction you'd like to go, or should we get a Bijan Robinson team?
Well, we will have multiple more chances. Those running backs. I mean, this would be a chance to do it out of 4. I guess I like CeeDee Lamb here. It's such a fun click.
Let's do it. Let's take CeeDee Lamb. I think that Micah Parsons trade really excites me about Lamb. I had Lamb as a target early on, and then sort of realized that I had every first round pick as a target more or less, and so I tried to consolidate things a little bit. But I'm gonna make that change again right now. After that Parsons trade, I think you really do want to be targeting Lamb in the top 5. I think he makes the top 5 really, really interesting. Even a non-tight end premium in those home leagues, you have Gibbs, you have Bijan, you have Chase, you have Lamb. I'm sure like Saquon's going to go up there. Some other guys are going to go up there. Those are the 4 that I think actually I would say the top 4 in those formats. Denver's D goes. Fields does make it back to us at 1305 here, Sean. The rushing ability probably going to provide a floor. He's not like a super high ceiling play. The guy behind us who got Garrett Wilson in the 4th probably going to be disappointed if we steal him, but he did take Dak in the 11th. This is QB 15 prices for Fields, a guy that I think the rushing probably does make him a low-end top 10 QB. I just have talked about it as not really likely being a top 5 QB. So you did go ahead and grab him. I assume you agree with sort of that breakdown.
Yeah, I think he could be a top 5 quarterback because Garrett Wilson is so good. And so that unlocks a lot of that passing element. They've talked about, their enthusiasm for being back together. Breece Hall, despite what's happening to him, which I think is justified in fantasy, is the most electric running backs in the entire NFL. They're probably not going to throw to the backs much, which is bad for him. But when they do, then, he's a breakaway threat for you all the time. I think folks are a little bit nervous. We've got some questions. I think it was maybe in the Reddit AMA talking about if they're going to run so much with Hall and Braylon Allen, and then Isaiah Davis, when he's healthy, is a very good third threat. You might get in a situation where they're saying, okay, we just want to run it with the backs. When you have Justin Fields, and if you're going to commit to him as your starter, and you're going to say we're going to build around defense and this hybrid QB, and you're going to try and replicate so much of what the Jets want to be a combination of the Detroit Lions and the Philadelphia Eagles. Now, they're a ways away from that. Obviously, you're talking about the 2 best teams in the NFC, possibly the 2 best teams in the NFL. But he's got to be a version of Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts, and then they want to incorporate a lot of what the Lions did offensively. As long as he doesn't get benched, and I cooled off on him a little bit again in the last week or so, since the drumbeat out of camp has actually been pretty bad, that he hasn't looked good, which we know he always looks bad in practice. It's one of the reasons that the Chicago Bears didn't want to start him. It's one of the reasons that even though the Steelers were much better with him than with Russell Wilson that they went ahead and benched him for Russell Wilson anyway. So he's looked bad in practice. That's not great. But when you get him out there, his athletic gifts, and then what that means specifically in fantasy, I mean, I would be completely in favor of making some fantasy football changes at the QB position to make sure that it reflected reality a little bit better. If there's any reason that you have guys like Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, you can throw in a Baker Mayfield and what he did last year, where they have to have historic seasons, even to just be in the vicinity of what the mobile guys can do. But with that being the case, even when players like Kyler Murray are bad reality QBs, I mean, Kyler Murray is a below average NFL starter. It's very difficult for him to not be good in fantasy. And I think that's true for Justin Fields, but even more exaggerated because Fields has been a better runner. Now, Kyler Murray, one of the reasons he's so interesting is that he claims that he's finally back and healthy and that he's going to run more. Kyler Murray is probably one of the best picks in fantasy right now, but he's difficult to select when you watch him struggle so badly to get the ball to a Marvin Harrison. And then even when he has someone like Trey McBride running free, he doesn't realize he's out there so much. It skews how you think of what he is going to do. But I mean, Murray, Fields at these prices, it's tough to keep passing on them. I was going to float again this idea of Ray Davis. We don't think that he was a great prospect. His peripherals last year were pretty poor. Some of the narrative around, what he has done in situations where Cook has missed, that doesn't always translate to a fuller sample. But I guess I expect the running backs in Buffalo to score a lot with Josh Allen, and the contingency-based upside there is pretty interesting. After we had gotten Dobbins, Scatterboo, Sampson, and Mitchell consecutively, we weren't really forced or pushed to make that selection.
Yeah, I think Davis is fine in this range for sure. I've made the case that people are probably a little too hyped on what he is as a handcuff, what the payoff would be in the cases of a James Cook injury and those types of things. But I think at these prices, it gets perfectly palatable. He's going in the range of Tyler Algier and some of those other guys that are, other solid handcuffs. I mean, Brian Robinson went one pick after him. Najee Harris went one pick after him. I would certainly take Ray Davis over those guys. We took Fields there. I thought you talked through that very well. I enjoyed hearing your thoughts on it. The Kyler thing I thought was pretty interesting, and I wanted to dig into a little because one of the things about his mobility is this change between scrambling and designed runs. The design stuff really cratered for him. It's always been a part of his profile. It really cratered last year, and then they were asked about it. The Cardinals coaching staff was asked about why his rushing was lower this year, if they were going to emphasize that more. Jonathan Gannon in the offseason did pretty directly say we would have no reason to change what we did last year. I do think the design stuff is going to continue to be low. His scrambling still always going to be a part of his game. And so the scrambling rushes are more efficient rushes. Sean, just from a management standpoint, are you going to be clicking the final name on both of these drafts? Do you want me to take one, or what are you thinking?
I can do them both so we don't run into confusion. We can also split it up, whatever your preference is.
No, you should do both. I'm going to track the second one a little better on my ranks, and
you've got a lot of production responsibilities. So if we keep those. So DJ Giddens does go barely ahead of us there in 14. That's disappointing again from a contingency-based upside where I think he's a freak prospect. And it also sort of moves us into a range where there aren't a lot of interesting guys. Then we probably want to take a QB2 on this team as well. Do you have someone who is a clear target for you in that instance?
Well, it's tough because we didn't take... Well, we have Hawkinson on this team. I was going to say we didn't take Addison on this team, but I think J.J. McCarthy is kind of a fun pick at this point. It wouldn't require a stack, but I think he's kind of pulled along by his weapons. So it's kind of nice to be taking him when you're already betting on the weapons, because I feel like you're getting a discount on what his upside would be at that point. Who's the other one that hasn't gone?
Because Purdy is a massive faller.
Oh, Purdy's the big faller. Yeah, I could definitely do Purdy as well. I was trying to figure it out because McCarthy's 17 in ADP, and we're at QB 16 here. Purdy's QB 11 and hasn't gone yet. We are at 30 seconds in the other one as well, so we're about to get our first auto. Maybe take a Purdy if you like him, or McCarthy there in the other one.
It's been Bucky Irving, Jonathan Taylor.
I would just go with the higher ADP there. We've gotten Taylor in the third a little bit. They go back to back. It's probably Bucky for me on this. So we take
we're
Bucky.
Able to start CeeDee Lamb, Bucky Irving, then all starts through 2 rounds.
This is such a Shawn thing. I click back to the other draft and Brashard Smith is there. We didn't even talk about Brashard Smith at all. I said, take your favorite Brock Purdy or JJ McCarthy, and Shawn read that as Brashard Smith. Classic nonsense as we get into round 14. Your thought, I assume, was that we could push one of them around, right?
Well, let me fill in anybody who's not looking at the board here. To our left in this draft, we have now 3 drafters, as CJ Stroud goes, 3 drafters with 2 QBs, which again, not necessarily a problem. We were going to take, the second QB. 3 drafters with 2 QBs. The Bo Nix drafter is out here on the corner. I don't know for sure what's going to happen, but I do anticipate one of those 2 players coming back to us and maybe making the decision for us.
I think that was a smart play once I got mentally caught up to what it was that you were doing. It just was a hilarious flick back and expecting a red box to see which one you clicked on and to see another green player. And it's a Kansas City Chief. It's a guy that Shawn's been talking about all offseason. But obviously we get a lot of Brashard Smith, and I do really like adding him to continue to lengthen the running back room and push the QB decision. Very straightforwardly smart decision there rather than forcing the QB choice that we don't really have an opinion on. Purdy being the higher ADP. If we did like McCarthy more because we have Hawkinson, it's almost like Purdy's cover. Purdy may come back. Stroud goes there, QB 16. I didn't have a good answer for you, obviously. And so they both make it back. Where did you land on your thoughts on that?
Well, I also kind of feel like it's McCarthy. I don't like taking the ADP values, but at the same time, it's a meaningful value. So let's do a little wisdom of the crowds here. Yeah. We'll go ahead and take Purdy. We'll have some more chances to take McCarthy. I think that Trevor Lawrence is an interesting selection also.
Yep.
I don't really think it's going to happen, but it could with him. And with Purdy, you're just kind of taking points, which, I mean, Ben, we had some teams last year where we were trying to decide between 4 guys that seemed to have upside, but they weren't giving us points. Having points just sitting there is nice. Before we get into that, we're back up 304. We have that same fun decision, Travion Henderson or Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson.
I mean, I just always want to take Travion Henderson, but we could take a quarterback on this one. What do you want to take? I mean, we can definitely go Lamar Daniels. We just took Travion Henderson again. Surprise. We'll see if we don't get to take Travion Henderson one of these drafts. Yeah, the Purdy pick. So in my rankings, I have it McCarthy, Lawrence, Purdy, QB 14, 15, 16. It's a big tier there. Have those guys behind Dak and Caleb at the top of that tier. And a tier down from Kyler and Fields and the rest of, Drake May and Bo Nix and Baker Mayfield are this other tier for me. I didn't read those in order at all. Read them backwards, basically. Bo Nix, May, Fields, Mayfield, Murray, for me, how I rank that tier. I have McCarthy at QB 14. I do think the Kevin O'Connell thing is so favorable for him. The weapons are so favorable for him. The division and the game context, now that you have Michael Parsons in the division, it makes it a little bit trickier, but there's going to be some shootouts in Minnesota I think, this year. Some good teams. The Lions like to play fast and aggressive. And the Vikings really upgraded their offensive line this offseason as well. So you have that element of it as well. Everything around him is very favorable. The play caller, the line, the skill position, all of that. So, I mean, there's some skepticism about his profile, but when you start to get to around 15, and he does show a little bit of mobility, those things are really favorable. I've seen a lot of Purdy stuff. The efficiency for Purdy's been very good. Obviously, had a lot of injuries last year around him. Tough to put all that on him. At the same time, the wide receivers don't look like they're in a great spot right now in 2025 either. And, he does have McCaffrey back. He does have Kittle, some of those things. But when you look at the Purdy profile, one of the big elements last year when the offense went really poor was that he ran a ton more. He had more rushing yards than the rest of his career leading into last year combined, which is, I think, like 21 games, if I'm remembering the research right, about a year and a half, right?
Pretty meaningfully separates him from like a Jared Goff.
Yeah, but the question for me was that because the weapons were so bad that he started to scramble more, or was it something that was different? I think there's some double counting there where people say, well, the rushing was better. Also, his weapons are going to be good again. And my argument would be if the weapons are good again, the offense gets on time again for the catch and run stuff. And probably the scrambling comes down a little bit. It comes back to where it was at other times. I think it's hard for him to be back to where he's a really efficient passer and getting the ball out and all the catch and run and everything, and keeping all of the spiked scramble rate. Does that track? I mean, that's sort of my concern on him. I think at this price, it's fine. And I think he's going to score fine. I think some of the rushing will stick, is the way that I wrote it up in the offseason stealing signal stuff. But I think there are people who are talking about Purdy as QB 10 and as a target, and they're emphasizing the rushing rows and that his passing is going to get efficient again. He's going to have both these things. I don't know that that's the way that we're going to see it play out.
Well, I think that what you're saying is more or less true, in that some of that will probably wash. But I do think that when you're talking about the pass volume, the pass efficiency, and the rushing with Purdy, that whatever the combination is, it gives you a nice floor. One of the things that I like to point out is that with him is that at Iowa State, I mean, he was an athlete, right? And so the rushing, I don't think, is forced. He definitely has that in his profile, where, I mean, one of the reasons they were interested in him, one of the reasons he's been successful, is that he's certainly not a statue. He's one of these guys who is very athletic back in the pocket. And if that needs to become runs, it's a little bit of the thing with Bo Nix, right? Where if the Denver offense functions as well as we expect, and you think back to his last year at Oregon, I mean, if he is able to, take 0 sacks, get the ball out on time, have all of his guys running free, Bo Nix is not going to scramble a ton because he won't need to, and he won't risk himself. So you have a similar type of thing with both players. In some ways, Brock Purdy is basically discount Bo Nix. I mean, it's not as fun. It is a lot cheaper. It's a good play at this price.
Yes, absolutely at this price. I actually had him ranked higher after I did my projections. He came out very favorably in my projections. I started to move him down thinking there wasn't like extreme upside in the play. The way that I wrote it up, I was just pulling up my offseason stealing signals notes. On 66 rushes last year, he had double the rushing yards he posted across his first 1.5 years total. He had 61 rushes in that span. So it was more games, fewer rushes, but that gets to this point where his rush attempts were up to 4.4 per game last year after 2.4 and 2.8 in his first 2 years. He had 3 rushing TDs entering last year across 1.5 years. He had 5 last year alone, which is a big, big number. The only 2 guys who had more than 6 were Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts. So he had a real spike in rushing value last year. And I wrote the big questions are whether he developed a scrambling skill or response to the way defenses were playing, or whether this might be evidence the training wheels were taken off a little bit. And I think that's part of it too, as you're talking through, like as he continues to grow and as he continues to get more comfortable in the NFL and he gives more freedom to freelance a little bit, there's probably going to be some stuff here. So, yeah, I liked him at that price for sure. I wasn't trying to discount that. We are back up there. It flew back to us in the 16th. Tyjae Spears, Kendre Miller, Sean Tucker, the last running backs. Troy Franklin has gone. Some of our favorite wide receivers still sitting here for the late rounds.
Do you have any
Harold
interest
Fannin
in mixing it up a bit?
What's that?
He did go in 13. Yes. Do you have any interest in mixing up a bit with our late round Chargers target? Trey Harris is still here, probably because he sounds like he is a little dinged up and maybe doesn't give you as much take a peek value as he otherwise would. Interest in him? Want to move to Pat Bryant? What are you seeing?
I'm perfectly fine with a Trey Harris share. And, we get to take a peek element. If he doesn't play at all, we can cut him before week 1. I think it makes plenty of sense to be mixing him in this format. For anyone who doesn't know the take a peek element, because there are still FFPC drafts that draft right up until Sunday, week 1. So on Friday and Saturday after the opening Thursday and Friday night games, everyone gets the same benefit that those drafters get, which is to know those results and then adjust their lineup after the fact. If Trey Harris has 3 touchdowns, we get to put him in our lineup after that. If he runs 5 routes, we can cut him on Sunday morning. We're back up in the 4th round. Garrett Wilson went 1 pick ahead of us for the 2nd straight draft. RJ Harvey goes at 406. Belongs there, frankly. Kenneth Walker at the 407 to our buddy Joshua. 30 seconds on the clock here. Is it Xavier Worthy? Oh, yeah. Xavier Worthy came all the way back.
So we are getting some fun starts out of this middle section. That team in 7 has Malik Neighbors, Chase Brown, Lamar Jackson, RJ Harvey. Insane upside there. I love someone with the guts to take Neighbors ahead of Saquon Barkley and Christian McCaffrey. You mentioned that team in 6. I mean, Trey McBride at 6 is the absolutely perfect pick. Ben, you're always upset when I claim that he's got a really good chance to outscore Brock Bowers, but that is more about McBride than it is about Bowers. London in 2, Jaden Daniels as the QB1 in 3, and then the Kenneth Walker faller. Walker's someone I expect to be all over the place in drafts this last week. And I mean, once you get back to the point where Walker and Charbonnet are pretty close together, then for me, it flips back pretty strongly just to be Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, no, that profile, the missed tackles forced per touch, the things that could manifest that we talked about much more earlier in the offseason with an improved rushing game that maybe can improve his yards before contact that were league low. Give him the room to get running and then use that tackle breaking ability at the second level. I mean, Charbonnet is an incredibly good running back as well. Very downhill, very straightforward what he does. I think we've, probably in some cases that gap, once it starts to shrink, we're not emphasizing enough that the Kenneth Walker talent ceiling is considerably higher if everything goes the way that it could. Look at the long view stuff. You look at the college profile, all of those things. So we're 1 pick away in the 17th after getting the take a peek element with Trey Harris. Pat Bryant does go. I'm saved from a 19th share of Pat Bryant because he's the only guy Shawn sees in the late rounds on his board. Miles Sanders goes. Another take a peek.
I mean, Ben, that Brock Purdy selection cost us Troy Franklin, so there is that.
Every single draft, you want to take the Denver receivers.
What's your guy here? Do you want to take the plunge there?
Well, are you talking about like Malik Washington?
Yes.
I mean, I'm happy to take Malik there. We could also, Jatavian Sanders went. I was going to say we could lengthen our tight end room. Good room to have Bowers and Hawk because we're not getting our late round tight end targets. Yeah, I think Malik Washington makes sense. Or if there's a running back, you can take Jarquez Hunter. You probably want to take Jarquez Hunter, don't you? You do. Take him. Who cares? You can have him. I'm just looking at the board, figuring out why the clock's running down and who Shawn's hoping that I'll circle around to. All right, fine. Jarquez Hunter. No, Malik Washington probably comes back. If he doesn't, we're taking him on every team. We don't need more of him necessarily. We are back up. Few receivers fired off here in the 5th. Calvin Ridley did go in this one. Pickens almost made it back, goes at 503. Harvey is gone. So we got to go somewhere different than we've been going at the early 5, whether that's wide receiver or potentially tight end with Sam Laporta. I would say Laporta or Jamison Williams probably as I look at this board. What are you thinking?
Well, the more fun swing would be Williams. We might get some tight end sliders in this draft. Again, we know we're going to get wiped out on some picks. I don't have a strong preference. Jameson Williams is very fun. We do have some other tight ends that maybe we
let's
want
take Williams.
to.
I want to take Williams. That was my preference as well. And I hear you saying that, and I think we should do that. We are aligned on the fun pivots we want to do today. We did Ridley last time, Williams here. And as you mentioned, both of those, I was like, yes, that sounds like a really fun pivot for us from what we normally do. And yeah, probably we would have normally taken Laporta there, but we've taken him in the 5th on a few different builds. We did it with our buddies Pat and Pete, or you did it with Pat and Pete, and then I did it separately the next night. I'm trying, all the drafts run together, right? Maybe we did it around that time as well together. Sam Laporta, good 5th round pick in the tight end premium format, especially the big stat on him before week 11. He missed week 11. It's the one game he missed last year. Before week 11, season high in targets was either 6 or 7. I think it was 6. He averaged like 2 point something or 3 point something. I don't have the great stat actually in the top of my head. After week 11, he never had lower.
Stats, and now you're saying this is what you think happened.
This is the broad scope of the stat. I could look it up. After week 11, through the postseason, he never had lower than 6 targets, and it was a 7.2 target per game average down the stretch. The point being that they already sort of in season corrected to this reality that they weren't really getting him involved enough when Jameson Williams was their big early season breakout last year. He misses one game. They come back after his miss. The stat is, prior to that, week 11 inactive, season high was just 6 targets, 3.6 targets per game. After that, he had at least 6 targets in each of the team's final 8 games, averaging 7.3, more than twice as many across the final 8 games, basically half a season. A real shift in Laporta's usage after he misses that one game and after a beginning of a season where, you know, with Jameson Williams becoming such a big breakout player for them, they had just sort of forgotten about Laporta. But as I said, they sort of made that adjustment in season. They've talked very favorably about him. Now, of course, Jameson Williams, the guy we just drafted, is the other name that we're talking about here. He did have the breakout season. He is the guy that pushed Laporta to the back burner in the first half of the year a little bit. They're going to continue to use Williams. They've been talking about him all offseason. Basically, Gibbs, Williams, Laporta, guys they really want to get the ball to. I mean, they're still going to throw to Amon-Ra St. Brown a lot. This is why I'm not really into Isaac Tesla's. I think these 4 guys are so good. They got to just get the ball to one of them every single play, right?
You look at the stats from last season, Jameson Williams, SIS has him for 15 games, but the yards after the catch, 459 for Williams, 411 for Amon-Ra. Obviously, we know that they are being asked to do slightly different things, but that ability after the catch with Williams, when he also has that vertical component, I think people are nervous sometimes when these really fast guys become slightly more manufactured touch receivers, but that's actually the key. That's what unlocks them. That's what made Stephon Diggs the superstar with the Buffalo Bills, is that the Bills were able to and willing to use him in all facets, as opposed to the Vikings, who had been swinging back and forth between, we're going to use him only vertically, then we're going to use him only underneath, then only vertically. Use your guys everywhere. They have a chance to be breakout stars for you. Jameson Williams and Xavier Worthy, this draft has a little bit of a different theme to it, where when you're talking about the 2 most dynamic receivers in football, as I don't know if Tyreek Hill is aging out so much as he's kind of
going off the deep end.
Guys. Well, yeah, I was going to mention some other players who maybe were in that category, and then things didn't go the right way. Jameson Williams, Xavier Worthy, so much fun to have the manufactured part and potentially the vertical part. Obviously, with Worthy, a lot of people think there is a leap of faith there. It's one we're willing to make. Then we're back up. I was looking at the possibility of a defense here in 18. I don't think that's necessary. So I think it is Washington.
Oh, there isn't a good one. I was going to say that's fine. We don't have to get Washington. We only have one more non-kicker defense. You have to take a kicker in defense. If you want to take a kicker defense,
do you want to do Royals for the look ahead instead?
I mean, that's fine. We can do that.
What have you?
The idea was to push the decision in case Washington went, and then you're like, well, let's just take Jalen Royals again.
Well, you keep telling me you don't have to take him. I'm like, is Ben
No.
out?
I was gonna push that decision if you had a kicker or a D you wanted. We could have taken Jalen Royals. I was just giving you a hard time, but he did click Malik Washington after I threw my temper tantrum. Our final team here, we're gonna add a kicker and a D, but it winds up being Bowers, Drake London, Travion Henderson, George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, TJ Hawkinson, Jerry Jeudy, Michael Pittman, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Scattaboo, Dylan Sampson, Keaton Mitchell, Justin Fields, Brashard Smith, Brock Purdy, Trey Harris, Jarquez Hunter, Malik Washington as that last non. I thought you had a defense when I first started saying that in mind, and then I realized what you were saying.
Yeah, I was going to float Arizona, but then I thought they would come back. But then they were immediately picked. So we don't have Arizona. But you know what that sets us up for?
I take a peek defense.
Well, it does do that, yes. And
I know what pick it sets us up for. It sets us up for the leg. Cam Little, of course. That makes perfect sense. I was struggling to follow, but I'm with you now. I like the Jameson Williams pick, Sean. As you noted, it gives us the option of some of the tight ends we like here at the 6-7 turn. Tyler Warren would have been one if he could have slid a bit. Continues to consistently go there in the early 6 in our drafts. He goes right at our pick on average at 609, or excuse me, one pick ahead of us at 608 on average. The possibility for him to be there at 609 was very possible.
It was. We had Sam Laporta get to within one pick of us at 603 the other day, which we were pretty jealous of the drafter who was able to grab him at 602. He does go to this team in 7 that is looking beautiful so far.
We got TJ Hawkinson at 608 just earlier this morning, right? Warren did go ahead of him in that one at 605, but the tight ends can get pushed down in this range, but then they do tend to always come in bunches when the teams that want to take them come up. Our guy Joshua here already took McBride. We'll see what he does. Yeah, a couple picks away there. Probably looking at a tight end pick, and he goes Jeudy, which is going to push us closer to the tight end decision. Kelsey goes, unless you want to push.
Go ahead. I was going to say our theme is doing some crazy stuff. I mean, hopefully good stuff to win. I mean, this would be the Ricky Pearsall selection if we want to get a Pearsall share.
Interesting. I've got him still ranked quite low. We could do that. Zay Flowers is still around. You would take Pearsall over Zay Flowers straight up?
Well, it seems like Flowers has been easier to get. Let's see. Pearsall going 3 picks ahead of Flowers currently.
Yeah, I mean, we can do Pearsall if you want to. I was going to wait till you took him so you didn't click somebody else because what I was going to say. If we were going to push up a young player, I think it would be the Packer. And I think I would take Flowers over Pearsall directly too. I think this is just too much meat off the bone on Pearsall, but I don't mind getting him and seeing what we get there. We'll have a chance to talk about that a little bit more as this other draft closes up. You did grab Cam Little in the other draft, in addition to our Malik Washington pick there in 18. Once we get past our 7th round pick there, we'll talk a little bit more because some of the discussion points may play into what we do in the 7th. Or it certainly does. It all plays into the way I want to talk about it. Multiple other players that were on the board here. So I just want to see what happens here at 6-7. I know it's not always fun to listen to it. I also want to get to this question from Pilferer in a minute, Sean. Don't let me forget. He says, I know you guys may not be able to talk about this right now, but what are your thoughts about using Hero FFFP? I think that was supposed to be FFPC Fab for guys in early drafted leagues, especially JCM, Gordon, Coker, Ollie Gordon there, Jalen Coker, risers. He said, I don't have any experience with how much fab people will blow out preseason in spots like this where clearly rosterable players are available. I think that's a really interesting question after we make our 7th round pick here. We're going to have a little bit of time as the other draft closes up before our next draft starts at the 1 Eastern time slot in this 4-hour Big Gorilla FFPC marathon. If you're watching, click the like button, subscribe to the RotoViz Radio YouTube channel, leave a comment, do all the things that are supposed to help with the algorithm and all of those things. I think our guy Calm is in here gifting RotoViz Fantasy Football memberships. So you got that going. He is our executive producer here, helping out the people. Thank you for watching the stream, hanging out with us. We are 2 picks away. It's been slow around this turn. The discussion points that I wanted to have. Zay Flowers did go. Not a guy that I think we have to target, especially the way that we build. Flowers a little bit more of a small miss, small hit type probably with the Baltimore offense. If you're building a really running back heavy team, if you do some early tight ends, maybe an early QB, I can understand Flowers when he's your wide receiver 2. When you're building with 4, 5, 6, 7 wide receivers in the wide receiver window, it does get trickier to justify the Flowers pick against the really big swings like Pearsall and Matthew Golden, who goes at 702. He's a guy I would have prioritized. The other pick that I was considering, and I think maybe you were thinking would come back, was a tight end. Is that what you're thinking now that those?
So we are there, and it does seem like it's Evan Ingram. He's a guy that he was sort of the pick that I was looking at when we made the Jameson Williams over Sam Laporta selection. Right. So he really makes this gamble work.
So part of my confusion and why I wanted to talk about this is that Ingram's ADP is right at our pick at 704. As you note, it made the gamble work. I was slightly concerned with the 7 tight ends had already gone ahead of them, and Njoku does go tight end 8 at the 6-7 turn, and then Ingram goes right at our pick on average. And Njoku did go with the 6-7 turn. Now, 2 of the drafters behind us did have tight ends. I'm sure you were looking at that. But in FFPC, people will take multiple drafters all the time. Sean, we just got on the clock here. The Chargers went ahead of us. I don't think Dallas is really worth taking at this point without Michael Parsons. I feel like that's going to be a rough week 1. Oh, you already took the.
Sorry, that was us.
That was us. So we did take.
I was letting you continue on your discussion there by getting the take a peek defense.
So we're done there. We get to take a peek with the Chargers. I like to take a peek with the Chargers. That's fine. The Dallas one a little bit trickier, as I was saying. I was going to float the Rams, is where I was going, and the Rams are already gone. So clearly not anything I was saying there that's helpful. Our first draft is complete. We have Justin Fields and Brock Purdy at quarterback. We have Travion Henderson, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Scadaboo, Dylan Sampson, Keaton Mitchell, Brashard Smith, and Jarquez Hunter at running back. A really nice blend of those rookie upside profiles behind J.K. Dobbins and Travion Henderson, who I don't consider one of the rookie upside profiles necessarily. But I really like Dobbins in there in addition to the way, because the last 2 that we drafted on Wednesday night and Thursday morning, we basically just went from Henderson, Harvey to the rookies, and it's all rookie upside, which is fantastic. And I wrote it up this morning over at the newsletter and talked about how that's sort of fine for us. And it doesn't actually create so much early season stress as you maybe think it does. You make that bet in week 1, you get some more information. You're also targeting running backs off the waiver wire in week 1. And there's enough new information around that, you may not bid really heavily on the star week 1 running back coming out of week 1. You might, but you may not get them, is maybe the better way of saying it. But often after week 1, there are some other interesting usage running backs that are in like the 2nd or 3rd tier. They go undervalued. You can maybe grab one of those if you do wind up in one of these running back builds without a real starter in week 2. I just think people get way too worried about taking a J.K. Dobbins type because they're like, I have to have somebody to start in week 1. What am I going to do? It's really only that 1 week that is the uncertainty. And you could play Henderson and Harvey in week 1 and see what happens. I talked about why I would expect them to have probably, a minimum of half a dozen touches, likely 10 plus, and multiple catches among that. Probably a solid enough workload that with efficiency, they're going to be double-digit scorers right away in week 1. So anyway, that's the thought process of why you don't necessarily need a Dobbins. I really do like it when we get to add Dobbins to this group with Henderson, Scadaboo, Sampson, Keaton Mitchell, Brashard Smith, Jarquez Hunter, so many upside swings at running back. The wide receivers, Drake London, George Pickens, Calvin Ridley, Jerry Jeudy, Michael Pittman, Trey Harris, and Malik Washington. We already had to take a peek with Trey Harris. And I also think because our receivers are so strong here, the take a peek upside is bar is higher to get into our starting lineup. Pickens is going to have a take a peek. Maybe he has a bust. And so then you would hope that you had Jalen Royals. If he has a big game, then you can make that switch. But it's going to be tough for us to bench some of the wide receivers at top. And, with Hawkinson and Bowers, that was part of why I kind of didn't care for Royals on this. So I don't think we needed to take a peeks with how good we did at receiver in the top part and that tight end flex. Our tight ends, Bowers
Royals
and Hawkinson. Royals doesn't go at all, as he notes. Oh, very interesting. I was going to kick it to you, though, after I gave all my thoughts. What were your thoughts as we're just at the turn in the other draft? Have a few minutes here. What were your thoughts about this team?
Yeah, it's always a lot of fun when it comes together and you're able to do that double elite tight end and still have so much additional firepower. This would be the perfect double elite tight end draft for me. You get Drake London coming back there. He seems like he's sort of the undervalued guy now. I think the Falcons just aren't that trendy, and I mean they get forgotten. They get forgotten about a little bit. The NFC South, if you can get good prices on the guys, you're going to have a lot of sort of stealth shootouts there. You think about that massive game between the Falcons and the Panthers to end last season. They won't all be like that, but those are the types of games where if you can get a Drake London, if you can get a Tetairoa McMillan, if you can get even some of the late guys, and I think especially for the Falcons, I mean, you're really looking at Bijan Robinson and Drake London there. Relative to price, I mean, London feels like an even easier pick than Bijan is. You have that one potential breakout running back star, right? Someone like Travion Henderson, who could have the type of season where he's being picked in the top 5 selections next year. And then you come back with guys like Scadaboo and Sampson and Mitchell, where the contingent upside is huge. The Sampson one is always going to be controversial. It's going to be controversial even once we're in the season because things can always change there. But he's a very, very good player. One of the things I wrote up on him in the Zero RB Countdown looks at his season last year compared to Quinshon Judkins. He was better, right? That doesn't mean he's a better prospect. He wasn't as good over the entirety of their collegiate careers. Quinshon would probably still go back in and be the starter at some point if he had that opportunity. But Sampson right now seems like, I mean, maybe the best value in drafts just entirely. Again, it remains tricky because things can change so fast. But when you have that running back group along with what you have with the double lead, I keep going back to that, and then the receivers, it's so much fun. We get the 2 QBs at really good prices. That's a little bit less relevant than just making sure you get QBs that fit together well and that can score points for you. But Ben, that's a fun team.
It's a very, very fun team. Really fun one to kick off our 4 straight Big Gorillas marathon draft stream. 1 down, 1 here in the 8th round, moving toward our pick, barreling toward some more Michael Pittman. Somebody take him for the love of God. But yeah, that one's done. Another one starting up here in about 17 minutes. We'll get to that fab question in a minute. I thought that was a really fun one. I think after this turn, it'll be a fun one to dive into, or maybe if we weave it in as we look at where we are at here. We are back on the clock. It's just Michael Pittman again, isn't
it? I was setting up to make sure we don't miss the next draft. So Charbonnet and Krosky Merritt go in the middle of the round to the folks we thought they might go to. I don't.
It's got to be Pittman.
I don't see other selections.
It has to be Pittman. It has to be Pittman. I think it has to be. I mean, I think it's like an obvious pick. The profile fits in really well with my concerns about Ricky Pearsall, even some of maybe the concerns you could have for Jameson Williams. It just sort of had to be the fifth receiver there, in my opinion, to go with a CeeDee Lamb, Xavier Worthy, Jameson Williams, Ricky Pearsall start. The Pearsall stuff, we talked about Evan Ingram, and we didn't get it really to talk about Pearsall. My concerns are that he didn't earn targets in a major way last year. There's been a lot of other injuries. I do think they're going to feed him, but they've talked all training camp that he still has to work on his route running. He has to get out of his breaks on time. He needs to be at the places that Purdy needs him to be at. If that continues to be an issue into the season, they're not going to just continue to feed him if it's leading to like sacks and things because he's not getting out of his breaks. And I do think it's an interesting thing because he didn't have huge targets per route in college. And I think these types of receivers that need to do too many additional jukes just to get open, it's not just a matter of getting out of your breaks quicker because you still have to create separation. If you're not actually good at creating separation with subtle movement at the NFL level, cornerbacks will drive on you, right? Like there's other players on the field that matter. You can't just fix this thing. If that's how you run routes and create separation, it's a little bit of a problem. This is a very like film take type thing, but people are just saying everything's broken right for Ricky Pearsall. We want to bet on a round one receiver in year two. Didn't have a good production track record in college. Had some games with big volume. He will have some games with big volume early in the season. I will get tagged. People will say you were wrong about Ricky Pearsall because you were saying he couldn't do well. I mean, in this offense, they're going to be able to get the ball into the hands of a catch and run guy. He's going to have efficiency. He's going to have some 10 and 8 target games like he had in week 17 and 18 last year. The point is, over a whole sample, they started using him heavily right when he came back from the gunshot wound and then went away from it once they had some, a little taste of that, and it wasn't very good for their offense. He's got to be good if Christian McCaffrey is in the offense this year, if George Kittle's in the offense this year. My expectation is that they're going to go to Ricky Pearsall a lot, but if there's some lack of efficiency in those things there, that they're going to go to Christian McCaffrey more, that they're going to go to George Kittle as much as always, and then potentially Juwan Jennings if he's back and Brandon Ayuk when he comes back later. You got to be a real breakout to maintain that volume all the way through into the fantasy playoffs. I'm not saying it's not a pick you can make, but, and we did get a good price here relative to where he's been going. The fact that he's been going at like the 5-6 turn to me is too hot. He can't go ahead of like Jerry Jeudy, who's an established player who I don't know if people watched the first hour of this stream, but the guy was 6th in the NFL in receiving yardage last year. The other 9 players in the top 10 all go in the first 2 rounds of drafts, and people want to take Ricky Pearsall, this total like projection over the one guy in the top 10 in receiving yardage last year that doesn't go in the first 2 rounds of drafts. Did I mention that's Jerry Jeudy?
Yeah, when people are talking about the collegiate profiles and we say it wasn't great, some folks have pointed out, I think maybe Scott Barrett was one of them. I could be getting there. Oh, Ben.
Yeah, that's what I thought we were going to do there, was Tootin. Scattaboo Tootin back-to-back before the 904 is tough, and it makes it – there's a non-RJ Harvey team. It already has Bucky Irving. I didn't feel like we needed J.K. Dobbins, but it does make it an interesting spot for J.K. Dobbins again.
It does. How do you feel about that contrasted with pulling up a Jaden Blue who could come back around?
I don't think he probably will past our guy Joshua here in 9 and 10. And I think with Bucky and Travion already in, I'm okay. I know you don't really think the Dobbins ceiling is that high. I'm okay going with a rookie here. I was thinking you were going to say pull up a different rookie, but Blue is the higher ADP. It makes plenty of sense. I was thinking
go ahead and do that. I mean, I think that's a little bit of. So I think that in the majority of outcomes for this season, the J.K. Dobbins outscores Jaden Blue. And so you would need to have a pretty strong tactical reason for going with Blue ahead of him. The thing I'm looking at here is that the starting lineup should be very strong, even if we miss on Ricky Pearsall. We have that covered with receivers. Some of the drafts that we've done this year, Ben, we have mixed it up and didn't necessarily have those covered with receivers, and we had some running back risk. At that point, you would probably take J.K. Dobbins pretty straightforwardly. In this particular team, where we do like our potential to have the flexes covered, and not just covered, but to score a lot of points there with receivers, and you have Irving and Henderson, I think that the true upside scenario for both players. And again, you get into, well, what happens if people get hurt? It probably is still, well, Dobbins is better because an injury to RJ Harvey and suddenly Dobbins is a very, very good pick. If everyone stays healthy, the upside outcomes for Blue is that he becomes the starter. And even at his size, scores some rushing touchdowns, but that he is one of these guys in the mix to lead the NFL in running back receptions. So many of the running back picks that we've made this year are pointed in that direction because the vast majority of running backs in the 2025 landscape do not give you receptions. You're not always going to be right, but if we're continually building out teams that are stacked with players who have this receiving profile that is fairly unusual this season, I mean, some of these teams are going to hit in a very big way. So as I say that, I see that Ben has left the building. We are 9 minutes away from draft 3. Anybody who missed out on the early mentions.
You were on a roll, and my coffee and my Waterloo were running through me. You started a great point about Pearsall. Scott Barrett had some note. I figured you were going to transition right into Pearsall. Thought I had it.
Did I get completely distracted from the main thing I was starting with?
You were.
The Pearsall's profile is almost identical to Elijah Badger, who was an undrafted rookie for the Chiefs and didn't make the team. And even down to Badger being extremely athletic. Now, you're going to give the scouts some credit and say that there is a difference between these guys, right? But when we're talking about taking risks on rookies who have very weak production profiles, and I do think it's interesting that you have come just so completely full circle on Matthew Golden, who for much of the season you were very offended by because his production profile, even going back to Houston, is so weak.
I want to talk about to that, but I want you to finish.
And another point that actually Scott made when he was on OT earlier this season, when Golden actually broke out, it was because of some of the things with Isaiah Bond where he couldn't be the guy for them. Now, obviously, he believes on the Cleveland Browns as they continue to build out an interesting style of organization. I'm thinking with Pearsall, where he didn't have the great rookie season, but he did have the big game at the end. You see some of the things that they have done in the preseason. You think about all of the buzz around him, and you think about, I mean, you and I have talked, we both like the Brandon Ayuk stash, but it's very thin. The team has sort of, had it both ways in terms of projecting when he's going to come back and said, week 6, but don't be surprised if it's week 11. When you're saying don't be surprised if it's week 11, you're like, this guy's not going to play this year, right? So you're working through that. The Juwan Jennings thing is tricky. Jennings was so good last season. And if he can get back and get in there, I mean, he probably does end up being the guy. And then everybody who drafted him is like, yeah, well, we got him at a massive discount to the trendy player. I do think when we're talking about two different young players with poor track records where they were very clearly and objectively overdrafted. Now, you say that, again, the scouts can be right. The Packers have been very excited about Golden, but I think that the Packers situation has been trending so negatively for them to be explosive. And we just watched what they would do if they encountered any difficult. If they just went into their shell and almost tanked last season. Now, can you say that they tanked last season when they were a playoff team, had the good defense? Now they're going to have the great defense. It just seems like we're headed to all the people who've been drafting Josh Jacobs, middle of second, being like, yeah, I mean, this is why you guys don't understand that Josh Jacobs is going to, lead the NFL in touches. By contrast, the 49ers are open about the fact that they think their defense is not going to be what it usually is. They're not going to stop people. They're going to be in shootouts. It's a little bit the reason that we drafted Purdy. I mean, the Purdy pick does rely a bit on Ricky Pearsall scoring some points.
It does. It does. Oh, well, I mean, a little bit. I think McCaffrey and Kittle can do a lot. And then Jennings, if he really is the wide receiver. I think it's fascinating to think about what that would mean for Pearsall, because I think, thinking that the runway's open for him is one of the big things that you hear. Thinking that, I do think, understates how good CMC and Kittle are. When your running back and your tight end are that level, it does kind of change, how great the runway is, I guess. It's hard to really articulate the impact of CMC and Kittle from the running back and tight end position in your brain when you see the wide receiver depth chart. But your question or your point on Golden, and your thoughts are well taken. I'm glad to hear it, because that's how I've been thinking about the Packers as well. I don't want to be all over Golden. I just thought at that point we were in a weird spot where it was, Jeudy had gone, and who are the young upside guys to take a swing on there at that point. But I mean, I also wanted to know, you mentioned Jennings. Jennings just went here at 10:04. He almost made it all the way back to us at 10:09. I really wanted to consider him actually at about that point. I would have thought about him at 9:04 even. I was surprised he wasn't still on the board. He was a top name on my board at the point in time, other than Josh Downs, who our guy Joshua took, and he started with McBride and Daniels in the first 3 rounds. Did that, strong starting lineup thing, double elite onesie, and has really built out a monster since then. Got Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in the 8th, Downs in the 9th, which is a better pick than Pittman in the 8th for us, but Pittman's still a good pick. And now he takes our Dylan Sampson pick there as well, which is super fun. Appreciate you. Maybe just put the rest of your draft on auto draft and go away. Sean, we are up, and I think it's Luther Burden now for this team.
Yeah. I mean, the Dylan Sampson pick is a bummer. It was when we expected. It frees us up to take Luther Burden, the even bigger swing.
Yeah, so we'll take a bigger swing on Burden there. But yeah, I really like what Josh has built there now with Kenneth Walker. I think it's a really good example of what you can do when you do McBride in the first and you get Daniels in the third. You do the double elite onesies. He gets London, Devonta Smith, Jeudy, Addison, Downs. I've been talking a lot about wanting to take McBride in the first on some other streams. People who saw me on Ship Chasing, saw me on the Leone and Silva stream. You can take McBride over like Barkley and McCaffrey, and it feels crazy, but the way that you can build from there tactically is just, I mean, this is a fun team. I really like that. We haven't gotten a lot of McBride in our portfolio. Sean, I don't think we have any McBride, which has been a little bit frustrating for me. Really love the way you can build when you take him and get one of these elite receivers in 2, maybe get a Daniels and start doing some of the things that Josh did here. I want to emphasize that. But to get back to your question on Golden, the main thing that changed my opinion on that, I was harping during prospect season about how he wasn't even good at Houston for 2 years, and it was Houston, and that's terrible, and all of these things. And we were a minute 42 away from our other draft starting. The main thing that kind of crystallized for me and brought my mind around to it was a thought that, as I was thinking about it, this wasn't something I heard somewhere. It seems like something you would have maybe said to me at some point, but I don't know that you ever did or anyone else ever did. But it's the kind of thing that you emphasized to me before with a guy like Jamison Williams, where even though he had a really tough time at Ohio State early in his career, the fact that Alabama was willing to use an important role on him to get him to transfer and to start playing him a lot immediately was signaled. Nick Saban's not an idiot. Now, I won't necessarily say the same about Steve Sarkisian. I'm a UW guy. I'm not going to say that he's not an idiot because I'm not the biggest Sarkisian fan. But the fact that Texas, with all of their resources in the NIL era right now, and they are reportedly spending more money on their football program than basically any other program, was targeting this guy and brought him in and then made him a full-time player. And then he had the 9 touchdown season. One of the things I've emphasized is he's a 3-year early declare and only really had the 1 good year at Texas. And even that 1 good year was in 16 games. So when you see the 9 touchdowns, it's not like when Brian Thomas had 17 TDs in 13 games. It's 9 TDs in 16 games. It's quite a bit different on a per game basis. But with Golden, I still think it's important that he did break out in that 3rd season, or at least show that he can produce with his athleticism and those things. Does a lot from a yards per target standpoint. And the signal there that even though he wasn't great at Houston the first 2 years, Texas wanted him, and then he has the year at Texas, and then the NFL deemed him a first-round pick. And I think it's very clear that if the Packers didn't take him, he was still going to go in the first round to somebody. There were several teams that were interested there. So I think the sort of double signal that multiple people, at the high college level and on the transfer market and then the NFL level are seeing something in the data that suggests, or in the film that, not the data, that suggests they want him is pretty exciting. Shawn, we're on the clock at 102.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs. That's what I was hoping you would say. We do our Jahmyr Gibbs build there. We'll get back to that one. We're almost on the clock at the 11:04. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking about with Golden. Now, having said that, I do think we're barely. I've certainly made that case about the Packers potentially being more run heavy than we want a few different times, and we are barreling toward that outcome. I think the more issues that they have in their offense, I think Golden could be a little bit of false hope as well. We're back up here. I don't think there's a receiver. This is sort of that Ray Davis range again with all the rookies going, or I mean, we could take Keaton Mitchell first and those things, but if you wanted to get a Ray Davis share today, I think that's fine. You could do a Dalton Kincaid pick, I think. Oh no, he went. Missed him. Not a tight end pick that I would make. We don't have a QB. What are you looking at?
This would be a possibility for Kyler Murray. I think my other preference would be just going ahead and wasting a pick on Jaden Reed just in case.
Okay, sure. Yeah, let's do it. 11:04. You're baking in. I mean, there's a lot of scary stuff there, but you're starting to bake it in at that price at least a little bit. He's our wide receiver 7. It felt really flat everywhere else. I don't think we need. That was why I was thinking QB, because it was flat. I don't think we needed to make any other pick there. So it feels like a wasted pick, as you said, but something that we are going to take another swing on here. We took him at 11:01 yesterday in a main. I shared that on Twitter. Multiple people commented on the Reed pick immediately. And I did share some thoughts in response that, yeah, cost is relevant. In the 11th round, you don't want to just give up a pick, but it was a spot in the 11th round where none of the guys who ended up going in the 11th or the 12th round before our next turn in that draft out of the one hole, so it was 11:01. None of the 22 picks until we came back up were guys that we really wanted. There was maybe 2 that were guys that we would consider. Before we get going too much on both of these drafts at the same time, we have a little bit of a lull. I think we've gotten back to most of all the topics except the one that I said to one of our listeners I wanted to answer, Pilferer, about this fab question. I think it's a really interesting one. How much maybe will guys like JCM, Ollie Gordon, Jalen Coker go for? He said he is not familiar with FFPC. I'll let you speak to this more in depth. You're way better than me at Fab. You've been playing a lot longer, and you're just like really skilled at this stuff. To me, my guess, offhand, before I get influenced by you, I think JCM's in his own tier in this conversation, and that he's going to go for over 500, for over 50% of the budget in those leagues. And I bet there will be leagues where he's available where people burn over $900 of their $1,000, over 90%, because people are very, very excited about JCM. Ollie Gordon and Jalen Coker, different conversation in my mind. I think that's one where maybe you see 20 to 30%. But what do you think?
I like to set the stage by saying that my preference for bidding is to make sure you get the guys that you have to have and don't try and barely sneak it out, and then make a lot of bids in that 1 to sort of 15 range and assume that sometimes you're going to see things differently than your league mates. Sometimes people are going to forget what the schedule is, especially early. You could have most of your league not understand when they're allowed to bid and put those bids in early, but you still see that as the season goes along. I don't like to make a lot of $100 and $200 bids on guys who might go for less and aren't going to immediately make an impact. Now, so we think about where those different players fit, and it always sort of takes me back to the 2 biggest bids of the 958 that I spent on Alfred Morris back in his season, where that actually was the key to winning that year. I don't think you're going to have to go that high. you think back to a couple seasons ago where then a couple of leagues that we were in, Puka Nacua didn't go. And we ended up getting him on all of those because we bid over 800 on all of them and bid over 900 on a few. The thing that's different there is you actually got to see Puka play in week 1, whereas with JCM, we're still hoping, right? There's that possibility. So I think that you're in the right range. I think that Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is probably a guy who is going to go in that 700 range in leagues where enough of the managers sort of realize the schedule, realize the situation, all of that. The other two, I mean, Ollie Gordon, I don't know that you can really go after that intensely when he still is projecting as a role player. And then Jalen Coker, you can get late in draft. So he's one of those guys where you put out, maybe a 1 bid, maybe a 2 bid. So you beat the other people who go 1, maybe you put 15, something like that. I think that as much as we like Coker, he's someone definitely to bid on, but if you miss him, you're going to have other opportunities at similar types of plays. You don't want to get in a situation where you spend 200 before the season for a guy that you then immediately cut the next week. Now, that's not to say that you're not going to make mistakes and that you should, be scared to bid, or that you should not cut people that you should clearly cut. Once you've made a mistake, don't compound it by being upset about that mistake. But that's kind of how I'm thinking through what we're looking about in terms of pre-week 1 bidding in these contests.
I think those are great notes. When I said the 20 to 30%, as I'm thinking through, just to kind of recalibrate, I was thinking through how Gordon is like, he's won the 10th round here, and more him than Coker, because Coker has not risen that much, but we start to see people get really excited about Gordon. That hype is there. That's probably where he goes, but I liked your note that that's probably not right. You probably don't want to spend 20 to 30% on Ollie Gordon necessarily. But probably somebody in your league, the people that have chased him up to this range, and the comments I've seen about would Gordon be going this high if we didn't have the Christian McCaffrey injury last year, I think are a great point. There's a lot of pattern matching going, well, HN has this lingering calf thing, and Ollie Gordon could be this year's Jordan Mason. But now he's being drafted like he is this year's Jordan Mason, and I think that's pretty aggressive. Very, very intriguing pick still, but man, he's going ahead of Dylan Sampson in this one. He's going ahead of, in the first one we did, we went really aggressively as well. So just some little bit of additional context there, Sean. I thought you had that perfectly well. Coker, yeah, still going in the very late rounds. He gets bid up a little bit, but you can use ADP somewhat as a proxy. It's a little bit exponential, because you're not going to have guys in the first 5 rounds that are available. But Krosky-Merritt's going in the 8th regularly. It's where it's the exponential. It goes up. People are going to bid quite a bit on that. We are back up in round 12. Keaton Mitchell goes 2 picks before us. Pretty sure I told that drafter to go away. He didn't listen. Is Tyler Algier still out there? I mean, it's kind of weird, but he probably shouldn't be at this point, right?
He is. He and Will Shipley are in.
Oh yeah, you want Shipley.
The same kind of basic tier, and I would think Shipley has. Well, they're both good selections. Do you have a preference? Because we're on the clock on the other one as well.
I don't have a strong preference. We can definitely take Shipley there. This one, Puka Nacua goes all the way back to 208. Fascinating. 30 seconds here. It's probably ladder. It's Bucky Irving again, right? What do you like here?
Bucky went 201.
Wow, 202. Okay. So it's, I mean, is it Ladd McConkey?
Yeah. We could go McConkey. I was thinking this would be the place to take a Kittle share.
Okay. That bums me out. You took McConkey. No, it was fine. It's just because it's our only Gibbs team, and I wanted to take players that are good. Good picks. Obviously, George Kittle's very good. Now I've said that George Kittle's not good. I don't think the Kittle price makes sense. I thought you put it really well when you're on ship chasing, and you said that Kittle and Laporta have basically flipped from last year. They're the same profile. You take them when they're in the 5th round, 7th round, which we were doing with Kittle last year. And then when they get juiced up to the 2-3 turn, when they were 15th at the tight end position in routes last year, even though all the other guys were hurt. McCaffrey only ran 91 routes. Ayuk was out. Pearsall, everyone's using his gunshot wound for the lack of production last year. If Kittle was ever going to see an expansion of routes, it was last year. He did not get it. He maxed out his efficiency, career highs across the board, and still wasn't like at the level of where Brock Bowers and Trey McBride scored. So you got to take him a tier like right behind them. He's in a tier with Laporta and Hawkinson, and he goes 4 rounds higher. I just don't think he's even draftable. I'm sorry. But probably we should have got a Kittle share, because if he has the huge run in weeks 15 to 17, I mean, he's going to be good. There's only so many tight ends that have real ceiling. It just, from a cost adjusted perspective, I hate it, but he can still be a really strong tight end in the landscape, in the context of a weaker landscape this year. So anyway, I feel a little bad that I made you take McConkey, who I know you don't really like from a talent or like longer view perspective. But man, McConkey's not a bad pick there.
He is not. We are one pick away. Sort of, I mean, maybe the pick there at the turn is an accident. That's Cortland Sutton. It's certainly a strong statement in favor of the Broncos.
If we take AJ Brown, then we're doing a different set of things at receiver, but it frees us up to be weird with maybe multiple tight ends or different types of running back picks. It's a little bit more like not huge ceiling at receiver, but these guys are going to run all the routes and be very efficient. Did you have another path you wanted to go?
Let's take AJ Brown.
Well, you had said him.
I was going to float Lamar Jackson again.
Lamar.
We don't need to do the elite QBs today. We have too many other fun possibilities. Speaking of which, we're back up with 30 seconds in the other draft. I think that is Caleb Williams or Harold Fannin, who at this point we know frequently doesn't come back around.
Yeah, Fannin's not going to come back past Josh there. But Caleb Williams is we don't have a QB yet. I guess I lean Caleb, but I'm fine. I don't know. We'll take Fannin.
I'll go Fannin on this one.
Let's keep pushing QB. I like that.
Yeah, it's fun to see. I think that if nothing else, it's important to experiment occasionally with the really late QB builds. I think this is especially the case in 2025 when there really are a lot of guys that we like late. You had mentioned and broken down the upside scenario for JJ McCarthy when we were considering him in our previous draft. Trevor Lawrence is somebody who, I mean, if I'm right on Brian Thomas and the world is right on Travis Hunter, and if we or the world or just, the fantasy gods are right on Bashal Tutin, I mean, Trevor Lawrence is a good pick, especially at the prices that he commands. And then even late, you have Bryce Young as a good pick. You have Cam Ward as a little bit of a black box pick where there's probably no path to him playing on a team that wins the $1 million simply because the ceiling isn't high enough. But I mean, the best rookie QB can sometimes completely blow away our expectations. But even someone like Geno Smith, now that they actually have put, regardless of what you think of Amari Cooper, the players around Geno Smith now are pretty good. That Raiders offense could be fun. The AFC West is going to be, it's going to be the best, most interesting division in football, which it's been a long time since you could say that. I hope Caleb Williams comes back to us. There are plenty of scenarios in which, we just had the Brock Purdy fall in our previous draft and we got him. Let's see. I did close that one down so I could actually focus on the right ones, but super late. And in this draft, he went 11-10.
Yeah, we're going to be
fine.
And
the other thing that happens here is that the tight end run starts after our Fannin pick, which you love to see that.
You do. 2 picks later, Josh, his team took Tank Bigsby. I assumed that he had logged out and auto-picked that because that's just a horribly off-brand pick there from Josh. He is saying that we were correct that Fannin was next in the queue, so he went ahead and made that pick intentionally, which, sleep with the wheel over
still
there.
Possible starter
No,
the Chicago
John,
Bears.
we've given him enough compliments.
Possible starter for for the
the
Cowboys.
Chicago Bears. Oh, I see. If he gets traded. Okay, perfect. Love that. Emeka Buka at the 311 in the draft was Sutton at the 301. Get your guys season is fully upon us. I also wanted to say our guy Silas, I read this to mean that he is in the 6 hole. He said got a gift at 6 in the 1 p.m. This was a few moments ago, right after we started. I believe in this draft as well, the Bowers Achane Henderson drafter, another longtime reader, listener, and fellow drafter here today, or stream watcher. So the pick 6 being somebody who snipes us a bunch may continue across drafts.
Bowers, Achane, Travion
Took
Henderson.
the falling Bigsby. You could have taken the falling, I don't know, other horrible falling picks. I'm just kidding. I've given Josh so many compliments. I'm envious of his team. It's a good opportunity for me to. Oh, he also took Keenan Allen. God, he is kind of a boomer. He likes to call himself a boomer. We did a team together a few years ago that was named the Buckeye Boomers over at Ship Chasing. He's in on Keenan Allen. I want to talk about Keenan because I want to talk about Ladd in a few moments. And I guess we do have a moment here. I'm sorry to make you take Ladd and A.J. Brown. I know it's 2 receivers you don't really like. I want to make the case for him really quick, which is that after the first 9 receivers go, I think there's another little tier break that only has A.J. Brown and Ladd McConkey in it. For a stretch this year, I had Tyreek Hill in that group. I have a little bit of a small tier break after those 2. And then you get into basically JSN and McMillan as the next guys in my rankings. I do think A.J. Brown and Ladd McConkey belong here. A.J. Brown's been a 2.5 plus yards per outrun player every year of his career. I think there's some potential that the Eagles throw more this year, whether by design or by necessity, if there's some type of, Barkley injury or, less degree of health. But I think by design would make a lot of sense for them as well. McConkey playing for the slowest paced offense in the league last year. They've already talked about they don't want to lean entirely on Hampton. Najee Harris is hurt. They've said even if Najee's not ready, they're going to have Hampton in some kind of a committee. Another team that may throw a little bit more. A lot of their moves may signal that. All of the rookie receiver moves. You bring back Keenan Allen. I don't think they really trusted Quentin Johnston last year. People keep talking about his raw production. He was dead last in contested catch rate. They went out and got every deep receiver they could possibly get so they don't have to have Quentin Johnston as the only option to run those routes this year. Keandre Lambert-Smith's been having an awesome camp. Trey Harris, they even brought back Mike Williams, who obviously long since has retired. We are back on the clock. Both Lawrence and Caleb Williams went. That's a bummer because I liked those cases quite a lot. JJ McCarthy also goes. And so now we are into what range at QB there?
Well, it would probably be Jared Goff. He's a couple rounds below ADP, and then he allows you to do some more interesting swings late. I mean, just the names that you would think of, but I think that he would be the guy that gives us the necessary foundation.
Okay, let's go ahead and grab him. He's a fine floor pick, and then we can make a swing later. I like that. Yeah, bummer there because I also wanted to circle back to the Lawrence thing. I was really in on him last year. Ceiling Bananas listeners will remember. Talked a lot about how his mobility hasn't necessarily led to a huge ceiling, in part because his pass TDs have never spiked. Career high. I don't think he'd ever had a 25 pass TD season, if I'm remembering it right, and he didn't again last year. Now he's got more dynamic wide receivers. Obviously Brian Thomas breaks out throughout the season, but he's going into week 1 as this clear star, and he has Travis Hunter and the Liam Cohen effect. Man, Liam Cohen helped Baker Mayfield jump over 40 pass TDs last year. It's not hard to just be like, well, Trevor Lawrence could throw a lot more pass TDs under Liam Cohen than he's ever done. I mean, I'm projecting him for the second straight year to set a career high in pass TDs because it's not something that he's actually been able to do. I was glad to hear you say that. Oh, we have 20 seconds.
So I've got really bad news in that Jaden Daniels got within 1 pick. I think we've got to continue the theme here and take Garrett Wilson.
Okay. Yeah, that's a big fall. All the way down to 411. This is a fun, weird draft so far. I'm enjoying it. because we're going to get really aggressive with our targets beyond this. I mean, the 502 here, I imagine this drafter is not really watching because of the Cortland Sutton pick, or isn't going to be swayed into, our path necessarily. The 502 here has got to be the guy that we like to take in the 5th, right?
Yes, and it would turn this team into something very, very fun.
Right.
Then there are reasons that this has happened, and the reasons are very strong to where they're not targets for us. But you think about AJ Brown and Garrett Wilson having end of round 1 ADPs last year. If something changes with the situation, then the talent is not in question.
If that's your framework, Devontae Adams is still there too. I'm kidding. We got to take RJ Harvey.
A completely different category.
We take RJ Harvey, Gibbs, McConkey, AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, RJ Harvey. McConkey, I was making the case that they may throw a little bit more. They may not lean on the run game quite as much as people think. And more importantly, McConkey was incredibly good as a rookie. They added all these other weapons, but I do think a lot of them are vertical weapons that allow for internal underneath targets for McConkey. Very efficient with the ball in his hand last year, in addition to earning volume. The Keenan Allen thing is a little bit concerning, but Keenan Allen's like per route run stuff, very volatile over the last several years, and then cratered in 2024 to a career low. We talked about this recently on the show, Sean. You mentioned obviously a terrible situation that he was in last year, but I mean, I just don't think he's going to really dramatically negatively impact McConkey. He's made McConkey a little bit more affordable at times as well. We are up here in the 15th, and I'm not really tracking this draft as well. I've switched over to tracking the early rounds of the other draft. What are some of the options that we're looking at?
I think this is basically CJ Stroud or making the Brashard Smith click.
Okay, but you wanted to take Bryce Young over Stroud in a draft early on, and I kind of like that.
Let's do it.
You want to do Stroud first?
No, let's take Brashard Smith.
The same thing happens again. I mean, every time. It shouldn't get me. The way that you hear that is we don't have to go QB here. We can push it. And so you take Brashard Smith. But the way you were saying, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I thought you were going to click Bryce Young. And instead it's Brashard Smith. It's always jarring to see the green and be like, oh, okay, we went to a completely different player than we were discussing, and it's always the Chief that Sean wants to get on there, or a Denver receiver. It would have been one of those two things. That was perfect. Chat wants to know, why not Breece Hall there? Do we not get splits in week 1 that help us know if Breece is still a bell cow? Breece goes in the 5th. The concern for me with Breece Hall is the concern for me with the Jets generally, which is that this is just not going to be an offense where there's going to be massive ceiling. I went through the high value touch projections over at the newsletter yesterday. I should have wrote up the Jets as one of the teams that I had some notes on. I forgot to do that, so I want to talk about it here. It's a great opportunity to. Jets come in very, very low, even though I projected a lot of receptions, more than I think are probably fair, because Breece Hall has a really big background with receptions. But I think that what he's done the last 2 years, 1 year it was over 70, last year it was like 55 or something. It's not even the ceiling. It's out of the range of outcomes when you have Justin Fields, who's not going to get to the check down. He's going to hold the ball, look vertically, and then if it's not there, he's going to either take a sack or scramble. People say that he likes to throw to the backs a lot. He did have decent rates of throwing the ball to the back. I think some of the offenses he's been in have factored in these like first read running back throws because they want him to work on getting the ball out of his hands a little better. That is one of the Fields' concerns, as he holds the ball too long, runs into some issues, takes some sacks and those types of things. I mean, they're going to use Breece Hall split out wide some. They're going to use him as a receiver some. They've talked about all those things. I do think he's going to catch balls. I just think in the scope of this offense, which is going to be run heavy, all of their offensive linemen are better run blockers than pass blockers. That's not a coincidence. They talk about the running game all the time, the running backs all the time. That's not a coincidence. When they brought in Fields, they talked about how he brings them a dynamic element in the run game like a lot of the other mobile QBs. That was not a coincidence. Their head coach, Aaron Glenn, talked about that at the league meetings in March, right after signing Fields. This team's going to run the crap out of the ball. We just drafted their number one receiver, by the way. Not great, but we got him at 4.11. At least we got a really good price on him. But this idea
get
that
the price there, and just as a quick interjection, I didn't think that we wanted both Jets, even though they were both fallers.
Yeah, that's a great point as well. I think stacking the two of them would be a pretty big concern. But the Breece Hall stuff, like it can hit. When we talked through it in the projections pod, Sean, I told you that I felt like Breece was the easier way to play it if you're going to take just one of them, because they're going to run the ball so much. I'm talking about run. But the Garrett Wilson stuff, the way that it can spike in the sprint, the way that he's probably like almost certainly going to have a 30% target share, and then also just like price relatedness and having more of a target in RJ Harvey at the other position that we like. I like taking Wilson there. I think it makes a lot of sense, and he's a fun one to get exposure to. This is a fun team because like AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, former brand guys that you really, really like from a talent perspective. But yeah, the concerns about Breece, just to circle back around, even with projecting a more receptions than I think is actually probably fair for the Jets backfield, because they don't really have a number two weapon, and they probably will throw to the backs a decent amount. So maybe the scale will be higher. There's also a team that has a very low projected win total and projected implied points. And so when you start talking about the type of running back that Breece Hall is and a lack of potential receiving in this offense, I mean, that's not the back that he is. He's caught so many passes. You want touchdowns to offset that. And this is an offense that probably isn't going to score a ton. And so, when I went through my high value touch projections, part of it goes to the green zone touches. I used a little formula that I've used in the past couple of years. These high value touch projections, Sean, have been very accurate the last 2 years. And what I do is I use my projections, my projected receptions, and then my running back touchdowns. I use that as a barometer for green zone touches based on a league-wide rate, 2.7 green zone rushes per rush TD, basically, stuff like that. And then factor out what that means for green zone touches. The Jets are going to be one of the lowest teams in the league in running back green zone touches if their look-ahead lines, their expected implied points are any kind of an indication. Now, Hall might get a lot of that, but that's the stuff that they're saying Braylon Allen's doing really well, that he's very good between the tackles, downhill runner. He could be the goal line back. So pretty tricky. The question here is if Harvey
was one of the worst backs in the entire NFL last year against heavy boxes. I don't think that doesn't mean he's a bad player, but it can occasionally factor into how the coaches see some of the things tactically, and probably doesn't factor in well for him.
Yeah. The follow-up question was, if Harvey was gone there, would you have taken Breece? Perhaps not surprising because of the rant that I'm on, but no, it would have been really hard to take both the Jets, especially as you said, Sean. We're back up here at 1609. You want to take picks that you want to take. You always want to be taking players that you think are adding something to your team. Stop thinking about what you're potentially missing when you're drafting. Think about what you're adding, right? Like, what do you want out of this pick? That's why I didn't like the Pearsall pick, for example. Not because I'm definitely sure I'm going to be correct, or the slight negativity that I had there. It's because I don't know what he's adding, or there's other guys that I want to be, adding stuff with. Anyway, we are up here, Sean, 1609. None of the QBs went. We're back up. We can go QB here. The draft out of the 2-hole, only one QB did take Coker pretty high, maybe a threat to
and
take.
The big value Bryce, here is Jonnu. Is he someone who's completely out for you?
No, he's not. Let's take him. Yeah, that's fine. It's a good value selection. I've taken him in some best ball stuff really, really late, and it's surprising to me that he's here at 1609. We're on deck in the other room. 2 of the drafters behind us have 2 QBs, and that's what you were thinking through. The one that only has 1 did take Burrow in the 4th. They may take Bryce Young. We could take Stroud at that point. Probably we're going to get a QB on the way back there. We're up at 611 on the Gibbs, McConkey, AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, RJ Harvey team. We got the Tyler Warren fall. Oh, we also have a TJ Hawkinson pick here. Wow, this is a tight end pick, correct?
Yeah, it's in some ways it's too bad because there are some other crazy values, but TJ Hawkinson there, Ben, your magic passing on George Kittle worked out. Hawkinson should not still be available. We now have this McConkey, Brown, Garrett Wilson team with TJ Hawkinson. I mean, even in the Big Gorilla where you're going to have tons and tons and tons of craziness, I do think this team is going to end up being fairly unique.
Would you consider Warren here on the way back if this Kittle drafter doesn't take him? Or is the other faller that you're referencing Emeka Ibuka? I don't see him. He doesn't usually go all the way back here. Golden did go. Pearsall did go. The ones that we were talking about the 6-7 turn last time. Ibuka tends to go before both of them. He has not gone here.
So he's not who I was referring to. I would definitely be open to him. The player you wanted to draft last draft, one of the reasons why I wanted to take Pearsall is I thought we'd actually find it easier to get Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers is still available.
Wow, he's going even. Man, why is he sliding so much?
Ibuka,
you want to just get exposure to all of these receivers that you don't really like onto the same roster. Lad McConkey.
No, I like Zay Flowers. It's just a sort of price consciousness thing with him because there probably are ceiling problems. Yeah, I mean he's.
Oh, Ibuka went 311.
311.
In the chat said Ibuka at 302 is wild. No, that's 311. But yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so we Zay Flowers is a good addition there with no Ibuka even on the board. Tyler Warren was the other one I wanted to ask you about. Any significant reason to not be on him, or is it just obviously that Hawkinson is a better play, and then we get the really good Flowers deal?
I think the people should be taking Tyler Warren. So that's the thing I want to stipulate before I say the rest of this. But we are in a crazy environment where, again, and I make this note in basically every Big Gorilla update that I put out there, which is that the entire season, Tyler Warren has been drafted as though Daniel Jones would be the starter. Michael Pittman and Josh Downs have been drafted as though Anthony Richardson would be the starter. And we just still haven't seen that much movement from actually Daniel Jones being named the starter, other than even more enthusiasm for Tyler Warren, which, again, we like that. But I mean, Zay Flowers, I think, just makes more sense there. You're getting so many established points. Then both of those QBs came back around. One of the reasons I kept pushing them, at this point, I do kind of think it's a fun CJ Stroud pick.
Okay, let's do it. That is perfectly fine by me. I do like the Bryce Young thing is, yeah, I mean, I don't know how confident I can be in that. In Pete Overzet's Truth Serum video, we both contributed to it. It opened with Jack Miller, former RotoViz guy, ETR, projections stud these days. He had some really interesting notes on Bryce Young not actually being as good down the stretch last year as people thought. That I guess they were somewhat eye-opening for me. He pointed out that a lot of the scoring was touchdown driven. Some of the EPA stuff and other elements weren't as strong. And we were probably grading on a curve a little bit because of how bad he had been to that point. I think I would
just say that the SIS numbers completely disagree with that.
Yeah, I would probably disagree too, just from, I was going to say, from sort of the eye test and what I had seen. He played good football. I just heard a weird noise in my headphones. I don't know what it was. Anyway, like a weird ding. Did you hear that? Was that on the broadcast? That was weird. Maybe it was just my earphones, whatever. Anyway, it seems to have jarred me. It was like a hypnotized thing. It completely threw me off. But yeah, I'm whatever. I was just saying I'm totally okay making the bet on Stroud as well. A team that is going to throw the ball a ton. Their starting running back does not have a timeline and is going to miss the first several weeks. I mean, we've talked about Nick Chubb a little bit. Nick Chubb's getting like 20 carries week one. I think that's been clear for a while now. Now he's going in the 10th. He goes in the 10th there. He had been falling, and I couldn't really understand it. I was taking him in some best ball leagues, which I was like, I don't even like him in best ball because he's probably going to be, the scenarios where he's not very good, he's going to be usurped over time, and maybe Mixon's back, etc. And managed, you could arguably ride Nick Chubb early and then cut him if he's not good. I mean, you have to be really certain that he's not going to be good with all the volume he's going to get. But I say that because they don't really have other runners. That Woody Marks was playing behind Daria Gumbawale and those guys. It doesn't seem like he's ready to go right away. Damian Pierce goes in the 16th round here. People are starting to talk about him again, but he'd fallen out of favor there. I think you're going to see this team throw a lot. They got a lot of good receivers, right? They went and drafted 2 more. They brought in Christian Kirk. I know they don't necessarily want to from a team mentality perspective, but I do think you're going to see some CJ Stroud. Somebody in the chat here says, got to get 3 defenses. Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Kansas City, back to back here out of the 9-hole in 15, 16, and 17. Yeah, I guess you do got to get the 3 defenses. So our start in the other one, Jahmyr Gibbs, Ladd McConkey, A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, R.J. Harvey, T.J. Hawkinson, Zay Flowers. Super fun to get some different wide receivers in there on a Gibbs team, Harvey, Hawkinson. The team that we're wrapping up here, we only have one more non-kicker or defense. That was the CeeDee Lamb start. Bucky Irving, Travion Henderson, Xavier Worthy, Jamison Williams, Ricky Pearsall, Evan Ingram, Michael Pittman, Jaden Blue, Luther Burden, Jaden Reed, Will Shipley, Harold Fannin, Jared Goff, Brashard Smith, Jonnu Smith, and CJ Stroud. I just got the ding again. Is it me? My earpods are dying or something? Like, I've never heard it.
You may have another FFPC page open with the audio on that page.
But the type of ding is not one I've ever heard.
It's the one FFPC is giving me on some of the other pages, so I just have to close those down.
Got it.
I mean, it could be a different thing, but it's possible that that's the situation.
That makes sense. I did just open up their registration page to see if there was a best ball draft we could jump in here as our second draft winds down and our third draft is, in the middle rounds, and we have another 24 minutes before the fourth draft starts up. So it's probably something from that page.
What are you seeing? What does the FFPC have going for us right now?
We got a sit and go that's still 10 away. Maybe that noise was drafts filling. That is not great for what I'm trying to find. We just passed the 10:30 Pacific here, 1:30 Eastern window where I think there was one that was gonna go at that time. It must have filled. We might have missed one that just launched. Unfortunately, the next scheduled one, if you want to get in, is at 2 p.m. Eastern. It is 12 of 12, so the other one that was at 2 p.m. Eastern may have also filled. A lot of fun options out there, but nothing that works really great for us at the current moment. I may have been hearing a ding for like a filled draft or something. Oh, it's the FFPC chat room is what we're hearing in our chat room. We're almost done with that draft. Ooh, Marvin Mims, 806. We have found someone who likes Marvin Mims more than Shawn Siegele. Look at that. Thank God.
And if that means, that just means we have to draft Troy Franklin earlier.
Exactly. I was just going to say, it just means that I'm going to hear about Troy Franklin 2 rounds higher in this draft. Amazing. All right. Who are we looking at here at 8-11? I've fallen behind on my tracking. I loved your notes on Warren. I didn't get a comment on that. I had said, I know when I went through the projections process that I thought it was rich with Warren in some cases where I think he could really break out, but it's hard to not see Pittman and Downs as the guys that are going to get to lead in targets. And so you're really talking about a third target share with guys like Alec Pierce and Adonai Mitchell as potential threats as well. And I think Jonathan Taylor with Daniel Jones probably gets some extra targets. I think Warren's going to be a centerpiece and be a big focal point and be better than what I'm describing right now. More like a pretty clear third with Pittman and Downs. But I think you'd be really hard pressed to argue that Warren's going to see more volume than those guys. And when I hear that Warren's this year's Brock Bowers, Brock Bowers led his team in volume, right? It's not probably going to happen for Warren. We are back up.
You were getting down there, and I didn't want to interrupt you. So I grabbed what I think is a spectacular value, unless there's been a trade announced while we are drafting. Kyle guy is someone who
great.
very stealthily is in the mix to actually
Let's go back to our other pick. We'll circle back to him in a sec. We're at 30 seconds at the 8-11.
Michael Pittman again. No, I'm going to throw Bashal Tutin out as the possibility here.
Yeah. Let's get Tutin. We've missed him the last 2 drafts. This Gibbs Harvey team with some stable receivers doesn't need to have Pittman again, even though he'd be a strong pick there. But getting some Bashal Tutin here, it makes a lot of sense. Shakur Krosky-Merritt off the board. Caleb Johnson went. We're going to pick again in a couple picks, and then we'll get your Kyle Monangai thoughts. I love that. I do have him as a target in this range. Great call. Excited to talk about him with you. ETN, Juwan Jennings go at the turn. We are back up. I mean, we could just take Pittman on this team again. We take him on every team. Or do you want to do another rookie receiver or running back?
I think that on this team where we've kind of got the low upside in terms of how we're couching it, receivers, but I mean, locked in very, very good receivers, that Pittman becomes a little bit more overlap, a little bit more extraneous. I would just kind of like to go out and get Scatterboo, so we just have both guys in a draft here.
Yep. Let's do it. Once you started going that direction, I'm with you entirely. This is the draft to just load up the high upside running backs and just play it as like a 4 wide receiver build where these 4 guys are going to be stable and productive and yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. I would have considered a 2 tight end build as well, but we don't really have an option there. Oh, we did. Oh, we could have went Colston Loveland there as well. I missed that. That would have been an interesting upside swing. But I like the Tutin Scatterboo. It's not that I don't like that. We're almost back on the clock here. We're going to be taking – Cam Little already went. We're not going to be taking Cam Little.
Chance to get a Kansas City Chiefs kicker. I think that Harrison Butker is going to have one of these seasons where he's the lead guy. I just think the Chiefs are going to score more points. And even if they are also extremely efficient in the red zone, which that is potential for them any individual season, you start to score enough points, you get all those extra points in there for the bottom. And one of the things you don't want to do is come out with that 1 or 2 score from the kicker. But then if Butker blows up on Friday night, we'll just get somebody else.
Yeah, go ahead and snag him. I got a cramp in my jaw right now. You ever get those?
No, but I think that is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Trying to flex my jaw here. We take Butker. Common on guy. Go. Muted yourself.
So he's another one of these guys where superficially the profile is not fantastic, but you start to dive into some of the things that he does well, and it gets pretty interesting. One of the things that I wrote about him in the Zero RB candidates countdown is that especially when you go back to the 2023 season, SIS has him as having one of the highest points above average seasons of any back in the last 2 years, right? So the specific number, 2023, second most points earned. So points earned. So you get this combination of efficiency and volume together. His points above average metric ranked number 3. The guy we drafted in the other draft here, Bashal Tutin in 2024, was first in that category. His evasion rate that season, 29.8%. That's elite. The yards after anything right around 30, you're starting to talk about elite prospects. Yards after contact per attempt, 3.6. That was impressive. He wasn't as dominant in some of the peripherals in 2024, but the yards per game jumped. You think about him in that Bears situation where Ben Johnson's talking about how he's really stepped up. He appreciates the attention to detail, the pride he takes, how quickly he's picking things up. That's important if you're going to play right away. He's got the note after the Family Fest situation that he thinks he's going to be a guy you can trust this fall. I mean, Monangai is very quietly the sort of Ja'Cory Krosky merit of the Bears. Now, they're not going out there and releasing DeAndre Swift, but
as
he
far
should
as
be going in round 18.
There's less traffic in front of him because DeAndre Swift is arguably the Austin Eckler, right? And Chris Rodriguez is like 0.3 missed tackles forced per touch on his whatever it is 80 touches so far in his career. He's like been great. He's got a good breakaway run rate. He had 2 more breakaway runs in the preseason. He's better than Roschon Johnson as well. So as far as that comparison goes, I've been saying all offseason with the Bears since I did the projections and at all times, and I've had Roschon Johnson ranked way too high and as a target. And then I've had Monangai as a target, and I've been trying to figure. My point has been that the Bears backs collectively are massively undervalued for what this offense is expected to be, unless this offense is just really bad, which is one of the things I've come around on and why I've kind of stopped harping on it, is that there's the possibility that the Bears don't actually take a huge step forward. Your response to me through a lot of it has been that the Bears are probably going to throw a lot, which I do think is a very plausible answer to why you wouldn't be on one of these backs at some point. But all those very positive things you said about Monangai, I guess I thought he had a more boring profile as I had dug into it. There's some advanced stuff there you mentioned from the SIS data that's pretty intriguing. If there's something there that we're missing, I really want to bet on him to beat out Roschon and then be the guy behind DeAndre Swift. I mean, that just feels like it's a dead zone back. It feels similar to what I've been talking about with Trevor Etienne, I guess, where it's like, man, you got a dead zone lead back. You got a Etienne, obviously. Chuba Hubbard is not as big of a concern, but DeAndre Swift's peripherals were not good last year. And obviously he knows the offense. I think he's going to get a lot of volume early, but I do think it's very plausible that he could lose that job without injury if there's another back that's capable of taking it. The fact that you've made even a plausible case that Monangai could potentially do that in his rookie year. I mean, my question is, why are we not taking him more? Why do you keep making me take this Jarquez Hunter, dude?
Monangai has been gone in most of those situations, but no, he's someone you definitely want to keep track of in the late rounds because he is not as inflated as the rest of the guys. We get into this last week and the final priority targets and draft tactics piece coming out. We'll discuss a little bit, and then we discussed this a little bit on our main event draft that we did yesterday, where I've sort of labeled these 0 RB risers, where they rise up to the point where you're actually now skewing things against yourself, the 0 RB zombies. When you have some guys like a Monangai who doesn't fit into that, who has not been pushed up way beyond what his value is, I mean, that's how you continue to make some noise, continue to execute, not even exactly 0 RB, but any of the builds where getting some contingent upside late would help you. And frankly, that's all builds.
In my best ball portfolio, I've been taking a decent amount of Monangai late because it just always felt like a good. The Roschon thing, I was taking some of him. I got pretty excited about it for a stretch, and then, I mean, just that he could be the goal line back and he plays on pass downs, and it seemed like a pretty good answer to this question. They don't seem to like him. The fact that the day that they brought in Jamal Williams for a workout was like, oh, they're way out on Roschon Johnson.
Doesn't seem great. So we are moving back around here in round 10. We're 12 minutes away from the final draft. We're about to make our defensive selection in round 20 in the draft concluding. Man, if I could do this every day with you, where we stagger a draft by an hour and just draft a bunch of high stakes teams, that would be the life.
This is so much fun. It's been an absolute blast. Thank everybody for hanging out. Thank you guys for being here with us. We're going to be starting our 4th draft here in a few minutes, so we still are going to be going for another couple of hours. But like the stream, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel, do all of that good stuff for us. Looks like Silas just took Dylan Sampson in the 10th round, so he has been disowned in our world. So everyone else like the stream and do all those things. Silas, you're in timeout. We are one pick away in round 20 here. Silas gladly a timeout. he's happy with the trade-off of Dylan Sampson and a timeout. What were you going to do with the defenses?
I was just saying Washington, I think, is an interesting defense for week 1, but I think we should switch to them after trying the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, let's do them again. That's great. It's going to be awesome if they get a pick 6 or something and we don't have to do this in every single league. The best part about it, though, is that you're going to be the one doing it, not me, because you're the one who stays on top of those kinds of moves so well. It's a great advantage for me in our partnership.
Ben, I thought we were going to get that there with not taking Michael
Downs.
Pittman, but getting Josh Downs. That's actually a full round fall for him on what I'm seeing. Probably should stop talking about that because we actually need to pick someone who's available. Yeah, it's quite a bit bleaker now that Downs is gone.
Yeah, that's a bummer. I mean, Luther Burden is there, right? You can put him in the top of the queue as we work through it.
I mean, that one is probably pretty easy.
The only other pick I'm seeing is like Kyle Pitts, if you wanted to do another tight end already. But no, let's just take Burden. We got asked in the chat about Pitts a little bit ago. Was thinking about him. While the turn drafts,
the big faller.
Who's that?
Jake
Ferguson. Yeah, I have him one spot behind Pitts, but same tier, same spot. We could definitely do him as well, but not quite as fun. I guess the Pitts thing is like maybe with Michael Penix, it actually does get unlocked, but we will.
So we were explaining why we didn't think it was a priority pick and that you shouldn't be pushing it and you shouldn't be spending a lot of money on it. But I do think the way this has fallen, that Ollie Gordon is the pick for me here. This would be the only real chance to get him. It would be to select him in this range.
Yeah, sure. We want to get a lot of upside running backs. I didn't know where to go. He is my next target on my running back list. He's behind some non-targets for me still that we've talked about in recent drafts, like Ray Davis and Tyler Algier, but not far behind them. And I have him ahead of Keaton Mitchell right at this point. I mean, in my ranks, he makes a ton of sense right now, and probably I'm still too light on him relative to where he actually goes and when you can get those other guys, if you did want exposure to those other guys who I don't even necessarily want exposure to. So anyway, let's finish up this other draft. The final roster: Jared Goff and CJ Stroud at QB. The running backs: Bucky Irving, Travion Henderson, Jaden Blue, Will Shipley, Brashard Smith, Kyle Monangai. We fill our quota of rookie running backs with 4 in this one. Receivers: CeeDee Lamb, Xavier Worthy, Jamison Williams, Ricky Pearsall, Michael Pittman, Luther Burden, and Jaden Reed. And at tight end, Evan Ingram, we get Harold Fannin early, and then we grab the slide on Jonnu Smith. Kicker and D, Butker, and the Chargers to take a peeks, as well as, well, in Butker's case, potentially just a long-term answer. Chargers clearly a take a peek defense. How do you feel about draft number 2?
Yeah, this one, perfect again. And that waiting on QB and getting guys who fall. And this is something that I really encourage people to do if you don't take Jaden Daniels or Lamar Jackson, is to get fallers. So we're getting fallers. They're not always the same guys. You have to be a little bit open to taking whoever does fall. But Jared Goff and CJ Stroud at these prices really free us up to do a lot of other things. And then the pick that I wasn't really paying that close of attention to, because he actually made sense as the pick in round 17, for Monangai to come back to us in 18 is huge, because Ben, in part because we selected Bucky Irving and Travion Henderson in 2 and 3, I had, not that we weren't paying attention to it, but that probably gave a little bit of a false sense of security at the running back position. Jaden Blue could be a 0. Will Shipley probably will be a 0. Brashard Smith could be a 0. And certainly that's also true of Monangai, but I like how his profile gives us a little bit more coverage at that position. This could end up being a team, even though we drafted guys in 2 and 3, where we have to come back and make some aggressive free agent acquisitions at that position. But man, wide receiver should be loaded. And I think, I mean, I expected to be one of the skeptical people on Jonnu Smith with the Steelers, but I think there's been an overcorrection there on what his price is itself. And then also when he slides, I'm not saying that I think we're going to get any huge contribution from our 16th round pick, but it's a lot better than most 16th round picks, at least in terms of how I'm conceptualizing it right now.
And we're probably going to just be infuriated with Arthur Smith and cut Jonnu Smith after 3 or 4 weeks, but it's worth getting a peek at, in my mind, for sure, how they intend to use him, whether that's evolved since the time in Atlanta. I know right when he came over, people thought he would crash Pat Freiermuth. We've taken Freiermuth, who does not go in this draft late. We took him to close a draft last night where you left me a little early. We closed on the stream. Freiermuth's one of the guys we got in that one. Trevor Etienne did get sniped from us, so I went Freiermuth, Malik Washington at the end there. Freiermuth is going to play a lot too. When Jonnu Smith was in Atlanta with Arthur Smith and he had a 70 target season, and people reference that, Kyle Pitts had 90 targets that year. Freiermuth already pretty locked in. They're going to play different types of positions. In my projections, I gave them both the same target share behind DK Metcalf as the number twos, ahead of all the other receivers, any potential backs or whatever. And I think that's the way to think through it. And you're making a good point here that if we can get Jonnu pretty late, that's my projection. That doesn't mean that's exactly what I think is going to happen. There's scenarios clearly where Jonnu gets more volume than Freiermuth as well. My point I'm making is that we've played this from both sides at good prices when we've had the opportunities to. I think we've taken Freiermuth multiple times. This is the first time now with Jonnu. So that wraps up draft number 2, a CeeDee Lamb, Bucky Irving build where we get another Travion Henderson share, another Xavier Worthy share, some other fun stuff. Sean makes me draft Ricky Pearsall, and I talk about it nonstop for the rest of the show. And he also makes me draft Will Shipley and Brashard Smith again. Surprise, surprise. No, I'm kidding. This is a fun team. We are very much more in alignment on all of those than I'm always making it seem. In the other draft, as we are here we'll be up in the 12th in a moment. It's at the 11-12 turn right now. We have Jahmyr Gibbs, Ladd McConkey, A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, R.J. Harvey, T.J. Hawkinson, Zay Flowers, Bashal Tootin, Cam Scatterby, Luther Burden, Ollie Gordon. Really like that we got Tootin, Scatterby, and Gordon. Even though the prices aren't necessarily perfect, we are really leveraging that we took some higher floor, maybe lower ceiling wide receivers with this fact that we want to really get a lot of upside RB swings onto this build. We're going to take a ton of them. If they hit in huge ways. You get 2 flexes. You can wind up at the end of the season playing all running backs. All these rookies could be a huge part of it. And we're just playing the 2 best receivers that we have and trying to win that way is really sort of the plan. You got to think through how can you build these really dynamite rosters. What this build does with the receivers that we took is it gives us the ability to fill the flex in a competitive way early, score a lot of points, and carry along a lot of guys that combination of players may not actually make it through for a lot of other people because they didn't have enough early points. And so what we're doing here, rounds 8, 9, 10, 11, Tootin, Scatterby, Luther Burden is the wide receiver version of that, and Gordon, it's a lot of guys that may not score a lot of points in the early parts of the season. I'm probably a little bit optimistic in Scatterby making an earlier impact than people realize. But that, whatever combinations of those guys hit, the teams that have those guys are going to have a hard time making it to the sprint sometimes if they hit late and don't do a lot early. We have the kind of early rounds to try to carry that type of build. Again, think through the ways that you're structuring your teams and how they're going to get the points to get there and then how they're going to win when they're there. I would describe this team as one where we're thinking wide receiver flex early and the potential for explosive running back flex late, where we're just benching Zay Flowers, benching Garrett Wilson at that point potentially because we have such a high projection on these breakout running backs. Like a Tootin is suddenly an absolute star late, or Scatterby is, or Ollie Gordon gets to that point, or Burden gets to that point. That's one potential path. You don't want to, plan for exact things, but you can see how there are multiple paths for this roster now, and how we're leveraging the strength and the value of the McConkey, AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson plays. The reasons you would take those guys at all, what they do bring to then build later in a way that makes those a smart piece of this build. I really like where this one's going.
Yeah, so much fun there trying to figure out what we want to do at the 12-13 turn as we are about to make our opening selection. Ben, what are the chances that Bijan Robinson or Jahmyr Gibbs go with the 101 and push Jamar Chase down to us at 102?
Well, we're about to find out because our other draft just started. That would be fun to get another, opener, another start, a different player. We're drafting from the first 5 picks again. Jamar Chase does go. What do you think?
Well, I have to say that I love the soundtrack when these drafts start. They were surprising me at first, and now I have the audio on purpose to hear the Big Gorilla get off with the drums. I think it's Jahmyr Gibbs. I want to build a slightly different Jahmyr Gibbs team than the one we built. I think we can build 2 completely different ones.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of Gibbs. That's where I wanted to go as well. The last Gibbs we built is a very different type of team. Let's build a Gibbs team where we get some of our targets in the earlier rounds. That's what my lean was to. Love it. We have a lot of Bowers. We have a lot of I would have went Lamb there, and I would have went Bijan there if you went with either of those just directions, but I was with you. I preferred Gibbs. We are on the clock, 43 seconds here in the 12th, and I feel like I'm flying blind because I don't have the draft applet open, and I also I'm not tracking that one anymore. What are we looking at?
Isaiah Likely, Keaton Mitchell, Will Shipley. Will Shipley on an A.J. Brown team is extremely compelling. Isaiah Likely, when we don't have one of the top, 3 tight ends, compelling.
I want Shipley. I love that because they'll throw more in the scenarios where Barkley misses some time. I love stacking that upside contingent play with the running back 2 and the wide receiver 1 on a low pass volume offense. That seems really, really fun. And you like getting some Shipley, so I like pulling him up there. We get back around. The other guys made it through, and I think Keaton Mitchell and Isaiah Likely are both fine. Very fine picks as well. I wasn't out on either of them, but I liked what you were selling me there. I guess I'm not quite as high on Likely as you. How does that manifest? Is it that Andrews kind of takes a back seat later in the year? I mean,
yeah, I think in the second half. I think it's sort of a more high-powered offense version of the Harold Van in play. But let's go ahead and get Keaton Mitchell. We have, these are famous last words, but we should have the space to put him on there, and we continue to build around these elite established receivers who may be lower ceiling than we want with just massive upside swings at running back. We didn't have any needs there, or we didn't have any priority targets at QB that would encourage us to bypass someone with so much contingent value like a Keaton Mitchell. When again, once we're into this range, Drake May went at 12-7. He obviously would have been someone we strongly considered at 12-11 or 13-02. But once he was gone, we're right back into the quarterbacks that we've been able to select much later.
And that was our buddy Silas, who's watching and hanging out, who took May. I saw something in the chat saying he is having an awesome draft. Let's look at this. He's got Brock Bowers, Devon Achane, Travion Henderson, Xavier Worthy, Jamison Williams. He gets Sam Laporta coming back in the 6th with Bowers, Chris Olave, Jordan Addison, Michael Pittman, Dylan Sampson, Tyler Algier, Drake May. It's a good team. It's a really good team.
It's going to be challenging.
It's going to be tough to beat that team.
Yes.
That is not super fun. A couple super fun to have to play against that. A couple minor notes I want to make real quick about. So on Isaiah Likely, Sean, part of the reason I went down on him, I was digging into him a little bit more recently. You've mentioned the touchdowns, very important, and they are good, and it's good to have those. He goes 12-9, 111-1 in week 1 last year. And we all go absolutely nuts and think of what this could mean for him. 1 more game, all regular season over 50 yards, only 2 more games over 40 yards. Isaiah Likely went the rest of the regular season. He ended up playing 16 of the 17 games, and he went over 40 yards 2 more times. And one of those was with 47. So over 50 yards just the 1 more time. He had a 75-yard game. Now, having said that, the postseason, he had a 3-catch, 53-yard game. And then the next week, a 4-catch, 73-yard, and a touchdown game. So 2 of his better games of the year actually did come in the postseason, although neither of those was over 75. I mean, he doesn't go over 75 the whole rest of the season. I know those are sort of arbitrary cutoffs, but the targets and the receptions also follow. There's a lot of 2-catch games, 1-catch games, some 0-catch games where he's playing a lot of snaps. I guess if Andrews is going to go away, why didn't he go away last year is my thought on and now likely he's hurt to start the season. I know they talk about him so favorably. I know you really like him. I know you really like Bateman as well. It's been hard for me to see how that all comes together coming off a year where Lamar Jackson already set a career high in passing yardage and had 40-plus touchdowns. I think Lamar Jackson's an incredible way to play the Ravens passing offense. But then once you get into these plays, I don't know how I see it expanding other than maybe some contingency upside if there's injuries.
Yeah, and one of the things I really like to do, and this kind of goes back into even some of our 49ers discussions, even though the 49ers are a little bit different. One of the things that I just constantly hammer on with A.J. Brown versus Devontae Smith is that, yes, A.J. Brown is better, but Devontae Smith is also fantastic when you dive into the peripherals, and their ability, their price related to previous scoring is much more favorable for Smith. The prices you have to pay for Smith don't hurt you nearly as much if you're wrong. If the quarterback does get hurt and they go to a pass-based offense, your ability to outperform with Smith is better. I think the point with the Ravens is that you potentially make some picks that are completely useless with a Rashad Bateman, with an Isaiah Likely, certainly with, just not a pure handcuff. And that's the difference between Mitchell and Shipley. And one of the reasons we usually take Mitchell first. But when you look at an offense that's this explosive and you think about different ways that it can work, there's actually quite a bit of risk for a Derrick Henry. There is a decent amount of risk for Zay Flowers, which is one of the reasons why we want to take him in that sort of 702 range. We do want exposure. He's very good. The Ravens are going to score a ton of points, but you're trying to be as price conscious as you possibly can. And then you're looking for loopholes. How could this break in a way where you're a massive winner? Rashad Bateman, if the other receivers have some injuries, he's good enough to be a huge win. Keaton Mitchell, obviously a huge win. Isaiah Likely, he's someone I think they expected to emerge before this injury. You mentioned how favorably they talk about him. They were talking about him being an all-pro. You get the impression, and I don't want to overstate this, but certainly they were looking at the possibility of unloading Mark Andrews this offseason. All of the breadcrumbs were pointing in the direction of a Likely breakout. You talk all the time about this as an offense that only has one ball, where Likely is one of the guys who was hurt by that. And then you have a chance over the offseason to look at what you did and try and figure out how you can be better. Now with the Ravens, they were so good that you're talking about tiny, tiny little edges. But they looked at this and they said, in the second half of the season, we didn't throw enough to Zay Flowers, which hopefully that pans out for this team. They said we didn't throw enough to Isaiah Likely. Those are things that are easy to say, and they don't always then manifest when you come back in the next season. But I think that the prices on those guys in such an explosive offense, if you also believe in the talent for the individual player, that's what I like to play in kind of these double-digit rounds where, most of your picks are honestly going to miss.
I like that. I think that's a really good point about being price conscious with these types of plays. I think it makes a lot of sense. Similar to your Bronco stuff. I just, sometimes want to talk about other plays. I'm just kidding. We are almost back up here in the second. Henry asks, no Bowers anymore. We haven't done a lot of Bowers here today. I think I can speak for Sean as well. I know it's for me. We've gotten a lot of Bowers in the mains. These early draft slots were a fun opportunity for us to mix up the exposures a little bit. We really like Jahmyr Gibbs. We really like CeeDee Lamb. Gave us an opportunity to build some different types of teams in the Big Gorilla. Obviously, a different price point. It's a fun way to try different stuff. When in the mains, we've been mostly just landing on Bowers. So it's not anything against Bowers. It's actually, in fact, that we are so high on Bowers that we're wanting to try some different things on the other drafts.
And it's 3 hours and 8 minutes ago, but did we not start with Brock Bowers in the first? Oh, then Bucky Irving does get back to us.
We did take Brock Bowers in one today. For some reason, I was thinking we didn't. So you want to go Gibbs, Bucky? Okay, let's do it. I am on board there. Consigliere asked if Brian Robinson is the best handcuff in the Big Gorilla. He had earlier sent a super chat about adding McCaffrey and B-Rob together. Appreciate the little super chat there. We'll make this pick here and then talk about it. We're actually going to have a little bit of a log jam. We are on deck in both. It goes Allen Kittle at the turn. Do we want to get Henderson on a Gibbs team, or do we want to do a Lamar Jackson team after everything we were just talking about? Those are the picks, right?
Yeah. Lamar Jackson, and we just win this whole tournament with Gibbs, Irving to start.
Let's do it. So we do Gibbs, Irving, Lamar. I mean, you could have said the same thing about Travion Henderson and winning the whole tournament, but
I do like to throw that out pretty freely.
Yeah. So Gibbs, Irving, Lamar, very, very fun start. We'll do some really fun stuff at receiver later as a result of that. We are on the clock here now in the 14th. Brashard Smith went. Thank you, Silas. Thank you. We got to take somebody else. Monongai went. We talked about him enough. Oh, God. It's Troy Franklin.
Somebody else is.
Sean's ready to take Troy Franklin. He's jumping out of his seat. I just realized who the other person was. Yeah, this is the team for Troy Franklin. I mentioned it with Burden. We're taking on these huge, big cuts with the stable wide receivers. I'm actually excited to add him to that team. This was a reasonable and normal time to take Troy Franklin. You're like, every draft is a reasonable and normal time to take Troy.
I like the fact that Ben has finally come around to him at the highest possible price that we have considered. It's now a good pick. Any interest in my additional luxury pick of DJ Giddens?
Price doesn't matter in this range at all. I think Giddens is the top on my board. Yeah. I think he's the top on my running back board here. Have him ahead of Brashard Smith. Is Franklin really at a high price here? I mean, I do have him behind.
Well, I was contrasting it with the main event that we did, a couple weeks ago, where in round 18, I could not get you on board. We've gotten some more information since then.
Yeah.
Franklin supposedly is going late 17, according to our tool in the last couple of days. That's not what we've seen in drafts that we're participating in, which obviously is just a very small slice of the overall drafts going off here.
And the Devon Vele trade definitely changed my opinion on the Broncos receivers quite a bit. Vele ran the second most routes among wide receivers on the team last year and had a very specific role. It made me visualize that the offense is going to potentially be different this year, way more easily. And that was sort of the point that you had been making. And I wasn't as clear on. I want to go back to the Consigliere's point. He just said he never wants to be that guy, but it's his first high stakes. He said it literally split the room like the Grand Canyon. That's the Brian Robinson question. I think he's interesting to talk about. I don't understand why he would be the clear top handcuff. I think people are very concerned about McCaffrey's health, and so there's part of that maybe that people are saying that it's most likely to hit. But even if it hits, what we saw last year with Jordan Mason was that the team basically stopped throwing to the running backs, that it was McCaffrey that drove the really big value on the high value touch side and those types of things, the lot of receptions and all of those things. Mason was fine. It's still a really good rushing attack. You'll get some touchdowns and those things, but Brian Robinson's not a dynamic talent that's going to add a bunch of efficiency. And then you also would have at that point, depending when it is and how healthy Isaac Guerendo is, you'd have a talented other back there with Isaac Guerendo and maybe even Jordan James. I don't know that Robinson would definitely be the workhorse. Guerendo was very efficient as a rusher and a receiver last year. Sunk some real draft capital into him. He's had a hard time staying healthy, but he would be the guy that I would expect to get the receiving stuff that McCaffrey does if he's healthy at that time and that there's a little bit of a committee. Is there any reason that we're too low on Brian Robinson? How do you see that?
Well, he certainly could score. And so I don't want to portray it as there's no possibility of that. he did have some splash plays last year. And you can either give that to him, or you can say that that is pretty directly the result of what Jaden Daniels opens up. So when I was writing about him and what this means for guys like JCM before it became obvious that Brian Robinson was really not going to be there, and then when you think about it as he moves to the 49ers, you had those big plays, but of the Commanders' backs last season, he was the guy who was rated far below average in SIS's charting enhanced kind of EPA number, where they do the charting, they assign value to the different components, like the offensive line, running backs, what have you. Once you break that down, they had him as negative in points above average. And so that doesn't mean that he's bad. Those numbers are going to bounce around for running backs. And if you get too caught up in exactly what those numbers say, then you're probably going to make some bad decisions. The most recent information that we have on Brian Robinson is simply that the 49ers like him. But the information that Washington was giving us, one of the reasons why JCM is probably overvalued is that a lot of the information they were giving us was more Brian Robinson related than it actually was JCM related, or at least there's that combination of both things. And so if you make that move, you trade him to the 49ers, they want to have some certainty behind Christian McCaffrey, because the 49ers have had such terrible injury luck with their skill positions that, I mean, they go into seasons just assuming everyone is going to get hurt. And so you need to have some backups. But your point about Isaac Guerendo being the bigger upside play, he's also the guy who's going to catch passes. And so from that perspective, I guess I would be skeptical if it did transpire that McCaffrey is out. Then Brian Robinson would certainly be a guy you'd like to have on your team at that point.
Yeah, he would be a guy you'd like to have. At the same time, he may not be the best handcuff on his own team, so it's pretty hard for him to be the best handcuff in the entire league. Sean, I'm just realizing that the guy who went right after DJ Giddens was Jalen Coker. As I don't have the draft up and I'm not tracking these things, I'm relying on you to let me know when I agree to Troy Franklin that I'm doing so at the expense of Jalen Coker, who is a clearly better pick than Troy Franklin. Clearly better pick. Come on.
Agree to disagree. There's a round difference. Again, not that we're trying to overstate the value of ADP in these ranges, but Giddens does go earlier. Coker has been going ahead of Franklin. I don't know what's happened, Ben. I feel my Bryce Young enthusiasm cooling just a tiny bit. And I just think McMillan is going to step on every other piece in that offense more than Cortland Sutton does in Denver.
One thing I want to say, and we do see Harold Fannin goes at 15:06 as well to Silas, who says in the chat, Coker wasn't getting past 15:06. We maybe should have considered Fannin again at the 14:15 turn there. Yeah, you better be right on Franklin and Giddens because you made us pass some fun picks. The Coker thing, no, I'm just kidding. The Coker thing, I'm curious when you looked at him. I know when you look at rookie year efficiency, I know you tend to look at fantasy points over expected and those things. He didn't earn a ton of volume, but particularly early. And as a UDFA, your breakout work from years ago has always been really helpful for me to contextualize the later round breakouts, often needing to take some time. The big thing for Coker with me was that he broke out in season, and then when he came back, they moved him out of the slot to the outside and benched David Moore. Everyone was saying that Coker wouldn't play, or some people were. I was hearing this because Adam Thielen had taken over the slot role and was doing really well at that time. Thielen continued to play in the slot, but they made room for Coker. So his efficiency led to volume within his rookie year already. Now they've traded Thielen to free up the slot, and they said they're going to play Coker in the slot. They already confirmed that. And we are on the clock here at 4:11. It's a little early for Jalen Coker, but when I get done with this, you might wish that we had taken him at 4:11. What
and
the McMillan
recently took Tetairoa McMillan at 302. He comes to us at 411. I know I don't have to debate that one with you.
The first thing I do is look at the board and try to figure out where the key targets have gone. I see Worthy 2 picks before us. I don't see McMillan anywhere. You tell me he's there. On a team we started Gibbs, Irving, Lamar Jackson. We get my wide receiver 13 right now in the rankings, Sean, at 411, wide receiver 20. This is our favorite one. I mean, this is the best one. Our last one of the day. This could be the big winner.
So Garrett Wilson still out there with one pick in between. I mean, do you like him ahead of George Pickens and RJ Harvey in this situation?
I have that in my ranks. I don't know that the answer is that I do. There's definitely an ADP component with my ranks there because a lot of people use these in home leagues and things where like some of these guys go much, much later.
1 o'clock on the other. Go ahead and grab CJ Stroud there.
Oh, no QB. Yeah. We should get a quarterback at some point in that team. That would be smart. We are back up. I mean, RJ Harvey, we didn't get Travion. It's a Gibbs Irving team. I think we just. I'd hate to not have Travion or RJ Harvey on this team where we've got some other, values and things that we like. I don't think we have to force Garrett Wilson unless you really think that's the pick, but maybe it's not Harvey because we're thinking Evan Ingram. I don't know. What are you thinking?
This is tough. I like a lot of the picks here. It's a good value on Wilson again.
George Pickens would be a really good pick here. He went 403 in the last one.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with Pickens. I didn't mention him, but I would want Pickens over Wilson. So Pickens or Harvey are kind of the two that are on my mind. Is that who you're thinking? You're thinking Wilson.
Couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I was thinking, well, yeah. Once you said you were Pickens over Wilson, and it's not a matter of taking the big Wilson value, I was like, let's just get RJ Harvey. That's who we really want.
Yeah. I don't know that I, would really firmly stand by that, but I was thinking about it. I do have Pickens behind Wilson, but I've been saying all along I think Pickens is as good of a pick as T. Higgins, and I have Pickens as a clear target in my ranks. I don't have Wilson as a target. Oh, we autoed on the other one.
Then I got bad news. We didn't complete the clean run. We blew it Silas at the 322 mark.
Silas in the chat letting us know that really the last opportunity, one of the last opportunities where we had 2 drafts to figure out. Obviously, that pick is not a major issue. In fact, we just took Trey Harris for the take a peek. He makes perfect sense for this build where we're taking a bunch of upside swings. Not a big deal, although I do like playing Keandre Lambert-Smith more, not just at cost, but straight up, because I think it's a take a peek element, and I think it's an early volume element, and I do feel pretty confident that based on the way that they ran things in the preseason, that Keandre Lambert-Smith's going to get more routes than Harris in week 1. I know from a draft capital standpoint, that's probably a surprising take for some people.
Well, the other mildly disappointing thing, and it still could work out because of where his ADP is, but I had that all set up for us to do CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, and then just got too caught up in the more important pick of, is it Harvey? Is it Wilson? Is it Pickens? And we blew it. But we blew it by getting RJ Harvey, which may be the $1 million selection.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of blowing it, I'm fine autoing the 17th round pick on our QB2 or what have you. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world, as opposed to making sure we get the 502 right on a build that we really like to start on. So, yeah, we were hoping to not auto any this year. We do auto one, but It's not a big deal. It's just not an issue at all. The 17th round, again, like this is a take a peek where you're probably going to churn that spot before week 1 anyway. Not even mildly concerned. I love the direction we went in there. We've been getting so the other thing about the Harvey pick, Sean, this room gave us McMillan at the 4. Wilson and Pickens then went past both of the drafters behind us well into the 5th. Feels like a room where we're going to get some other wide receiver values is the way that I would articulate that. I'm hopeful that we will get some more. It's fun to get Harvey here. And then we'll see sort of how the rest of it goes. Tyler Warren, 5'10", just continues to go higher and higher. I've been tracking him a little bit during these drafts. Probably Wilson over Pickens is right. The more I think about it, I was just talking about how Pickens a little bit more of a target for me at his cost. I don't think straight up I can stand by that point. Wilson's going to get a lot of targets, and I obviously really, really like him. I'm glad we went with RJ Harvey there. I was undecided. Coker. I didn't get to finish my Coker rant. Jalen Coker, within the first season, efficiency
rant
leads
that set us up for everything that transpired after.
Nothing being correct, so we better at least pay it off. Jalen Coker, efficiency leads to volume within year 1. If you dig into some of the more advanced numbers, like the targets per route, they don't look great on the full season level, but a big part of that is in the early part of his season. As far as his routes he's running, he's a UDFA trying to get on the field. Xavier Legette, for example, had 7 targets in week 1. He had 10 by week 4. This is the way it works. This is what Sean's research has shown us, at least the way that I apply it, is that early opportunity flows to the high draft capital. Late draft capital guys tend to break out later in their careers. I think Coker sped up that timeline, and is why I'm on him in year 2. Clearly sped it up in year 1 by being a very efficient player. Legette got a bunch of volume and was inefficient. His yards per target in the same offense were bad, well below average on volume. And so for me, he's a clear fade because this is a guy that didn't do the efficient thing to earn more volume. Coker, meanwhile, did not get a lot of volume early, had to earn his spot, earn his role, has a breakout game in Denver, gets more playing time, does better, gets injured, comes back, gets played at a different spot to make sure he's on the field, has a very strong end of the season as well, or solid. Off season, they're starting to talk about, some people thought that he might get cut. Like he is not doing as well early in camp. He's injured. He's missing some time. Hunter Renfro's looking good. Blah, 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 blah. He has another good enough camp in the last month that they go and trade Adam Thielen to open up the slot role for Jalen Coker. They just did this after early camp a month ago. When I was down in Miami with my buddies Pat and Pete in the ship chasing group, Pat was telling me the scuttlebutt is that Coker may not make the team. That's what some of the beat reporters are saying because he hasn't been able to get out there and practice and all these things. And I was like, man, that's crazy. I don't see how an efficient rookie that they found a spot for late in the year after he came back from an injury would then fail to make the team in year 2. Not only did that become clear that he was going to make the team, and he had some highlights in the preseason and look good, they go and they trade, their veteran that their QB has really liked throwing to and has been the main guy. I do think McMillan is going to be the absolute star in that passing game, and it's so fun to have exposure to him. But Coker's going to be the clear number 2 now. I think he's going to be the clear number 2. And I think he's going to go, like, this is a little bit like the Jacoby Myers discussion we had a few years ago, Sean, where it was a UDFA, a later round guy that I felt showed enough in his first breakout. You kind of have to earn it again. I feel like Coker has earned it the 2, 3, 4 times now where draft capital doesn't matter. And now it's just a question of how good he is. And that's where the efficiency from last year is so exciting. Maybe he can't earn volume quite as big. Maybe it's a target issue. It will continue to be a target issue. I'm trying to make the case that that's more because he didn't have the draft capital early on. He didn't get enough consideration early in the reads and those things in that first season, and that could evolve in the second season. But yeah, I'm pretty into Jalen Coker. Now, I do think Troy Franklin's going to have some fun moments as well. He had some near misses on some deep shots and some things that are going to swing back his way this year, I think. And he's another guy that could be on a similar track as a later round, day 3 guy, had to earn his keep in year 1, got playing time. He was running more routes than Marvin Mims. And then we're heading into year 2, hearing very positive things. They trade a player, and now there's more room for Franklin. We are on the clock at 18-11. Still a few picks away in the other draft where I was wrong. Wide receivers went flying off the board. We are not getting any great values there. Is it like Cam Little here and a defense, and then we just pass the final pick around? Bryce Young and Cam Ward went. Is there a quarterback that I'm not seeing? Oh, Geno Smith? Maybe? I don't know. What do you think?
I put Tua in the queue. If everything goes right, I mean, he is a fine passer. He actually scored better down the stretch last season than I think people realize. But there's probably no need. So we're back up over here. TJ Hawkinson gets within 1 pick of us and goes. That is a dagger, but I have some good news. If you were wanting to make the fun pick of Travis Hunter sometime today, this is our shot.
Yeah. Answer is yes. Travis Hunter at 6'11 is easy. We're back up at 1902. 2 is fine. I think a second QB makes a lot of sense here. Once Trey Harris bombs in the opener, we can potentially grab Malik Washington, then have this before week 1, have the stack of all stacks. Or,
well, let's
go ahead. Daniel Jones.
Let's go with the KC defense here to kind of switch that up a little bit. We're getting a lot of Chargers. There's the potential for some return touchdowns this season. And I think even if you don't expect the defense to score based on defense in week 1, that take a peek notion with how special teams could factor in is pretty meaningful.
We're back up at 702. Pearsall went at the turn. He fell all the way to the 6-7 again. Hunter, a guy that we have well above Pearsall. We also got asked about Golden in the chat. He's still there from what I can tell. So we did get a lot of receiver value here. But, I would probably just go Jerry Jeudy ahead of them, unless we want to do Ingram for the 3rd time today.
Yeah, I think it's Jeudy and Ingram for me as the 2 main choices.
Jeudy, because we only have the 2 receivers, I think is really interesting. It does mean we're going to be late at tight end. We'll play tight end differently in this one, see if we can hit on some late round stuff. We do grab Jeudy. McMillan, Hunter, and Jeudy are our 3 receivers that go with Gibbs, Bucky, and Harvey. It's hard to, we haven't taken a lot of Jeudy today. Obviously, I had the big rant in the first hour of the first draft. It's hard to pass him up there on a team where we didn't get a lot of receivers early, and he's this huge multi-round value. And I just think he's one of the guys you go, we had this great start. Who are the guys that we got to get on this team? I think Jerry Judy's one of the guys.
Yeah, and the other name there, we've cooled on him a bit, but David Njoku, another tight end who was was the highest tight end by ADP, and we certainly think that David Njoku could draw 1 million 2-yard targets. This offense is going to, Ben, I just would be stunned if they don't throw a ton of passes now. Maybe that will just be stunning. But either Cleveland Brown player there, I really like. The Browns are probably the team that I think the fantasy community is playing the most incorrectly.
Hope you're right. Been taking a lot of them. Our guy Drico had that as his truth serum take over on Pete's channel. I've been doing some slows with Drico. We've been building some really fun teams in the BBT. Definitely make sure to check that out. Make a check.
And to keep people updated on what is happening, the 3:15 Big Gorilla has 10 of 12. The 4 o'clock has 9 of 12. The 5 o'clock has 7 of 12. The 6:30 has 8 of 12. The 5 o'clock and the 6:30 are going to definitely fill. I think that you're going to get a huge number of these drafts filling throughout the day. In some cases, you'll have multiple drafts filling at the same time. You could draft a couple simultaneously. That's always fun to do if you're not trying to do a podcast at the same time. And as we mentioned earlier, if you do want to play in that best ball tournament that you and Drico have some good teams in, Colin Kelly and I have some good teams in it you'd like to think they were fun teams. We drafted off our board. That's the best you can do. 391 teams remain. So don't wait too long. And then arguably the most fun tournament, which again, we'll have a ton of these drafts going off. 1320 teams remain in the $35 Superflex version. And that also is going to sell out soon.
The BBT is going to sell out like really soon. You just said 300 and something. A little bit ago, it was at 400 and something. I mean, those drafts are filling and they're going off. The sit and goes are filling. It's Labor Day weekend. I wouldn't be surprised if that one's done by Monday. The $35, you have maybe a little bit more time, but try to get into that as well. Those super flex ones are really fun.
Now, those $35 teams will just go flying. And the Superflex version, I've written about it on the site. I've got a whole Superflex draft kit out there. You got to scroll back a little bit, but you can obviously find it through my archives. The Roster Construction Explorer, and again, we've got to give Mike Beers a ton of credit. He hasn't been with RotoViz for a few years because he had to do some other stuff, but he built some amazing tools. That one is one where if you know the structures, it doesn't mean you're going to win, obviously, but you can really skew the probabilities in your favor. And it's the most fun. $35.
Yes, that one's very, very fun. Sean, what are we at?
Well, these two drafts managed to get like on top of each other. And so we did have some time we could actually mention a few other things. Yeah, we're at 3:36.
3 hours, 36 minutes. Yeah, no, I was just saying I'm starting to fade. It's almost nap time for this old man. This has been so much fun. If you're watching the stream, like the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment, do all of those things.
I don't want to put any pressure on you here, Ben, but the round 20 pick, incredibly important. We only have one QB, and that's CJ Stroud. We only have one tight end. Thankfully, that has happened to be TJ Hawkinson. I mean, I've got this kind of plotted out for Malik Washington to be the guy here, but we could double up Chargers. You mentioned you like Keandre better. That way you have
I like Keandre better than Harris, but I basically always want to take Malik Washington at this point. And I like, because we're thinking about Tua, Trey Harris is this take a peek now that we autoed. If he doesn't do well in week one, if he doesn't run really many routes, we can pick up our QB2 before week one. I had just said a moment ago that if we did Tua, that we could pick up Malik Washington before week one. And I like this idea of drafting Malik, picking up our QB2 before week one. Maybe that's Tua, maybe that's somebody else, because we really don't care that much. There's several guys actually here. Wow, Malik Washington goes at 20.10 before the 20.11. I don't even care who we take now. I was super excited to take Malik and then get Tua.
Well, I like both take a peek guys and Jalen Royals and Keandre Lambert-Smith. I also think that there's a chance that Pat Freiermuth just goes out and like easily leads the Pittsburgh Steelers in targets. At which point he would be picked up.
I think all those are great picks. I'm totally fine if you want to do a Royals. I'm fine with Lambert-Smith. We already have Harris, but yeah, we could just pick between them after the fact. But probably Freiermuth is wrong. I mean, I think I'm with that point.
You're saying wrong in terms of he obviously should be going. He should be going.
Yeah, I said that weird, but
14.
Yeah. His ADP, his price is wrong, but we may still be able to pick him up after the take a peek. It depends if somebody takes him in the first run. I said, I don't know why
we can
I
swap
said
out both
wrong.
Harris and Royals there and add
Yeah.
two. We can add the tight end, we can add the QB.
Oh, report today. Royals out week 1. Royals likely out week 1. See, that was a concern with the knee tendonitis that I've been having in these last couple of drafts. I made a comment to you a little bit ago. We've been on stream, so we missed this report. But when you brought up Royals, I expressed some negativity and kind of pushed you back towards Washington. Part of that was I was worried that this was going to be the result, since we've been hearing about that knee tendonitis, that we weren't even going to get that take a peek element, which is okay. It's fine.
And to go back to that Fab question, our bids to replace, now again, this is a separate question, but our bids to replace the bad pick I just made will be $1 bids.
Yeah, it's not going to be it's not going to be a big deal. We got CJ Stroud as our only QB. We went Gibbs, Harvey. I mean, I said that the Frymuth pick was wrong. That's bad wording on my part, but I meant that his price was wrong. CJ Stroud, Gibbs, RJ Harvey, Bashal Tootin, Cam Scattaboo, Ollie Gordon, Will Shipley, Keaton Mitchell, DJ Giddens. At receiver, we have Lad McConkey, AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, Zay Flowers, Luther Burden, Troy Franklin, Trey Harris, Jalen Royals. The tight end is Hawkinson solo. We're going to try to get Frymuth on there. Cam Little, KC defense. And I do just want to say, you do an incredible job on the sticks. We are back up here. I'm going to elaborate that on a question in a second. We got both Pittman and Downs go right before us. What are we looking at?
Interesting. Well, you had mentioned Colston Loveland earlier, and that would be an interesting pick for this team. I also am just more or less otherwise back around to playing the hits with Bashal Tootin.
I think I like Loveland, and then we can get Tootin on the way back in all likelihood, right? We'll take him. We're going to do some other stuff in the later rounds, maybe a Pat Frymuth or something. I like getting the upside swing of Loveland and then kind of stashing that for a little bit. We may not even play him week 1, to be completely honest.
I think when you do make the selection, as you say, you need to be prepared to go in a different route, and you're hoping that the offense blows up. You might make some other Chicago Bears picks coming off of that, because Loveland probably needs the team to be functional. But once you get into that range, you want that week 13 and 14, and then certainly week 15 through 17 upside that he provides, and probably most of the other remaining tight ends don't. Ben, we're back. The picks in the interim were Travis Etienne and Keon Coleman.
So the only guy I have ahead of Tootin at running back is Jordan Mason has not gone, right?
That's correct. Jordan Mason is still there.
In a Gibbs Irving build, you're probably not super excited about that. And I hear that. I'm totally fine with Tootin to just get more ceiling into this. And then the other option would be like a Burden or something, but we can try to do that in 10. You're thinking.
Yeah. So the Jordan Mason, I think he's undervalued. He and Jalen Warren are really tricky guys for me. They were priority targets earlier in the season. I assumed that they were going to be kind of the number 1 and number 2 on the 0 RB countdown, which the way that I worked that is backwards in order of ADP. There, they were the number 1 and 2 guys when I did the list of the 15 most important running backs to draft now. I don't know what the exact publish date was, but I wanted to get that out for folks who end up drafting their home leagues somewhat early, and they need the 0 RB list basically early. So I put one out like that, and they were both on there. The Warren one is tough. We kind of backed into it on the draft that I did with Pat and Pete on Ship Chasing, where sort of after the fact, I was thinking through it, and I was like, Jalen Warren is really good. But the Steelers have never seemed to believe that, for one thing. They make the selection of Caleb Johnson, but then they also have this idea, and again, this goes back to just how terrible Arthur Smith is at his job, where that Kenneth Gainwell is going to vulture you don't have that many receiving touches that you can just like willy-nilly give up, right? And so once you have Gainwell taking a couple here and there, then the key part about Warren that makes him a better pick than Caleb Johnson goes away. Well, you look at the situation with the Vikings, and I think that Jordan Mason is going to crush Aaron Jones in terms of carries. But what's your upside from the high value touch perspective? Maybe you can give us kind of where you are there when you talk about the team high value touches, what you saw for the running backs in Minnesota. Aaron Jones was not a great running back last year, right? Now, there are all these notes about how he career highs and this and that, but he actually wasn't that good. And especially when you put it within the context of how dynamic that Minnesota Vikings offense can be. I mean, we're going to see Jordan Mason have some games. There are going to be a few games in there where he looks like the guy from the first month in San Francisco. My concern would be, how do you pick those out in a managed format? And if you're trying to balance that versus Bashal Tutin, where we still have that possibility of a guy getting traded, which if you get ETN or Bigsby traded, then Bashal Tutin's value is mid-round 6. But even if that doesn't happen, one of the reasons why they would look at trading those guys is that Tutin is the guy they want to play. And he's a player who will take everything, who will create big plays, who will catch passes, and will be in an offense that we think has sort of similar upside to what the Minnesota Vikings have been able to do. It just gets really tricky for me with Warren and Mason because I want to take them on talent. I want to take them on them having a bigger role than people think they're going to have. But even if they do that, I struggle with how you like truly and fully win on those picks.
I think that was a really good breakdown. As far as a high value touch question that you asked, the main way that I have found that they're pretty predictive is if you look at like the top quartile and the bottom quartile in the projections, those teams tend to be the lowest teams or the highest teams respectively. When I miss on those, the high ones tend to be middle of the pack, but not bottom. And the low ones tend to be middle of the pack, but not top. The middle range of the high value touch projections is very bunched up from top to bottom. The Vikings are in that middle range, but on the lower side. But that's also because last year they only had 9 rushing TDs. They were like the only good team in the league that had so few rushing touchdowns. And that's something they've talked about this offseason they wanted to address with Jordan Mason. I definitely changed that in my projections, but probably I'm leaning a little bit, maybe why I'm high on JJ McCarthy as well, leaning a little bit toward the past TDs, even more than it will be. But part of that's when JJ McCarthy's projection and my projections is fed into by the receiving weapons. So how low are you going to put Justin Jefferson's receiving TD rate? How low are you going to put Jordan Addison's, who has back-to-back 10 touchdown seasons? And TJ Hawkinson isn't necessarily a massive TD guy, but now you have Adam Thielen as well, who kind of is. And so you do have several options that can catch a lot of touchdowns. And so there is this potential that the Vikings, for a good team that score a lot of points, don't actually generate a ton of rushing TDs. And so as far as that side of the team high value touch equation, I think it's tricky. I think my projections are probably light on that. And so they're kind of a slightly below average projection overall by just a few total high value touches below the average, like 3. But it puts them at like, I don't know, 20th or something, or 22nd or something, a few slots below the average of 16th or 17th ranked team would be like the average, the midpoint of the 32 teams. Anyway, I wouldn't say that they're going to be below average necessarily. I also have them very solid in running back targets. That's mostly through Aaron Jones, as you were discussing, and for the reasons you were discussing. So anyway, I don't think there's a lot of very useful insight there other than, well, and then the other big thing, actually, I should note there is the Vikings redid their entire interior of their offensive line. And some people call it the most overdone or overhauled offensive line this offseason. And it was one of the big notes of free agency, how hard they went at the guard positions and at center. And so, that was an issue for them. That was an issue for them in the postseason. In the pass game as well, they were getting those double A gap blitzes and weren't able to pick them up. And Darnold was having so much issues with the pressure. And so they wanted to be able to protect in the passing game on the interior, and they wanted to be able to run on the ground in the green zone. It's just very clear that's what their intent was, and they went out and made sure to do it. And so I do think the rushing TDs will rebound quite a bit from the 9 that they had as a team last year. And I think Mason will do well as a result. But in terms of team expectations for the high value touches, they don't come out as like a really aggressively high end team. And as you said, Mason probably not very involved on the receiving side of that equation. For him, it's about, can he get 10 plus touchdowns? I do think that's possible for him. That's the upside case for Mason, is 10, 12 rushing TDs. And then he's a fine pick in that range if he runs for 1,000 yards and has that kind of green zone role and effectiveness and production. So, Shawn, we never recapped that third team. I've left it open. I wanted to go back to it. It was a Jahmyr Gibbs. I did recap this team. All right, I'm going to close it. What are you thinking here at the 10-11 turn? We have Lamar Jackson, Gibbs, Bucky Irving, RJ Harvey, and Bashal Tootin. We got McMillan, Hunter, and Jeudy. We got Colston Loveland as our upside tight end. We could pair him with a more boring tight end. Kyle Pitts goes a little ahead of ADP at 9-12 there. Oh, you're talking. Yeah. You muted yourself. I was kind of wondering when you were going to chime in, and then I look over at you and you don't know that I can't hear you.
So we haven't had too many of those today, but it's been a pretty
Just
clean
two.
run.
It's been a pretty clean run otherwise. Yeah. I knew it was going to happen. I saw when you muted yourself, and I was like, I should mention before I slow down to Shawn that he's muted, and then I just kind of spaced off and you were talking away. What were you saying? What was the
I think we can wait on the tight ends. My true serum take was, especially in best ball, it plays very, very differently, the two formats at tight end, and you want to have very, very different tactics. But one of my points is I actually do like the very late guys. What you really want to avoid is taking the middle tight ends. They are terrible picks. JJ was talking to me about some of the research that he has done showing that there's no relationship between ADP and scoring in all of those middle tight ends. We had all the stuff showing that there's a tight end dead zone, which is what he called it as well, in our best ball tools on the site. Again, slightly different things. But you get to the late guys, and like Pat Fryermuth, the person that we should have taken with our last pick in the previous draft, would be fine to pair with Colston Loveland, but you're going to do that, and you're going to also make another high upside swing. So I think this team is just going to end up being much more tight end heavy than any of the other teams that we've done. I think we want to get a big upside shot here, and man, we have a lot of good choices, actually.
I think it's Burden. We only have 3 receivers. Jaden Higgins already went. Am I missing another receiver?
No. So what I was hoping, the dream scenario would have been Higgins and Burden coming back. Now, that would have given us the 4 rookie receivers to go with Jerry Jeudy. But once you start to get so many of the shots at him and with the upside, you can make that work, especially if this turns out to be a team where we're only playing 2 receivers. Right now, if you're only playing 2 receivers, but you're also weak at tight end, I mean, this is a weird build. It's going to be a little bit trickier to come out of properly than some of our other ones. But I do think in the end, it's going to set up pretty nicely as a 4 running back team, even if it takes us a week. Maybe this is a team that scores poorly in week 1, but it's going to be a team that scores a lot after that, would be my hope. But right now, with 1 pick to go, Scattaboo and Dylan Sampson are both there. Trey Benson, a pick that we should have considered in a previous draft when we actually took Burden and might have been able to get both of them, is still there. Running back is not our need, but I think that that's where the value is going to be with this next pick.
Yeah, that's interesting. Everything you were saying about the tight ends, I think is, it fits everything we know about the tight end dead zone and all that stuff. I guess I'm very skeptical of a lot of the tight end data. I think it's very dependent on just a few plays and a few ways that recent seasons have gone. I just don't think you can get enough of a sample. I do really like Dallas Goedert behind ADP here, but I do the other names and the other options that we have are fine. Are good, are strong options. I shouldn't say fine. I have Scatterboo and Dylan Sampson back to back. Of the names that you mentioned, those are the two that really excite me. And I think we had to take Burden, even ahead of even considering Goddard. And I still think we want to take a running back over Goddard as well. I don't care which of Scatterboo or Sampson we have. I have Scatterboo ranked ahead of him, but mostly for ADP. If you want to go Sampson, I'm totally on board. Yeah, so we grabbed Sampson. We've been grabbing Scatterboo in a bunch of these. He is the slider by ADP. I guess I think Sampson's a better pick. Maybe not. Maybe that's not fair because you've talked about how Scatterboo's profile is that great HVT, high value touch profile. But Sampson.
So I know that a lot of people think that Ford is going to be involved early. I think he's going to catch some passes. I think both of these guys are going to catch some passes. I think they're both pretty strong, week 1, week 2, week 3 picks. I gave you a hard time when we picked Ford on one of our pure zero RB teams. Ben, that team looks fantastic because it got Charbonnet way below his current cost. It got JCM way below his current cost. It got Ollie Gordon way below his current cost. It has Ford on there. There was a window where pure zero RB could be pretty exciting. This is probably not that window. But to your point there with Scatterboo,
I love that you threw Ford into that list of players. That was very kind of you.
With Sampson, we're going to get early production. And the difference, I think, between the two guys is with Sampson, you get early production, and if Judkins is dropped on top, you still continue to get production. Ford, you're going to get early production, and if Judkins at some point gets dropped on top, you're not, or probably not. That's the way the Browns have set this whole thing up. That's basically what they've been telling people. It's always possible that he's so good, the Sampson is so bad, what have you, that kind of what their plan is doesn't come to fruition, but that's the plan. And Dylan Sampson was electric last year. We're talking about 22 touchdowns. Dylan Sampson on a team where we might actually be searching for week 1 production. It can seem weird to say, oh, well, take a 4th round running back to get that instant production. But that's how Sampson sets up. He's going to score earlier in the season than Cam Scatterboo.
Yeah, he's a good addition to this build. Definitely lengthens the running back room. I think I may have passed it if I was just totally solo. When you have Loveland at tight end, I think you made a good case for the late tight ends, and I think we're going to take a lot of them. But Goddard was a clear value there and a take-a-peek guy as well. And if he goes out and has a big week 1, we get to put him into the lineup, and we are thinking about him as our week 2 starter. And I think there's a real possibility of that. Dallas Goedert's profile is underrated. I have him as a target. Within this tier, Pitts and Ferguson, guys that I have ranked after him, I have both gone already. I did have Kincaid actually ranked 1 spot ahead of him, but Kincaid's more of like an upside swing that I'm kind of souring on some. And with Loveland, the key point was the Goddard take a peek and stability play. Goddard had his second career 2+ yards per out run season last year. Was very, very strong on a per out basis. The issue with Goddard continues to be, and has always been, that he has never played a full season. I think his rookie season when he was a backup, he played the full 16 games. It was back in a 16-game season, and he hasn't done it since. He had 15 games the next year, 11, 15, 12, 14, and then 10 last year. That's games played. Continues to miss time every single season, and because of that, people don't really realize that the yards per game, the targets per game, the overall per out profile, the yards per target over the course of his career, always very efficient. Good ball in hand guy, strong catch rate. Whenever A.J. Brown or Devonta Smith have missed time, strong contingent upside for him as well. He's a really good tight end. The touchdowns have never really been there because he's always been sort of a low ADOT catch and run guy, not doing a ton down the field. This guy's never caught 60 balls in a game in a season, but that's because of the injuries and the missed time. He had an 830-yard season the 1 year. His yards per target were crazy. I was going to say he's never had a certain level of yardage, but that's already a pretty strong yardage figure for a tight end in these types of ranges. But every year, the point is he's been very productive. Every single year, he's had at least 40 yards per game, up closer to 60 yards per game at times. and since the second season. First season, he didn't have 40 yards per game. Receptions per game, at least 3.7 every single season, up to 4.6. It's very consistent. Every year I do the projections with Dallas Goedert, I go, if this guy plays 17 games, he's going to set career highs across the board. Career highs in receptions, career highs in yards, career highs in touchdowns, everything, because the touchdowns have been low. He's never had more than 5 in a season. If he actually just plays a 17-game season at his age 30 season, he's not super old. He's 30. He's not young. But if he's able to play a full 17 games, and then the other thing is, okay, if he does miss time in managed, you get to then make your other decisions, play Colston, Loveland, what have you. But while he's healthy, the per game production is far beyond anything he's ever finished in a fantasy season. I do think you get a really nice discount on that at this point. People are tired of it. We've done it every single year. He never stays healthy. He goes there. I didn't expect, I didn't mind talking about him. I didn't expect there was any chance he'd come back. He was already a half round behind ADP at our last turn.
Oh, sure. Just blow up this incredible thesis you have by begging every single drafter on here to take it.
The tight end dead zone stuff that you talked about, my argument would be that there's not enough good tight end profiles. And so that makes a lot of sense over the course of multiple seasons that the guys who go tight end 15, 16, 13, they get pushed up because people need tight ends and they jump in there. Dallas Goedert is clearly a better profile than the tight end 13, 14, 15, 16 of most seasons. I think that to be the case at least. And I'm willing to sort of put my money where my mouth is and draft him in those spots as a result, because I do think he is the type of play that he may miss as well, but circumvents those longer trends that are important to know. And any kind of those types of positional things are important to know and understand where you want to be targeting positions. But we break those rules all the time, Sean, when we think there are reasons that the trends aren't identifying certain plays within certain groups. Now, you may just not agree with everything I said about Dallas Goedert, which is perfectly fine. And I don't think in hindsight I would say that we had to take him, because Luther Burton and Dylan Sampson is obviously a really, really good turn. So it's not like we took some bad pick or anything. I just wanted to make that case. I mean, he's a guy that I think would have paired really well with Loveland, and I think you could go that way. I don't think that's like definitely wrong. You got to take the right tight ends if you're in that range. I don't want to be I don't take any Jake Ferguson. He's somebody that you mentioned as a follower on another stream. I haven't really taken a whole lot of Pitts unless he's going really, really late, and people asked about that. I do think that and I don't take Kincaid. I do think that these types of tight ends in this range, they typically never pan out, and that's what the trends that you were referencing do indicate. But I would make the case that Goedert is the one guy in that range that is pretty unique and interesting. But it's fine. I like your take on the Truth Serum as well, that we can play the late ones. I think Frymuth's a great way to play it. We lose Shipley there at the 12-13, one pick ahead of us. What are you seeing here?
Well, it's not particularly fair for me to say, let's not take your tight end, but let's take my tight end a little bit ahead of ADP. But I do have some Isaiah Likely interest here. Wide receiver is a need. There are not any clear picks there. And so, I mean, we've promised to do some things differently. We have taken some crazy guys throughout the day. This team has a ton of fun pieces. I mean, Keaton Mitchell is just always the pick we make here because it's just so clearly the right pick. Do you have a different guy?
Did Rashid Shaheed go? He's been going a little higher.
No. Do you want to take him?
I would take him. He's the next one on my board, and we have no exposure, and he doesn't fall this far ever. And you said we were a wide receiver needy, and he would be the next guy.
Got it.
He looked good in the preseason. I've been worried about him from a health perspective coming off the knee injury, but it wasn't an ACL. It was a meniscus. His movement looked good in the preseason. And if Kellen Moore does get that offense going in a fun way at all, I mean, he could be on par with Olave. He was at times last year. He's a fun one to add there.
That's the perfect pick for this team. And the Saints are going to be so bad, but Ben, I think they're going to be one of those old school garbage time teams, which frankly, we just haven't seen nearly as much in recent seasons, in part because a lot of those teams have not been able to create any first downs to keep any drives going. And then the superior team that has blown them out will just sit on the ball the whole fourth quarter. I think the Saints are going to be, well, I mean, they may be that bad, but they're going to throw an unreal number of passes. I just don't think that Kellen Moore is going to capitulate in all of those games, and they're going to be, they're going to be losing. So
they're going to be losing for sure, but they're going to throw. You're right. He's going to play fast and he's going to chuck the ball around. Did you want to do Keaton here or Likely? I think are both fine. Likely's, we're on to that next tier. He's one of the next guys for me. The only guys I have ahead of him are, like names that I don't want to mention at this current moment. But
we've had tight ends fall, so he might fall through. But it probably makes sense just to get that upside on this team.
Unless you want to just take Fannin ahead of him, I guess is the point. Because that's the name I didn't want to say. But is Fannin coming back to 14?
Let's just take Fannin.
You're like, all right, fine. You were thinking we could get Fannin at 14, 15. He went earlier than that in one of these drafts.
He went early in one. We actually blew it in the previous one where we let him fall through the obvious pick because we got so off the rails with the Troy Franklin selection. But Fannin has to be the guy on this team. If he went, and he certainly could, he does sometimes.
Yeah.
Then we would never forgive ourselves.
Right. When you're talking about the upside tight end thing, and I said, it could be likely he's in my ranks, but the guy that I have ahead of him, I just want to take, which is Harold Fannin. So we went ahead and did that. So we skipped out on Keaton Mitchell and some of the running backs there. I know that's hard for you because you're right that those are the best picks always there. But do you think that was right now in hindsight that we went Shaheed Fannin here? I kind of low on the clock got you on Shaheed, and you're like, yeah, it's kind of fun. And I just sent him off on an absolute spiral when I didn't take Dallas Goedert last turn. So I better let him have Rashid Shaheed here after he mentions him. Do you think that it was smart to take Shaheed there over Keaton Mitchell, or where are you at on a Gibbs, Bucky, Harvey, Tootin, Sampson team? Should we have just kept adding running back firepower there?
Well, one of the things that I really try and emphasize to folks, especially in managed, which again is completely different than best ball, where you have to have certain structures, but is to make sure you're just taking the guys who have the most ability to substantially impact your starting lineup as the season evolves. Having said that, the argument for Shaheed for this team is perfect. We couldn't have forgiven ourselves if we didn't have Fannin. And I do think that with the Sampson pick, we have set up the running backs very nicely to where maybe in week one, you're not able to confidently start 4, but as the season moves along, you should be able to do that. The Keaton Mitchell pick becomes a little bit more of a luxury pick. It's always possible that he could come back around. Pretty unlikely with the way people are thinking about him currently, but he's not as good a fit on this team as he is on most. And since we had other picks that were good fits, this was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I like the team quite a bit right now. Lamar Jackson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, RJ Harvey, Bashal Tootin, Dylan Sampson. The receivers are Tetra McMillan, Travis Hunter, Jerry Jeudy, Luther Burden, and Rashid Shaheed. And the tight ends are now Colson Loveland and Harold Fannin. 2 big swings. We can get our stable play late, as you talked about. That is the argument for not needing to take Goddard. You just take another upside swing in Fannin. You don't really need Goddard if you're going to get Fannin. It's kind of the way I'm thinking about it. I don't like Loveland. Goddard's an interesting way to play it as a tandem in a vacuum, but if you can instead just play it as Loveland, Fannin, and an even weaker stable guy because you have 2 upside shots, I think that's perfectly fine too, because you're thinking about how Fannin could be the guy, or there's less pressure on needing this like floor type play, whoever that may be. You mentioned Freiermuth as an option. I agree with that. There are several others. Hunter Henry led the Patriots in targets last year, although he tends to go in these ranges. Tyler Higbee never gets drafted. He's going to be a startable tight end premium in some scenarios. I'm looking like way down my list trying to find other good examples of this, like stable tight end archetype. But Mike Gesicki doesn't go a lot. We could play him, even though they added Noah Fant last year. The Bengals had 3 other tight ends behind Gesicki catch 20-plus balls. They were all playing this particular other tight end role. It's a little bit more of a blocking role, and Fant's not a great blocker, so it's kind of weird that they grabbed Fant, but they liked Gesicki. They brought him back. They signed him to a deal. They basically treated him like a big receiver last year. Like, I don't think the Fant thing really impacts Gesicki a ton. My point was that in this offense, there were 60 other tight end receptions in addition to what Gesicki did, and he had a great year. You got like Zach Ertz. You got a lot of these other dudes that you could. I mean, I don't think we're going to take Zach Ertz, but he already went. Good. Anyway, there's some fascinating options.
The Steelers thing, I still don't get. Now, Jonnu did go early in this one, so he wouldn't be an option for us later. But you see the price here, it makes us feel good about the one on the other. One of the things, Ben, it's fun to do about these marathons is just that throughout the course of the day, you'll have a handful of times where you tactically reach to get the perfect combination of guys for a particular team, but you can also work through and get good values throughout the day and come out with 4 or 5, whatever you decide to do, teams that have a different mix and have lots of good ADP values. We're not trying to draft ADP values. We're trying to find our guys at good prices as we move through. You draft a bunch of the players around ADP, you get a couple of your guys in any given draft way below, and it turns out to be very fun. Or just some names where maybe you're not getting a ton, but you can get an individual share here or there. We were able to get one Pearsall. That one was controversial. We were able to get one Travis Hunter. That one is just clearly very, very fun. Because we did select Lamar Jackson, we have more flexibility in this range to go after the guys. Ben, I was going to say, Jalen Coker, Troy Franklin was the 14-15 turn. It turns out someone liked Jalen Coker in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, because he's a 12th round pick going in the 14th. And yeah, you keep pushing him, you're not going to get him. For those not watching on YouTube, everyone, Sean is laughing very hard right now. It's like you're like a masochist, or not a masochist. You're having fun with my torture. I don't think that's masochism. I don't know how any of this works.
1601 is the ADP for Coker, but he can go here in 14, which he did. That was kind of a dagger for us because he was the perfect fit for this team that is very wide receiver light. Hunter Henry, you mentioned, he does go. Mike Gesicki, you mentioned, he does go. Some of the trendy guys in Isaac Tesla also goes in that Jalen Coker range. Take away.
We are up. Coker was the dagger.
So we did gamble correctly if we assume that we wanted them both, because Isaiah likely does come back around.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we might as well take him. Just keep stacking exciting tight end swings. That's great. You can convince me we can take him at 14-11 for sure.
I mean, that's the position that if we can hit on somebody, gives us the super team. The other positions, man, they're so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, this is a position where like he's our tight end 3. We're not really relying on him to be like a fill-in tight end or a flex option, and it's like I think the real likely ceiling is more of like a contingent play. I don't think Andrews is going anywhere, but so Keaton Mitchell does go at the turn. That's fine. We have him on every single team. Like I mean, we have so much Keaton Mitchell, it's absurd. I'm losing it a little. I don't even know where I put the stream. There it is. Okay, we're back up. What are we? Got all these windows open. This is what happens when you've been streaming for 4.5 hours. And then I like see something in my DMs that I need to address later. And then we're drafting a team. Who's our pick here? Troy Franklin?
Well, I didn't want to say it, but yes.
Oh God, I was kidding. All right, fine. We can take Troy Franklin. You're convinced that Troy Franklin is the next Marvin Mims.
I was going to take Coker for you first, though, in this one. Can't blame you for that one. I was all in on the Coker pick.
Nice.
After your impassioned.
Yeah, well, I mean, the tough thing is people are not idiots and they're aware that Coker should go ahead of Franklin.
We certainly had that happen here. But I really like the top 3 guys on my 0 wide receiver countdown list. We've talked about them ad nauseum today. And hopefully we'll be able to get some more of them to finish out this draft. Coker, one of those guys, he did go. Franklin has been going ahead of Pat Bryant in the drafts that I have been in. Bryant's ADP is actually a little bit earlier. I think both of those guys are strong selections. We talked about this a little bit on one of our main event drafts where Franklin probably plays more early. He's probably that guy who gets you the long touchdowns. He probably has some manufactured work. Pat Bryant, somebody who could come in and if you have any injury, might just immediately step on the rest of the players in that offense. He looks that good. He's a threat over the middle. He is physical in terms of going up to catch the ball. He's physical after the catch. They absolutely love him. Are you sad that we didn't get any Bo Nix today? We've been getting some great value Bo Nix, but that never popped up in today's drafts, in part because this one he actually goes in the middle of 10, but we had obviously taken Lamar Jackson at 302.
Yeah, I'm bummed. He would have been a fun guy to get more exposure to. We've been getting good prices on him. We did the late QB on a few, but I mean, he's one that's nice to get. The falling exposure to. When he's there. I mean, I think that range of QB is similar to what we were talking about with the tight ends, where it's like if you can take the elites earlier, you really, really push it. But probably, I mean, certainly more so over the years in the traditional or in the data, you've seen those mid-round tight ends mid-round quarterbacks hit some real ceiling. It's obviously different than tight end, where I was talking through how there's a lot of just bad profiles at that point. There's only so many good tight ends. There's a lot more potential good quarterbacks and a lot more potential for them to hit and have some huge seasons. So those mid-round guys aren't horrible, but in certain years it does feel a little bit like you want to get the early guys or really stock up at the other positions. But I mean, anyway, these guys certainly have ceilings, and when you can get them at good prices, that's what I always talk about. So it would have been nice to get some exposure to Nix there, not something you have to have or need to worry about. He's just a fun one for sure. I am starting to think he's going to be the real like QB hit in that range when he starts to go in the 10th round and those things. I mean, Drake May is the one we love, and he can go even later. He goes in the 13th here. It doesn't look like Caleb Williams is going to have that year. I don't think it's going to be Kyler or Fields really that are that impactful. Famous last words. I mean, it can be any of them. It almost always can be a QB that you're not expecting. But Nix and May are my favorites. And I guess I feel like once Nick starts going into the 10th round and stuff, he's the one that really nice bet to make.
So we just had the unusual QB2 mega run where we get Trevor Lawrence, Justin Herbert, CJ Stroud, and Bryce Young on 4 consecutive picks. All of those picks are either a QB2 or, in the case of the Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy drafter, QB3. It'll be interesting to see there, after you have Prescott, Purdy, and Herbert feel like slightly conservative additional quarterbacks. But Justin Herbert, even though there's some conservatism within the offense and probably limit him, the arm talent there, and we now believe, very good weapons around him. Anytime that you yourself are very good and you're surrounded by good weapons, there is a path. Individual things within the season could break in a certain way where you have a huge upside year. Ben, we've talked a little bit about how 3 QB is certainly not completely off the table. I think it probably works for me better if you start in round 13 or 14, where maybe you go Purdy, Herbert, and then a QB3 behind that. One of the things it has done, though, is create a little bit of scarcity, where we were talking about how Tua doesn't tend to get drafted. He goes at 15-12 in this room. One of the people we would have been looking at coming back, Kyle Monangai, goes at 15-11. That maybe makes some of our picks at the 16-17 a little bit easier, especially because we do have some decent, although not overwhelming, depth at running back. This has been an odd draft because we have the potential for an amazing starting lineup. We've kind of created a dynamic where we're not behind, but we're certainly not like way ahead of the game at any position other than having Lamar Jackson. We're not overly loaded at running back. We still could add some more receivers with how much youth we have up top. And then obviously the tight end has been kind of the theme of the show.
Yep, this is a fun one for sure. It's like, Shawn, it's kind of boring at this point to only have one draft going. I want to click over and find other picks. What else is going on? Yeah, at this point, we're just winding down the final 5 rounds, 4 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, winding down these final rounds of this 4th draft. Thanks for hanging with us, everybody. Like the stream, leave a comment, subscribe to the channel. It's been a really fun 4.5 hours with you guys. Hopefully entertaining as well. We've built some fun teams. I'm going to talk to you guys about a lot of different players.
Them in the same basic area.
That's right. So this has been a blast. Yeah, we managed to do a good job of breaking through that, having all of our picks between 2 and 5. In the first 5 picks, no number ones necessarily, and nothing on the back whole half of the board, or even at 6. It's tough to get different textures to your builds, but I think we did a good job of that, actually. We got a lot of different texture into our different builds. Showed a lot of different ways to draft between 1 through 5.
And so as we come back here, do you want to continue to go with just the pure breakout tight ends? I mean, at this point, it doesn't seem like there's that much of a purpose to select someone like a Pat Freiermuth, but there might still be a purpose to selecting someone like a Ja'Tavion Sanders. I am leaning in the direction of Malik Washington at this turn, not risking it. But then the second pick, Sanders, Brooks, Rashard Smith, Pat Bryant to cover both halves of the Broncos and try and hit the right one. What appeals to you outside of your guy?
I think Sanders is like the priority, and I was thinking tight end. I mean, just get to 5. Like, who cares at this point? But we don't have to do that. But like you were saying, you don't think there's a point to Freiermuth. And I mean, all these younger guys could struggle early, and Freiermuth could be the only one who's running enough routes. It's probably not a necessary pick to take Freiermuth, but I'm glad we took Sanders first. I like the idea of getting my guy, Malik Washington, as you said. But yeah. What are you thinking? Do we need more running back and receiver depth, or could we just? I mean, we don't need to take more tight ends once we get Sanders. I guess it probably is the case that's sort of what I was thinking. But now that I'm thinking about it more, I don't think that that's actually right. We don't probably need Freiermuth. I see what you're saying there. You have Loveland, Fannin, Likely, Sanders, and you're expecting one of them, multiple of them, to hit and be startable, and then whichever one of them has the best outlook, you're like, okay, well, he's going to project pretty similarly to Pat Freiermuth, and Freiermuth's in a boring offense, and probably you want to just bet on the young guy to be really efficient and exciting and potentially have a breakout week that week or whatever. And so you're suddenly just immediately every week defaulting to starting the non-Freiermuth guy. So might as well just lean into that. Probably could use a little running back depth. Is that who are the other names that you mentioned to me? Oh, Taj Brooks. He goes at the turn.
He goes. If I were drafting this solo, I would take Brashard Smith. But every time I've asked you to pass these guys with, last round ADPs, they've gotten snagged. And so,
yeah, let's take Brashard.
Let's take Brashard.
Yeah, I think we could use another running back there. And I mean, I just wanted to feel the feeling of saying, let's take Brashard Smith, because no matter who we talked about, the pick was going to wind up being Brashard Smith. That's what happens. If we talked about a lot of other
Washington there, I was going to take him.
If I started talking about other players, Brashard Smith would have popped up on my screen. So I might as well just call for Brashard Smith. No, he's a good pick on this team as the RB6. 3 more picks to go.
What do you have over there at Stealing Signals? What can people be looking for? You've mentioned the value proposition to me before, and I mean, it was pretty amazing. What are people getting with that sub?
The Stealing Signal sub is a lot of stuff. I've been writing pretty much every day. I am going to have a post out either later today or tomorrow morning. That's sort of, call it the draft kit post. That's sort of the really relevant, links to all the things you need for your draft. If you have a draft over the weekend, I've done a couple of these posts already. Draft Kit Volume 1, Draft Kit Volume 2. If you go to bengresh.substack.com, you can click on the Volume 2 one, which is the more recent one. It's from last week. I'm going to send out a Volume 3 before this biggest drafting weekend. But it's got, links to all the stuff. You have draft strategy guides, an auction strategy guide, a super flex strategy guide, the cut your fantasy football drafts into quarters, sort of draft strategy and team building approach kind of primer that we've referenced a lot. Kind of builds off the concepts that we've talked about for years, but I thought it was a fun new way to look at it. The best way to play home leagues in 2025, strategy guide. Got the positional tiers, targets, and fades for all 4 positions. You got the preseason Stealing Signal series, weeks 1, 2, and 3. Got the off-season Stealing Signal series, all 8 divisions. Wrote about all 8 teams, all the signal and noise, all the player breakdowns and things that I mention on the shows, and the stats and things. When I'm thinking of a stat and I need to go look up that Sam Laporta stat, that's where I go. That's where the information is. You want to know my opinion on a player. Broke all those down throughout July and into August, so they're not like they were written way back in May or something. And then a bunch of older content links in there as well, and then obviously the full projections, the rankings tool that gives you the ability to click on names and cross them off and know who's available. That's what I'm always using when we're doing our drafts. A lot of stuff. And then as soon as week 1 starts, I mean, we are like 10 days away from Stealing Signals week 1, part 1, writing up all the week 1 games, all the signal and the noise. Part 2 will come on Tuesday, part 1 on Monday. I'll go through every game, talk about every player, usage, but not just usage. There's a lot of stuff about player usage and snap rates and what that means. And one of the things I've talked about that, I wrote it as an intro in one of the preseason Stealing Signals pieces recently. People make the big mistake of thinking that everyone who dives really deep into the usage numbers is seeing the same thing. And like, this used to frustrate me a little bit in certain situations where I'd have conversations with people I knew that maybe were looking at some of the writers who do it a lot more efficiently than I do. I'm obviously not the most efficient at working through these things, but they'd say things like, don't the usage notes say these things? Or I'm surprised that you don't agree with that take based on what the usage says. And I'd be like, that's not the way that I read the usage personally, or the usage plus, like, actually watching all of the games, seeing the context behind the snaps. Like one of the big like panics from one usage thing was Brock Bowers only running 50% routes with the first team in one of the preseason games. And that was already sort of, okay, it's a preseason game. Like probably that's being overstated a little bit. And then when I went and watched it, what I saw was that catch that you had described on one of the earlier Stealing Bananas happened on the first snap. He rose up, caught it, fell kind of hard. The very next 2 snaps, he went off the field because he landed hard on a catch on a big play. And so he missed 2 passing downs on the second and third snaps of the game, which is not the way that it's going to be. It's not the way the rotation is going to be. It's because he caught the long reception and went down hard. And then the whole sample for Geno Smith snaps dropbacks happened to be 8 dropbacks. And so he only runs 4 routes on those 8 dropbacks, in part because he misses 2 of the first 3, in part because he caught a 40-yard pass or whatever it was, 30-yard pass, 25-yard pass. And so anyway, that's an example of how the ways that you may contextualize the usage snaps or notes or all these things are going to be based on. Nathan Yonke at PFF got a lot of flack for being the guy who had said that was a concern for Brock Bowers. Part of the reason he said that, and as he talked through it and he shared a video and some things, and I've been interested in his opinion on it just to hear it, was that Chip Kelly in the past has always prioritized the better blocking tight end. And his issue with Brock Bowers coming in was that he didn't have very good block. Nathan's issue was that he's smaller. The size was an issue. Didn't have great blocking numbers. Michael Mayer, a very strong blocker. So he works through this whole thing. And a big part of the point for me is it's not just the usage notes that Nathan Yonke is discussing when he brings that up. He's layering in, or he's starting with, his foundational opinions on the players and on the situation. Obviously, he has a little bit of a different read on Bowers and where some of the risks might be there than most people do. And then he sees the usage notes and then he interprets them and filters them that way. And I just think there are so many people that don't understand that you're going to get very different opinions depending on who you're reading, as far as whether that's Nathan at PFF, whether that's Dwayne McFarland does great work at Fantasy Life. You guys are going to have a lot of stuff at RotoViz. And Sean, you and I aren't always going to see the situations the same. I'm going to be writing up my stuff at Stealing Signals. I've been doing it for a lot of years. I've had a lot of success. The listeners and the readers have told me many, many times that the things that I've written about have helped them get the right pickups and do the right things. And so that's all very exciting. We're back up here at 1811, Sean. Talked about Stealing Signals the whole time, but Malik Washington came back.
That was exactly what I was hoping for, both in terms of the breakdown, which I agree with completely. If you're not reading Ben's Stealing Signals, then you're putting yourself in not the best position to especially dominate that first month, make the right pickups, understand how teams are evolving. And it's that combination of watching the games and then writing about them deeply, not just giving you what the snaps were, what the different stats are. I mean, that stuff is interesting. That stuff is relevant. That stuff is important. But the intros that you write and all of those types of things, that gives people a sense of how you're looking at football. But then beyond it, gives them, I think, great comfort that you are going to process the games and present it in a way that is very important beyond just the stats. Even as you go through the game by game stuff, this is kicker and defense. Do you have any preferences?
I know the Rams have a really good D line, but I'm going to go look at the Packers week 1. I mean, now that they have Micah Parsons, aren't the Packers a kind of fun defense to play? Who do they play week? Oh, they play the Lions week 1.
Yeah.
Well, so the Rams have a really good defense. This was the one Leone got us on after we lost Arizona, and they play the Texans, and the Texans don't have. Oh, did we ever take a quarterback? Oh yeah, we have Lamar Jackson. Maybe you're not as concerned about the Rams. We could take a kicker. Okay, sorry. We could have taken, well, Bucker and Little both went. I know they're your top kickers. So I was kind of thinking this might be one where we take a little bit more of a premium defense. The Rams do tend to go. They have a good D line. And the Texans gave up the second most sacks last year and didn't really improve their offensive line this offseason. And so the expectation for week 1 is that the Rams defense is a strong play at home from a sacks perspective and potentially pass volume against perspective. So We try that out, and they go, okay, so then week 2 they go at Tennessee, so you get a rookie quarterback there. I think maybe that's part of the take as well, that you get multiple weeks. Week 3 they're at Philadelphia. We'll move on before that, but Rams are one of those defenses that maybe you play for a couple of weeks. But no, I appreciated your additional notes there about stealing signals and the intros and those things. The way that I was sort of trying to wrap that around was just to say that, those you wouldn't expect, like, if you really understand the degree to which anyone who's writing up those long takeaways and breakdowns is digging into the data and what they're watching with the film and all of the information that is there, you wouldn't expect people to have the same opinions. It's not clear cut. None of this is. Think about in the off season, all the information we have, all the data we have, and then all the things we believe about scheme and the ways that things might evolve. Obviously, every analyst comes to different things. Even Shawn, you and I think about different teams and how they work differently. Like when we talk about like Troy Franklin and things, obviously there's a bias for me inherent in the data that I've looked at as it relates to Sean Payton's usage patterns and routes, concentration and all of that stuff. It's not that I don't like Troy Franklin as a year 2 play. It's way more about that stuff that I was talking about. You, both from your framework as an analyst and probably the way that you interpret that specific data, have a different opinion on that. And that's perfectly fine. That's what we do all off season and all of this stuff. But then when the season starts, as soon as the player usage data comes out and everything, everyone acts like the percent of playing time and of routes and all of this stuff is like some factual thing. And they talk about it like it's so clear and it can't change. And this means that, and it has to be that. And if you don't know that, then you're not listening or you're missing something because you didn't pay attention to what the usage data is. And that's just not, it's certainly not the way that I write stealing signals. And it's just not correct either. I've done it for way too long. I have a strong opinion about this. I haven't shared it enough times. I probably should write it up sometime and use it as sort of a marketing tactic to make a case that, you should be reading these usage notes and understanding the profiles, but you should be reading them from places that are filtering it from a framework that they understand what's actually going on in fantasy football from a longer view and what these trends can mean and those types of things. And anyway, I love when people are willing to come read my stuff and ride with stealing signals. And we'll be doing that. We're almost a week away, a little more than a week away.
Things get really fun. So then we want to wish the listeners a fantastic Labor Day weekend. Hope you get into a bunch of drafts, as you can see from this one and the other ones that we've done today. You're going to have some opportunities to build teams that are a bit unusual, that might be different than the teams you've been building all off season. If you've been drafting best ball and best ball and best ball and grinding through that, certainly this experience is a real refresher when you see all of the different possibilities that redraft offers, especially in this week right before the season. And as we were talking, a BBT at 4 p.m. filled, so you can't get in that, but the Superflex at both 4 and 5 are about half full. Those I would be relatively confident in. And the 4 p.m. Big Gorilla, there are 5 spots you can get in that: 6 in the 5, 6 in the 6:30. If it weren't for slowing down a little bit, then I'd be just ripping off a bunch more drafts later after we got off the air.
Yeah, my brain is not quite firing on the same cylinder, but that sounds very fun. Go check out the lobby at FFPC, myffpc.com. At the top, there's the word play. There's a drop down. If you hover over it, you can click on the different contests, and it will show you the fill, how full they are, and how you can enter them. Our final team here, Team 4, Lamar Jackson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bucky Irving, RJ Harvey, Bashal Tootin, Dylan Sampson, and Brashard Smith. At receiver, Tetroa McMillan, Travis Hunter, Jerry Jeudy, Luther Burden, Rashid Shaheed, Troy Franklin, and Malik Washington at tight end. We go with 4 of them: Colston Loveland, Harold Finn, and Isaiah Likely, and Jatavian Sanders. We took the Rams defense. We're a few picks away from taking our final place kicker. Shawn, what do you think about this build?
Yeah, this one is fun. And I like that we have so much upside at receiver. I do really like that we came back with Franklin and Malik Washington, a couple of second-year guys who are a little post-hypey or just a little bit of that second-year breakout where they weren't ready in year one. Things didn't come together for them in year one, but you can really overlook some people. We went through on some of the previous shows just how fantastic the resume and the situation is for Malik Washington. To have a little bit of that with all the youth, to have Rashid Shaheed as a faller with all the youth, that part of it is perfect. But I had Jake Elliott and Chris Boswell as the 2 kickers there and thought that was going to cover us. Any reason not to take Evan McPherson on a high-scoring offense?
No, when I was doing the end of the draft the other day, I added him to the queue. I was looking at week 1 projected point totals, and he was there. The other one is that everyone likes to take who hasn't gone is the new Baltimore kicker, Loop or whatever. Although we have Lamar, so maybe it doesn't make sense to have the kicker from our quarterback team. But McPherson was a guy that I had added as I was looking through, spots for week 1 scoring. I think that Bengals-Browns game is expected to be kind of a little bit of a shootout. So there we go.
It'll be fun there. I do like that other note you had also on Loop. Yeah, I like the mix of teams we did today. I like being able to get some elite QB and also some very late QB with QB values, the fallers throughout. I like being able to get our elite tight ends. We had the Bowers team, but then we had some TJ Hawkinson. We had some Evan Ingram, and then we do this lottery picks tight end team where I'm very confident that one of them is going to give us a difference maker. We kind of stuck to our guns with all of the fun running backs. This is a Stealing Bananas patented roster right here.
Yeah, super, super fun. Super fun time drafting with you for now 4 hours and 40 minutes. 4 teams down in the Big Gorilla. Go join the Big Gorilla, play, do great stuff. Shawn, let's hit the close.
That'll be it for the Stealing Bananas Draft Big Gorilla Marathon. I'm Shawn Siegele. With me, as always, is Ben Gretch. He outlined what you're going to get in Stealing Signals. That is a fantastic product. If you're not in, you're going to lose. We'd love to have you guys over at RotoViz. The first thing I'm going to do when we finish here is get my priority targets for the 2025 season. That final one where I work through ADP, give you priority, target, fallers, guys you want to take tactically. And then obviously we have the people that we're not drafting. And then I break it down, have some other pieces on this, but looking at it from an area of the draft perspective, and then how you balance your different structures, things you can do in 2025, that will be coming out. The coupon code is RVRated2025 for 10% off. We love you guys. We'll see you soon.